Chapter 391 Seizing the Center Point. After sending Sakura away, Samsara was not in a hurry to chase Blue Rain. They knew very well that there was a replacement area over there, and Song Xiao Taoluo Shaming could join them at any time. So if they rushed in rashly, it was hard to say who would win or lose. What Samsara had to consider now was how to fight next. "Let's go from the stone forest to the avenue," Jiang Buotao said. "Yes." Zhou Yichen nodded in agreement. After all the members of Blue Rain gathered, they should also enter the avenue from the southwest. "I go and replace Lao Lu." Zhang Jiala suddenly said that the grenades on Bai Waliao were still on CD. Most of them could be turned well when entering the avenue, but the random mines would definitely not turn well. The time was too long, and the ammunition expert was still suitable for a wave of attacks. Once the battle line was prolonged, it would be a bit uncomfortable. Bai Waliao hunting was an automatic pistol, although it was much more flexible. The ordinary attack damage of the bullets was very limited. The Gundragon Rain's freedom is different. It is an automatic rifle with a much faster firing rate, and the Gundragon Rain's thunder should be better than the 100 Flowers. Therefore, it is better to replace the 6th player, LV Buyuan, and let him replace the 100 Flowers to play the real double front row. Okay. Jiang Buotao immediately affirmed Zhang Jiala's idea. After the plan was clear, the 5 members of Samsara gathered and rushed to the northeast. In the substitution area, Zhang Jiala 100 Flowers and LV Buyuan and Yunshan Luan were replaced. Blue Rain was completely unaware of this. The crowd, led by Yi Yushangfan, had already arrived at the refresh area of Samsara, southwest corner. "Let's go and grab the center point." Huang Xiaotian gave an order, and everyone ran towards the distance of the avenue. The center of the avenue is much wider than the 2 sides. There are railings on the left and right sides for protection, and below the railings is the turbulent broken river. This is much faster than the river speed when the 2 teams fought before. Once you fall into the broken river, you will be washed very far away. This is why Yu Wenzhou asked them to grab this position before leaving. Moreover, the central field of vision of the avenue is very wide. Whether it is the triangular stone forest or the woods, you can basically see clearly. Before, everyone in the Samsara team saw Yi Yushangfan dancing in the middle of the avenue, and it was clear. After the Samsara team gathered, they also moved towards the center of the avenue. Huh? I'm afraid they changed people. Huang Xiaotian looked at Yi Yushingchen and Yunshan Luan, who appeared in his field of vision, and found that Samsara had changed to a real double front row. Damn. Playing with my brain. Huang Xiaotian began his performance. It can be said that the voice arrived before the person arrived. Xiao Guziru in the back had not seen Yi Yushangfan figure, but his footprints were everywhere in the public channel. Go! Zhou Yichen rotated his spear and killed towards Blue Rain. The courage of a reckless man. Huang Xiaotian took up the fight, and stabbed against the wind and tangled with Yi Yushingchen. Tao Luoshaming in the back wanted to surprise the enemy, so he rubbed his hands into a ball of breath and then hit Yi Yuxingchen. Countercurrent. With its strong concealment, the countercurrent of the Qigong Master has become the easiest floating skill among the 24 professions of glory. Be careful, LV Buyuan reminded him. He had already seen Tao Luoshaming making small moves in the back. Understood. Yi Yuxingchen rushed back Yi Yushangfan and dodged the countercurrent hit by Tao Luoshaming with a backflip. Wow. Zhou Yichen operation is really pleasing to the eye, the cup said. Damn. This commentary is really a lick, a Blue Rain fan said indignantly. Lu Yun swung the heavy sword to chop at Yi Yuxingchen, but unfortunately he was blocked by Yun Chanlun, who grabbed his collar and threw him to the ground. Samsara decisively focused fire on Lu Yun, and a cloud-piercing bullet hit Lu Yun densely. Fortunately, the Soul Speaker activated the Holy Shield in time, which offset most of the damage from the bullets. Focus on Yi Yushingchen. Blue Rain also focused fire, and their target was Yi Yushingchen at the front. Huang Xiaotian said that it was fine, but he also typed this sentence on the public channel. Focus on me. Zhou Yichen rolled his eyes. He was used to it. Soul Speaker activated the Angel's aura, and the halo fell towards Samsara. Xiaoda Ziru activated the Angel's wings to stay in the air to avoid the Angel's aura. At the same time, after seeing Yi Yushingchen being hit by the gun rain and the stiff bullet, a focus hit him and lifted his negative state. Holy fire! Xiaoda Ziru swung the cross forward, and a holy flame hit in front of Yi Yushingchen. The enemy caught in the flame will suffer non-attribute magic damage, and will also suffer a 3-second seal effect due to burning. This sacred fire stopped Lan Yu from getting close to Yu Xingchen. Xiao Guzi Ruo did a great job of removing the fire. Li Ju praised. Fang Minghua's priest is pretty good. This is the affirmation from Yixiu. Nice, Fang Ma. Be careful of Gun Lintanyu. Fang Minghua reminded. In the air, he noticed Gun Lintanyu's small movements. The next second, a grenade was thrown out. A shrinking grenade, but it was blown up by a gun from Chuanyun before it landed. But Zheng Xian's intention was the next move of the shrinking grenade. A flash bomb. This shrinking move is a cover. Zhou Yichen reacted. But Gun Lintanyu's muzzle had already emitted a dazzling light. Damn it! Even though Zheng Xian had already reminded him in the team voice. Yi Yushengfan, who was also a teammate, was also flashed by Gun Lintanyu's flash bomb. The flash bomb has a poor immunity effect for the same team. Lu Yun was fine, because his head was pressed to the ground by Yan Shanluan. Who was the worst? Lu Buiyuan blinked frantically. At that moment, he seemed to see the door of the future waving to him. Seeing that the opponent did not move, Lu Yun stood up and slashed Yun Shan with a sword, sending him flying. Just as Blue Rain was about to focus on Yu Xingchen, Yiqiang Chuanyun jumped in. He slid and knocked down Lu Yun while pulling out his revolver, and the bullets poured wildly on Blue Rain. Shooting. Seeing the captain rushing into the formation, Yu Xingchen was unwilling to be outdone and summoned the dazzling pattern that he had shot against Yu Shenfan. Ice attribute dazzling pattern. The tip of Longdon's spear was attached with blue magic fluctuations, and the tip of the spear was like a cold light. Both sides showed their skills for the center point of the avenue. But from the perspective of the center point, Blue Rain had already shifted. Now the center point was firmly controlled by Yiqiang Chuanyun and Yu Xingchen. The best combination in consecutive years. Blue Rain still wanted to take it back. But the next second, Wulong Fiery Wave Sword completely cut off their thoughts. Several small fire pillars were generated in the magic circle. Just when everyone thought that Samsara had established an advantage, and was ready to push Blue Rain away in one wave, Blue Rain's wonderful coordination rekindled the flame of victory in the hearts of Blue Rain fans. Tao Luoshaming needed out a tangled wave of air and sent a spiral air rush towards the Samsara team. Lu Yun also added a wind return style. His target was Yu Xingchen. However, this was not Blue Rain's final killer move. The real killer move was Night Rain. Chapter 392, Disruption. Whether it is Tao Luoshaming's spiral air rush or Liu Yun's wind return style, they are all for hiding from others. The sword energy successfully hit Yu Xingchen, and Sui Lu Yun used the sword energy again to force Yu Xingchen to move forward. With the interference of the spiral air rush, the whole Samsara stood more scattered. This wind return style made Yu Xingchen stand at the front of the team. And Lan Yu killer move came from Yi Yushunfan Phantom Invisible Sword. Huang Fanfan, do you want to compete with me in hand speed? Zhou Yichen snorted coldly. And Yi Yushunfan waved Ice Rain to continuously slash at Yu Xingchen in front of him. And the sword energy turned into Phantom to attack the opponent. And the released sword energy also had light and shadow effects. When facing the Phantom Invisible Sword of a swordsman, generally speaking, people will choose to retreat. After all, a master swordsman will not move significantly when releasing the Phantom Invisible Sword, so as not to affect his combo rhythm. But obviously Zhou Yichen is not an ordinary person. He chose to meet him and fight against Yu Shenfan. Clank, clank, clank. The lightsaber and the spear collided, producing a harsh metallic sound. Fuck. You really marked me as a fool. He's pretending. Go and kill him. Huang Xiaoyan shouted in the team voice. He threw the bullet rain in a shrinking style. And this time, he was very smart, and didn't choose to throw it high. He got close to Yu Xingchen and threw the grenade again. Boil. Yu Xingchen was not only forced back by the shrinking grenade, but also suffered the last damage of the Phantom Invisible Sword's closing move, and was forced to fly away. Why didn't the other people in the reincarnation choose to attack? Because they were waiting for the 1-second stiffness after the Phantom Invisible Sword closed its move. Protect me. Huang Xiaoyan called for his teammates' protection before the Phantom Invisible Sword made its last move. Although the 1-second stiffness time was not long, it was deadly enough. But Wulong Thrust Wave Array directly stopped Tao Luoshaming. And the bullet rain was also thrown back by Yunshan Wan catch and throw. The Soul Speaker first cast a firm will on himself, and then hurriedly stood in front of Yu Shenfan. Originally, he wanted to use the Guardian Virtue to increase Yu Shenfan frontal defense. But Wu Lang had already rushed over. and he had no chance to chant the guardian angel's oath. Wu Lang slashed at the opponent with a sword, and the Soul Speaker raised his battle axe to block. Clang! Just when Su Jingxi was expecting Jiang Buotao's next move, the opponent suddenly dodged to the side. Yuan Shanluan countercurrent hit the Soul Speaker without anyone noticing before Su Jingxi could react, and floated him up. This time Yi Yushengfan had an opening, and as Yuan Shanluan moved sideways, what appeared in front of Yi Yushengfan was a shot through the clouds from the Barrett sniper rifle that had already been set up. Oh my god! At this time, Yi Yushengfan's stiffness time had ended, and Huang Xiaotian hurriedly operated Yi Yushengfan to roll to the side in an attempt to avoid the sniper. In Zhou Zikai's sniper scope, Huang Xiaotian Yi Yushengfan was like an ant on a hot pot, jumping around, but he couldn't escape his fate. Yi Yushengfan was dodging frantically, but the avenue was so small, and the health of Gunlin Bullet Rain, Soul Speaker, and Lu Yun was not healthy. Now the only one who could help Yi Yushengfan block the gun was Song Xiao Tao Luo Xiaoming. But why is Tao Luo Xiaoming in the sky? Li Ju said excitedly. 2 of the 5 people in Blue Rain were already in the sky, after Soul Speaker was floated in the air by the reverse flow. He was hit by Wu Lang Wave's slash, and never came down from the sky. And Tao Luo Xiaoming was caught by Yun Shan, because he wanted to fill the position in a hurry, and was thrown into the air by him. What should I do? What should I do? Why am I so stupid? Lu Hanwen, who was left unattended, fell into a state of self-doubt. He didn't know what to do. Samsara had carefully studied Lu Hanwen game videos before the game and found that this kid was fine in singles. But when it came to team games, he would easily shut himself up without Yuanzhou command. Without a purpose, he didn't know what to do. Now the other people in Blue Rain had no time to care about him, causing this kid to shut himself up again. By the way, go kill Yu Xingchen, who has the lowest HP. Why is Yu Xingchen gone? Lu Hanwen turned his view and found that there were only 4 people in Samsara. Even if Yu Xingchen was blown away by Yi Yushengfan, there was no reason why he hadn't returned to the front. And he wasn't blown under the broken river. Yi Yushengchen is gone, Lu Hanwen said in the team voice. What? Huang Xiaotian's surprise gave Zhou Zikai the opportunity to shoot. Bang! The bullet was fired and hit Yi Yushengfan's head. Headshot. Triggered double damage. Yi Yushengfan originally unhealthy HP became even more unhealthy. Ah! Lu Hanwen was stunned after watching the whole scene. Fortunately, the screen commentary focused on Tao Luo Xiaoming and Yun Shanluan. When they saw Yi Yushengfan being shot in the head, they were just amazed that Zhou Zikai's sniper was still so accurate. I didn't notice that there was a hidden war criminal in this team match. This kid is still too young. Yi Xiao actually noticed Lu Hanwen a long time ago. Not only Yi Xiao, but also Yuanzhou, who was watching his teammates on the field. Is the pressure too great? Yuanzhou thought to himself. Focus on Wu Lang. Huang Xiaotian shouted loudly. If Yi Yushengchen was not in the front, where could he go? He must have gone to exchange for Bai Hua Liaoluan. Yi Yushengchen couldn't stand the front with any HP, so he might as well go and exchange for Bai Hua Liaoluan. Got it! Tao Luo Xiaoming, who was knocked down, swung his body sideways, and fired a Qi Guan Changhong at Wu Lang. However, before he could fart, Yun Shanluan stuffed it back. Qi Guan Changhong was interrupted by Yun Shanluan. Blue Rain is so uncomfortable now, the cup said. Blue Rain was in chaos. Yi Yushengfan was chased by a gun through the clouds, and Yun Shanluan found his toy Tao Luo Xiaoming again. The Soul Speaker has the lowest HP. So, received. Only Zheng Xian will implement it. Wu Lang, who was originally suppressed to red HP, had a holy light appear. Zheng Xian found that Wu Lang HP was rising one by one, and the holy word healed. Zheng Xian's heart was broken when he saw this scene. How come no one can be killed? Where are the teammates? I'm coming! Lu Hanwen heard Zheng Xian wailing in his heart, although Zheng Xian looked tired. In fact, his heart was also tired. Lu Yun jumped, and the rising dragon slash successfully moved and knocked Wu Lang to the ground from the side. Lu Yun knocked Wu Lang down. Could it be? Could it be? Just when everyone was looking forward to the 14-year-old young player of Blue Rain, the new all-star, and Lu Yun, who was played by Lu Hanwen, was about to launch a fierce attack. Xiao Guziru resolved the crisis with only one holy fire. When Bai Hua Liaoluan arrived at the front, all he saw was a big mess. Heads. All heads. All my heads. Zhang Jiala first aimed his eyes at Yi Yusheng Fan, who was fighting with Chuanyuan. Send this chatterbox away first, and the world will be peaceful. Chapter 393 shattered at the touch. With the roar of the grenade explosion, Baiwa Liuan officially joined the front battlefield. After replacing the ice bullet in advance, while Yi Yusheng Fan was dodging Chuanyuan whirlwind kick, Baiwa Liuan bullet hit his shoulder. The ice bullet with a deceleration effect made Yi Yusheng Fan no longer flexible. Facing Jozukai gun martial arts, Huang Xiaotian had a very difficult time dealing with it under the deceleration state. Oh my god. 2-on-1. Too despicable. Huang Xiaotian was swiping the screen frantically on the public channel. No. It's a righteous 2-on-1. Zhang Jiala hit back. Explosive shrinking grenade. Chuanyuan and Baiwa Liuan fought Yi Yusheng Fan from the front and back. Huang Xiaotian and Zhou Zikai were at a disadvantage in a one-on-one fight. And now Zhang Jiala came. Looking ahead and behind, Huang Xiaotian had too many points to pay attention to. Although they were two long-range characters, they were not at all weak in close combat under the operation of these two people. On the other battlefield, Lu Buyu and Yun Shanluan defeated Song Xiao Taluoshaming in a one-on-one duel. Any character would feel uncomfortable if judo was close to him. Especially for Qigong masters, who need luck, and are also fighting professions. The hegemony effect of steel and iron bones is completely useless for judo, because he can break the hegemony all over his body. Helplessly, Song Xiao couldn't call for support, because except for Yi Yusheng Fan, everyone else was trying their best to deal with Wulong. But Jiang Guotao and Fang Minghua cooperated so well that they were stopped by the two several times. Jiang Guotao also proved with his strength why he is the first magic swordsman in glory. Jiang Guotao is too experienced in the use of wave array and wave sword. Now both sides are racing against time. Since Zhang Jiala has taken action, he must want to send Yi Yusheng Fan away. And Blue Rain really wants to focus on killing Wulong in seconds. This point is too restrictive for them on the road. The magic swordsman wave array basically covers the entire road. How can Blue Rain play this? Therefore, Huang Xiaotian's intention to focus on Wu Lang was not just a lie. On the contrary, Huang Xiaotian's judgment was very accurate. As one of the best opportunists in the league, Huang Xiaotian's sixth sense and control of the overall situation are very powerful. The direction chosen was right, but it was stuck at the door, because it couldn't get in. Seeing Jiang Guotao's effortless operation, many Blue Rain fans in the audience were anxious. Why hasn't he died yet? Can he die? Unfortunately, their curse did not work. Wu Lang was hanging on to that little health, but he didn't get out. Instead, Song Xiao Tao Luo Sha Ming was the first to be eliminated. What? Samsara turned to fire, and Blue Rain seemed unable to react. No one expected that at this time. Samsara would choose to turn to the ravaged Tao Luo Sha Ming. So sudden, but so fast, as if everything was planned. Samsara overall coordination and consistency are worth learning for all teams. Turn on Tao Luo Sha Ming. Turn. Focus on fire. The team voice chat only had 3 short sentences, and Tao Luo Sha Ming went from being ravaged by one person to being beaten up by all forces. A shot through the clouds killed Tao Luo Sha Ming. Tao Luo Sha Ming. Out. The price of Samsara was that Jiang Guotao Wu Lang finally revealed a flaw and was caught by Lu Hanwen. The four-sword style, the falling style, successfully knocked Wu Lang to the ground. And the soul speaker and the gun rain rushed forward, forcibly killing Wu Lang with damage. Focus on Yi Yusheng Fan. Don't worry about me. I die if I die. This was the last sentence Jiang Guotao left in the Samsara team voice chat. Lu Yun killed Wu Lang. Wu Lang. Out. The other members of Samsara really didn't care about Wu Lang life or death. After taking Tao Luo Sha Ming away, they turned their attention to Yi Yusheng Fan, who was destroying the fire. Huang Xiaotian also realized that Samsara was going to use a knife on him, and decisively retreated to his teammates. But Xiaoda Zeruo hypnosis came at the right time, hypnotizing Yi Yusheng Fan directly. Fatal hypnosis. The soul speaker was about to cast a spell to remove the negative state of Yi Yusheng Fan. But before he could finish chanting, Yu Shanluan kicked him out with a high kick. Yi Yusheng Fan, who was hit by hypnosis, was also hit by Baiwa Liuan floating bullet, forcing him to float in the air. Help! Zheng Xian said. They could accept Song Xiao elimination. But once Huang Xiaotian was eliminated, they could not put pressure on the side, and the remaining 3 of them would definitely be pushed down by Samsara. Therefore, in the games that Blue Rain won in these seasons, Huang Xiaoyan basically survived to the end. Except for the 6th season, Huang Xiaoyan sometimes died first in team competitions. But he could play an unlimited role after his death. That is to send text bubbles crazily to mess with the opponent's mentality. Of course, this situation is also very rare. For this reason, Blue Rain's core sword and curse can allow one person to die in the early stage, but not 2 people to die together. Then Blue Rain couldn't fight. Lu Yun was the most active, moving towards Night Rain, but was stopped halfway. Little friend, long time no see. Zhou Yichen, who came out of the replacement area, still had the mind to greet Lu Hanwen. So annoying. In Lu Hanwen's eyes, Zhou Yichen was like a strange uncle who suddenly appeared. Yu Xingchen is here. Blue Rain is going to go far away. Yi Xiu shook his head and said that Zhou Yichen arrived before Huang Xiaoyan was rescued. Although Yu Xingchen's health was very low, it was still easy to stop Lu Yun. Lu Yun slashed at Yu Xingchen like crazy, but the effect was minimal, and all the moves were dodged by him with superb body skills. The kid is confused. Jiang Buotao, who was watching Yu Xingchen's perspective, laughed. Clang. Yu Xingchen used his spear to block Lu Yun's sword, unloaded the force to the left, turned the spear, stretched out his right hand, and bang! As the cherry blossoms fell, Lu Yun was knocked out. And the landing point was the broken river. Not good. Lu Hanwen felt his heart pounding. Although he was panicking, Lu Hanwen's hands did not panic. He used the heavy sword to insert into the wall and successfully floated in the air. Then he took advantage of the momentum and successfully jumped onto the road. However, what was waiting for him was Yu Xingchen's ruthless sweep. Plop! This time, Lu Yun really fell into the broken river and floated away along the river. Lu Hanwen, goodbye. Mom, I'm going to sail far away tonight. Watching Lu Yun being washed away by the broken river, the Blue Rain fans were disheartened. There were few people to begin with, and now there are even fewer people. I'm leaving. What? You leave? Where are you going? I go. Huang Xiaoyan didn't understand what Lu Hanwen meant at first, until he turned around and saw Lu Yun leaving him. Huang Xiaoyan was dumbfounded. Where are you going, kid? Yu Wenzhou on the field had covered his eyes with one hand, and no one knew what expression he had under his hand. And Huang Xiaoyan's anxiety was useless. The rain of bullets and the Soul Whisperer still failed to save Yu Shumfan. By Hua Liaowan killed Yu Shumfan. Yu Shumfan. Out. Come back soon. Chapter 394. First to win. As Yu Shumfan was killed by Samsara concentrated fire, only Gunlin Bullet Rain and Soul Speaker were left on the road in Blue Rain. As for Lu Yun, he may have already reached the Happy Planet. However, there was no information about Lu Yun on the upper right corner of the interface, indicating that he was not washed down the waterfall. After Shaoguzi Ruo healed Yu Xingchen, everyone launched a general attack on the remaining 2 people in Blue Rain. What should I do? Su Jingxi looked at the people who surrounded him, and he felt very panicked. It's too much pressure. Just die. Zheng Xian didn't care anymore. He played well enough in this game. At this point, he was powerless to expect him to kill Samsara Trident. It's better to expect the stock market to rise sharply tomorrow. What a coward. It's just a death, Zheng Xian said indifferently, and then rushed forward with a rain of bullets, and died standing up. Okay. Soul Speaker also rushed forward. I not. These 2 are very brave. Stop talking nonsense. It's time to end the game, Fang Minghua said calmly. The people of the Samsara rushed forward, and Gun and Bullet Rain and Soul Speaker were finally filled with damage, and their figures disappeared on the stage. Although the results of the first round of the top 4 were released here, the team competition was not over, because Lu Yun was still on the way. Little friend, come over and give yourself a head. Zhou Yichen said the most disgusting words in the most gentle tone. After finally climbing ashore, Lu Hanwen, who returned to the front, found that all his teammates had been eliminated, leaving only one person alone. He did not waste everyone's time, and rushed over with a heavy sword. Then, glory, let us congratulate Samsara for winning this team match. At the same time, they defeated Blue Rain 11-4 away from home and won the first BO3 game. The cup announced the results after the game. Blue Rain's tactics didn't work out. Li Ju shook his head after the game and said, Yu Wenzhou was the first to be eliminated. which had a huge impact on Blue Rain's tactical implementation. Yes, the best thing Samsara did in this game was to target Yuwonjo in the dark, not in the open. The cup continued. Samsara looked relaxed, while Blue Rain looked depressed. If they didn't win the home court, they would probably be in trouble when they went to Samsara Devilish home court. So far, Samsara's season winning streak has reached 41 games. Samsara won't win the championship with all wins, without losing a single game. Some people began to fantasize. This is too scary. You are really strong this season. It's hard to imagine that this is what Yuwonjo would say. The pressure that Samsara put on other teams this season was much stronger than in the previous 2 seasons. Whether it was the 7th or 8th season, Samsara had its shortcomings, and other teams could make some use of them. For example, Blue Rain restricted Joichin in the finals, but they didn't expect Joichin abnormal final state to be so invincible. And their own reasons made Joichin the god of war. Thank you for the compliment. Facing Yuwonjo praise, Jiang Butel was very humble. You were awesome in this game, Huang Xiaoyan said with a pout. Wow, the highest evaluation among the boys. Joichin smiled. The first game of the semifinals was won by the away team Samsara, which was what most people guessed before the game. Samsara lineup this season is the most perfect hexagon, which is more perfect than the 6-pointed star of Blue Rain's icon. This Samsara team has achieved true offense and defense. Luo Ji. What is this? Luo Ji, who came to Happy on vacation, suddenly printed out a document after watching the match between Samsara and Blue Rain and handed it to Yishio and the others. Analysis of the champion of the 9th season, Luo Ji said while adjusting his glasses. Yishio glanced at Luo Ji and then flipped through the document. Samsara winning rate is 99%? Yishio was stunned. The following detailed records of Samsara data for this season, and then analyzed the winning rate through a bunch of mathematical terms that he couldn't understand. This is too exaggerated. Qiao Yifan opened his mouth wide. In fact, excluding colds, fevers, runny noses, and being hit by cars when going out, Samsara winning rate is actually 99.9%. Luo Ji then said, what about the remaining 0.1%? Qinhua asked while flipping through the document. Mathematics must be rigorous. There is no 100% in the absolute sense. Samsara winning the championship is a high probability event, not an inevitable event. I don't understand. Baozi said that he didn't understand what Luo Ji was talking about at all. You are so amazing. Unwinnie, who is also a college student, sighed. They are both college students. But the gap is too big. Oh my god. You even predicted the result of the next game. Weichen has already seen the column of Tyranny and Tiny Herb. Why did he look so fast? Because he directly passed by Blue Rain. Blue Rain had a 0.1% chance of winning the championship, and he didn't even want to look at it. Well, the next game is likely to be won by Tiny Herb, Luo Ji said. Does that mean Tiny Herb will enter the finals again? Su Muchan asked. No. Tyranny will make a comeback from 1 to 2 and enter the finals, Luo Ji said with certainty, his words full of confidence. Do you have a script? Bao Rongqing, who didn't understand these, asked in doubt. How is it possible? Luo Ji turned the information in Bao Rongqing's hand to the page about Tiny Herb. Tiny Herb was able to win the first round because their home court stability is the best among all teams except Samsara, and they are very good at using their home court advantage, Luo Ji said slowly. That's right. Wang Jieshi is very good at playing what he is good at. Yishio nodded in agreement. Then why are you so sure that Tyranny will make a comeback from 1 to 2? Weichen doesn't believe that data can truly reflect reality. Because of physical strength. Tyranny game lasted a lot longer this season than last season. But their state in the later stages was obviously better than last season from the data. This also shows that Tyranny has put a lot of effort in this regard. I remember correctly that last season, Tiny Herb defeated Tyranny in the first round of the playoffs, relying on the strategy of outlasting the old man. After the game with Tiny Herb, they were blasted by Tyranny fans, Qinhua recalled. Well, they won by relying on kills in the first round. Although they lost in the second round, they dragged on for a long time. In the third round, they also outlasted Tyranny for a long time. Yishio still had some impression. Will Tiny Herb start to outlast again this year? Su Muchan asked. What a sin! Tyranny Club. Tiny Herb may implement the same strategy as last year if nothing unexpected happens. Zhang Xinjie thought as he watched Tiny Herb's game. Last year, Deng Fusheng and his team were outlasting. This year, with Su Bin joining, they might have to outlast from the ring match. Wow. Disgusting. If you want to say which team by Yanfei dislikes playing against the most, it must be Tiny Herb, since his ranking will basically be the second or third. He will most likely meet Su Bin, presumably, except Shoichin. No one would want to meet the Grinding King. Shoichin is because Su Bin is a very good tool for the will of the fighter, and he enjoys it. But others don't think so. It consumes too much time and energy. We are different from last year. Han Wenqing put his hands in his pockets and said, well, in the semifinals, we must avenge Tiny Herb. Zhang Xinjie adjusted his glasses. They have studied Tiny Herb for a long time. They must get a ticket to the finals. While studying Tiny Herb, they also watched the semifinals game that had just ended and got a general idea. After Yu Wenzhou Soxer was eliminated, they stopped watching. Because there is no suspense. Chapter 395 Performance Beyond the Data. Compared to the match between Tyranny and Tiny Herb, the match between Samsara and Blue Rain was much more explosive. Tyranny fans were very upset about Tiny Herb being defeated in the first round of last year's playoffs. They were not convinced and thought Tiny Herb had no moral principles. Tiny Herb fans also had something to say. If you are not good, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. When Tyranny fans attacked Tiny Herb's official website, many Tiny Herb fans lined up under Tyranny official website and launched a classic emoticon package. If you are not good, practice more. In the online game, Tyranny even took the initiative to attack Zhongqiatang and almost started a holy war. Therefore, at that time, the rhythm of the two teams was very large. Although Samsara and Blue Rain were the champions and runners-up of the previous season, Blue Rain was convinced by Samsara as the champion. Or more precisely, by Joichin. The god of war was possessed. 1 against 5. And he killed one in return. The one who killed in return was the guardian angel. And later he opened the long-lost 7th level fighter will. Joichin finals was too valuable. At 7:30 p.m. before the game started, everyone from Happy gathered together. They made a bet. Small bets are good for your mood, but big bets are harmful to your health. They had different opinions on whether Tiny Herb could defeat Tyranny. Luo Ji believed that data would not lie, and that Tiny Herb would definitely defeat Tyranny at home. Yi Xiu believed that Han Wenqing would not make the same mistake as last year. So he thought Tyranny would take Tiny Herb away in 2 rounds. Xiao Yifan must be on Tiny Herb's side. After all, his good brother was there. And Winnie must be on Tyranny's side. After all, his idol Zhang Xinjie was there. Baozi and Weichin stood for Tiny Herb and Tyranny respectively. And the 3 golden flowers of Happy did not participate. They were responsible for watching the fun. The bet was also very simple. The losing party had to buy a week's takeaway for the winning party. Captain Han looks really young today. The 2 teams exchanged greetings during the stage. Captain Wang is also good today. He even put on eyeliner? This shows my importance to your team, doesn't it? Captain Wang, are you determined to win this game? Zhang Xinjie asked with a smile. This is the home court of Vici Gaming. Wang Jieshi smiled back. The greetings ended here. As the host introduced the teams, the 2 teams appeared on the stage one after another. The 4 teams in the top 4 have a total of 5 championships, which are the 4 most peak teams in recent years. Come on! Ingjia. Xiao Yifan silently cheered for his good brother in his heart. After a wonderful advertisement, the starting lineups of the 2 teams' ring matches were announced on the big screen above the stage. Vici Gaming, Su Bin. ID, Duwa. Occupation, Knight. Batu, Han Wenqing. ID, Demo Guyan. Occupation, Boxer. Map, Garden. Seeing Zhang Xinjie frowning, Wang Jieshi mouth curled up slightly. Everyone knew that Vici Gaming would use Su Bin to disgust Han Wenqing. And Han Wenqing was the obvious defending general of Tyranny. So Vici Gaming should have put Su Bin in the 4th place. Therefore, Tyranny did the opposite and let Han Wenqing play first. Not only to establish a points advantage with strong personal strength, but also to rest more. Unfortunately, Vici Gaming predicted Tyranny prediction. Han Wenqing is uncomfortable. Many professional players thought so when they saw this scene. They did not think that Han Wenqing could not beat Su Bin. On the contrary, Han Wenqing could not lose. But the process of winning would be very torturous for a straightforward person like Han Wenqing. Therefore, In the eyes of most people, Han Wenqing would attack fiercely as soon as he came up in this game and try to get rid of Su Bin as quickly as possible. However, the fact is just the opposite. Han Wenqing played very methodically and was not in a hurry at all. Now it was Wang Jiexi's turn to frown. And Zhang Xinjie laughed. Hey, why is he different from what the data shows? Luo Ji was confused. Why doesn't this guy play by the rules? After Han Wenqing changed his style, he maintained a much better state than before. Yishio said. Changed his style? Others asked in doubt. Didn't you notice that Han Wenqing's style is not as fierce as before? The reason is that his average speed is not as fast as before. His hands have been rested. In addition, Han Wenqing maintains a very good state because of regular fitness. Yishio explained. This is my mistake. It seems that the data needs to be updated. Luo Ji lowered his head and thought. In the first game, Han Wenqing used less than 30% of his health to solve Su Bin. In addition to Han Wenqing's hot state, Su Bin did not expect Han Wenqing to change from the past. He was no longer reckless and started to use his brain. Just when everyone thought that Han Wenqing would continue to play like this. After the second Liang Fang came on the stage, Han Wenqing once again showed his fierce boxing. Liang Fang was completely unable to resist. It was not like this just now. Liang Fang was confused. Why did he feel that the opponent was more like a crazy swordsman than him? Has he adjusted to the change of style? Wang Jieshi thought. Han Wenqing, you really don't want to admit your age. Captain is awesome. The Tyranny fans in the away area shouted wildly. How could this happen? Luo Ji was also confused. Han Wenqing's performance far exceeded his data. The upper limit of a person cannot be reflected by data. Data can only reflect the lower limit of a person. Yishio said. Yishio didn't want Luo Ji to be framed by cold data. You know, in the 10th season, he was not going to let Luo Ji be a spectator. Yishio would let him go on the court to experience it himself. Back to the game. Han Wenqing had already used his Iron Fist to open 2 holes in Tiny Herb, and Tyranny led Tiny Herb 2-0. However, in the third game, he was defeated by Lu Shubia. But Han Wenqing also caused Lu Shubia Flying Sword a lot of trouble. When Wang Jieshi saw that Lin Jingyan was the second player to appear in Tyranny, he knew that Tyranny was firing on all cylinders. In the end, the two sides fought to 5-4 in the ring match. And Zhao Yang, the last player left by Tyranny, failed to allow Wang Jieshi to successfully penetrate 3 players. Baita leads Tiny Herb in the arena. This was something that many people had not imagined before the game. Tiny Herb was the strongest in the arena except for Samsara. But today at home, it was overturned by Baitu. Baitu is coming with great momentum. Joey Chen, who was sitting in the Samsara conference room watching the game, said, it seems that Baitu is not going to play a delaying war. After all, they do have too many old players in the team. Fang Minghua said, Baitu's 4 All-Stars plus Samsara 5 All-Stars. 9 people, covering 1 to 7 seasons. And it is very orderly. Baitu's side is exactly 1, 2, 3, and 4 players who debuted in the first 4 seasons. And Samsara, except Zhang Jiala, are 5, 6, and 7 players who debuted in 3 seasons. After the first round of the semifinals, there will be 2 days of rest. For them, there is no pressure. They are confident that they can kill Blue Rain 4 times this season. Twice in the regular season and 2 in the playoffs. Blue Rain has no pressure on the side. Just let it go. Don't mind life and death. Just do what you want if you don't agree. After the halftime break, the 2 teams' team competition rosters were also announced on the big screen. Batu, Han Wenqing. ID, Demo Guyan. Occupation, Boxer. Zhang Xinjie. ID, Shi Buzhuan. Occupation, Priest. Zhao Yang. ID, Hai Wuliang. Occupation, Qigong Master. Lin Jingyan. ID, Leng Anlei. Occupation, Gangster. Qin Muyun. ID, -9 degrees. Occupation, Sharpshooter. The 6th person. Bai Yanfei. ID, Luota. Occupation, Elemental Mage. Wei Chao, Wang Jieshi. ID, Wang Buliuxing. Occupation, Magic Scholar. Su Bin. ID, Duwa. Occupation, Knight. Yuan Baiqing. ID, Cordyceps. Occupation, Priest. Lu Shubia. ID, Fideogen. Occupation, Swordsman. Gaoingjie. ID, Muin. Occupation, Magic Scholar. The sixth person, Leon Fong. ID, Julie. Occupation, Crazy Swordsman. Map, War Steppes. Chapter 396. Playing your own thing is the most important. War Grassland. I thought Tiny Herb had some ultimate move. After all this time, it's still War Grassland. The Tyranny fans in the away area laughed. The War Grassland of Tiny Herb has been played for who knows how many years. Oh, I can see it a few times this year, but not necessarily next year. What are you talking about? Some Tiny Herb fans couldn't stand it anymore, and stood up and shouted angrily. What? Do you want to fight? The Tyranny fans are not cowardly. The players on the field haven't communicated yet, and the audience seats started to collide first. But the security guards, who were attracted, stopped it in time. Speaking of the competition system for next year, Samsara happened to be thinking about this thing. I'm so bored, Joe-chan complained. There's no way. If we keep using those few maps, the team's winning rate will remain, but the audience's perception and experience will indeed decline a lot, Jiang Buitao said helplessly. This season, the audience will have a clear resistance to watching the Glory game. That is, the same few maps are used over and over again, and there is nothing new, although the game of Samsara is really good to watch. After all, they just close their eyes and do it. But if you watch it too much, you will lose interest. Just like scrambled eggs with tomatoes. You will get tired of it if you eat too much. After the two sides assembled, the game officially began. After the start, Shozakai frowned. The marching speed of Tyranny was a bit slow. Huh? Tyranny is so slow. Is it actively giving the offensive rhythm to Wei Chao? Joe-chan also discovered this. Well, it seems that Tyranny has thought about how to play before the game. Jiang Buitao nodded and said, Does Tyranny play defense? Chen Guo was a little surprised. After all, in her opinion, Han Wenqing and defense, the two are completely incompatible. Guo, don't look at things one-sidedly. Tyranny defense is very good, Su Muching said. In the fourth season finals, Tyranny defeated Excellent Era by relying on defense, restricting one autumn leaf tightly, and then counterattacking. It was because of Tyranny defense that made Yishio a little anxious, which gave Ji Lung an opportunity to take advantage of. Han Wenqing playing style in individual competitions and team competitions is different. In a team, Han Wenqing has to consider the overall situation, Yishio said. As an old enemy, Yishio knows Han Wenqing too well. He is willing to work hard in order to prolong his career and to keep Tyranny standing at the top of glory. He did not hesitate to change his previous playing style. This is Han Wenqing. Huh? Wang Jieshi saw Tyranny actions in the air. Actively give up the rhythm of attack and play defense? What does Tyranny mean by this? Relying on past achievements? Wang Jieshi thought about it. Rush to the bottom quickly, Wang Jieshi commanded. Since Tyranny wanted to play defense, Wang Jieshi did as they wished. Anyway, the strategy deployed by Tiny Herb before the game was to attack. Tyranny, now that you are attacking, do you still remember how to play defense? Tiny Herb has increased its speed. Zhao Yang, who was looking at each other from a distance, communicated in the team voice. It seems that they want to play a strong attack. Follow the pre-match deployment, Zhang Xinjie commanded calmly. Everything is under his control. It seems that this is a battle between spear and shield. Zhou Yichen was thinking that Tyranny took the initiative to play defense. Was it for Vici Gaming to see? Or for their Samsara team? There's a famous saying that goes, offense wins applause, defense wins victory. Now Vici Gaming is facing Tyranny turtle formation. And Wang Jieshi showed a puzzled expression for the first time. 09 Degrees and Hai Wuliang were responsible for restricting Wang Bulixing and Mu En in the air, while De Mo Guyan and Lung and Lei stood in the front. For Protect 1, protect the priest's playstyle. My god, Tyranny is so retro. In the early days when it was still a single-core world, the playstyle of 4 Protect 1 Protect the priest was generally popular in glory. After all, the priest had not been cut at that time, and there was nothing he could not do except what you could not think of. Therefore, there was a slogan that was very popular at that time, the priest will not die, and the team battle will not lose. But as the priest's milk was reduced, the alliance entered the multi-core era. The priest's status in the team game is still comparable to Teemo, but the tactics will be more targeted at the ace players. The priest's priority was reduced to the second place. Of course, only when playing against Tiny Herb. The priest's priority was higher than Wang Jieshi. After all, the one who operated the healer was Fang Shiqian, the god of healing. The only priests who can attract widespread attention from other teams now should be Zhang Xinjia of Tyranny and Fang Minghua of Samsara. Both of them debuted in the 4th season, and their strength and experience are far superior to others. The scene was full of boos from Tiny Herb fans, who looked down on Tyranny turtle shell play. Offense is the main theme of the current league, but the Samsara people watching this game sat up straight. Tyranny defense is something, Zhou said. Even if this team game was not over, Zhou thought that Tyranny defense was better than their offense. Tyranny defense is really amazing, Fang Minghua said. This is what they are best at. As soon as Fang Minghua said this, Jiang Buitao turned his head and looked at him. Jiang Buitao seemed to know why Tyranny played defense. Yu Wenzhou, who was also watching the game, watched the game between Tyranny and Tiny Herb. He became more and more silent, and his thoughts became clearer and clearer. He saw something else. As a player who debuted in the golden generation of the 4th season, Yu Wenzhou naturally knew that Tyranny, which won the championship at that time, did not rely on offense, but on strong defense. Tyranny defense exposed the flaws of Yichio, who was invincible at the time, and brought an opportunity for Ji Lung life-threatening attack. Tyranny did not develop new tactics, but played their own things. In fact, not only Tyranny, but also Void used to be a team that focused on defense. But with the advent of the multi-core era, multi-line operations, offense became the main theme. So starting from the 5th season, the finals became a fierce bombardment. Among them, Samsara must have benefited the most. Samsara is undoubtedly the best offensive team in the entire league, without a doubt. Therefore, after seeing the success of Samsara's style of play, more and more teams began to imitate them. Yinyu was like this, and so were they. Thinking of this, Yu Wenzhou came to his senses. I finally know why we can't beat Samsara, Yu Wenzhou suddenly said. Captain, what did you say? Huang Xiaoyan kept talking, causing Zheng Xian to not hear what Yu Wenzhou said clearly. I said I know why we can't beat Samsara, Yu Wenzhou repeated. Why? Others looked at Yu Wenzhou. Because we have been fighting them in the field they are good at. This is an easy point to think of. But when it comes to offense, no team dares to say that this style of play is wrong. After all, they are also popular. But the problem now is that a large part of the big cake of offense has been cut by Samsara. Haven't we played 4-1 for a long time? Yu Wenzhou words completely woke up the other members of Blue Rain. What Blue Rain is best at. Huang Xiaoyan is looking for opportunities on the side, wandering outside the team. And Yu Wenzhou is in overall control. Sword and curse. They shouldn't be together. But now, Huang Xiaotian and Yu Shengfan will cut directly into the front from the side to counter the attack of the double swordsman. Instead of putting pressure on the outside, we should fight our own things, Yu Wenzhou concluded. But, if we lose fighting our own things, it's like, Song Xiao didn't finish. Yu Wenzhou understood what he meant. We accept the loss. Chapter 397, Be Your Own Blue Rain. In the first match between Tyranny and Tiny Herb, Tyranny defense finally won the victory. Since 2 magic scholars still failed to break Tyranny toward his shell. After the game, Tyranny faced boos from Tiny Herb fans. This scene was just like the 4th season finals, when they defeated Excellent Era at Excellent Era home court and faced boos from Excellent Era fans. They were used to all this. Team Han taught me a deep lesson today. Wang Jieshi shook hands with Han Wenqing after the game, and said that Wang Jieshi was not a fool. And he knew the defensive strength of Tyranny very well. This time Tyranny victory over them gave Wang Jieshi a reminder that Tyranny was starting to play its own thing. Wow. Tyranny defense makes me sick. Lu Shubia, who debuted in the 7th season, experienced what a tortoise formation was for the first time. Although I have seen Tyranny games before, there are really 2 different feelings between watching and experiencing it in person. For a moment, I seemed to be back in Season 4. Wang Jieshi suddenly said. Tyranny had made all preparations before entering the finals. The home defeat was very hurtful to Tiny Herb. After the game ended, the other team's 3 members, Luo Ji, Qiao Yifan and Baozi, had gone to get food together. I can't figure it out. Why did Tyranny play like this? Luo Ji shook his head as he walked. He didn't understand why Tyranny game was completely different from what was reflected in the data. Tyranny offensive efficiency was among the best among the 20 teams. Luo didn't expect Tyranny to abandon the style of play that had been used throughout this season. These three people belonged to the young group of Happy. If there was anyone who had a deep understanding of Tyranny, I'm afraid Yishio was the only one. Yishio was actually quite surprised by Tyranny's performance. He didn't expect Han Wenqing to have no unplanned actions. What he did was all arranged by Zhang Xinjie before. It seems that Tyranny really cherishes this opportunity. But it's a pity that they met Samsara in its prime. During the 2-day off-season, Samsara did not retreat. And Zhou Yichen once again used Gun In Xingchen to be active in the online game. This naturally attracted Blue Rain's attention. Samsara, are you going to change back to the double sharpshooter offensive lineup when you return to your home court? And they said Samsara is throwing smoke bombs again. While others were thinking wildly. Yu Wenzhou's expression did not change at all. Let him change in 1,000 ways. We just need to play our own things well. This is what Yu Wenzhou said to the players. They can't be dragged into their rhythm by Samsara anymore. If you want to defeat Samsara, the first thing to do is to jump out of their rhythm. In terms of offense, Yu Wenzhou was convinced that they really couldn't beat Samsara, but changed the idea and continued to play 4-1. With Yu Wenzhou Soxer as bait, and Huang Xiaotian Night Rain sound looking for opportunities in the dark. This is the rhythm that Blue Rain is most familiar with. Although it can't be said that it can defeat Samsara 100%. At least it will not be hopeless. The semi-final match between Tyranny and Tiny Herb has awakened many teams. If they just imitate others blindly, they will only follow others and eat tail gas. It is better to be yourself. Even if you lose, you can have a clear conscience. 2 days after the first match between Tyranny and Tiny Herb, the second match between Samsara and Blue Rain officially started. This time, Blue Rain stood on the edge of the cliff again like in the finals. Last time they lost the Glory Professional League Championship. This time they will lose the chance to touch the Glory Professional League Season 9 Championship. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the game officially started. This game is the match point for Samsara. As long as they win this big game, Samsara will become the third team to advance to the finals for 3 consecutive years after Excellent Era and Tiny Herb. And their winning rate in the finals is 100%. Let us welcome the away team. The Glory Professional League Season 6 champion team Blue Rain. Are you confident? Yu Wenzhou looked at everyone before going on the court. Must have. Huang Xiaotian showed his cute little tiger teeth. Still so energetic. Then go on. Yu Wenzhou led the team towards the stage with his coat on. The big screen above also introduced the players of Blue Rain and the silver equipment of the characters used. There is no grudge between Samsara and Blue Rain. The Samsara fans at the scene also applauded and welcomed the arrival of Blue Rain. After introducing the away team, the host also welcomed the home team Samsara with the most enthusiastic voice. Let us welcome the Samsara team. The creator of the 7th and 8th seasons of the Glory Professional League and the 38-game winning streak in the regular season. Samsara, 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 Samsara. With the introduction of the 2 teams, the first stage of the day officially entered the 5v5 arena. Blue Rain's starting lineup this time is still Lu Hanwen, giving the young player enough room to play. On the Samsara side, it was no longer Zhou Yichen, but another trident, Zhang Jiala. This kid is really miserable. Wei Chen shook his head and said, the masters take turns. I'm different from you, old Wei. I'm really looking forward to communicating with masters. Unlike you, who can only bully weak players. Yishio laughed. I'm suing you for defamation. Wei Chen stood up from his chair immediately after hearing what Yishio said. What do you mean by bullying weak players? I was just giving guidance. Do you know what it means to be a lowbrow person? You must show your style this time. Don't let the captain and seniors down. Lu Hanwen said with clenched fists. Looking at Lu Han in appearance, Zhang Jiala was a little dazed, as if he saw his former self. Ah, when you get older, you like to think about the past. Zhang Jiala said self-deprecatingly. I can understand Zhou Yichen and the others. But young people, how does Yichio keep his enthusiasm? Zhang Jiala didn't understand. Even he had shown his boredom with Glory. For a period of time after retiring, he didn't even want to play online games. It wasn't until Samsara found him that he picked up the ammunition expert again. And it was still a brand new character called Shallow Flower Charming. The subsequent chat with Yichio made him feel a lot of emotions. Glory has become a part of Yichio. But for them, Glory is just a profession. But this also made Zhang Jiala re-recognize his heart. a heart that longs for the championship. Come on, kid. Zhang Jiala took the initiative to reach out to Lu Hanwen. I will defeat your predecessor. Lu Hanwen raised his head, showing confidence. Then come on. Samsara, Zhang Jiala. ID, 100 Flowers. Profession, Ammunition Expert. Blue Rain, Lu Hanwen. ID, Flowing Cloud. Profession, Swordsman. Map, Arena. Chapter 398 Dragon Fong in the Smoke. In the first match of the second round of the ring match, Zhang Jiala 100 Flowers finally won. Damn. I almost flipped over. After the game, Zhang Jiala kept thinking about the game just now. This time, Lu Hanwen's performance was much better than in the first round. From the effect of the game, it can be seen that the 14-year-old boy was not as nervous as before. People also saw the 4 words high-spirited in him. But it was a pity that the operation alone was not enough. Experience is also very important. Obviously, Lu Hanwen still lacks in this aspect. And his opponent, Zhang Jiala, is much more experienced. The ring match of the reincarnation still chose their favorite ring field. They have a 100% winning rate in this map. Although Lu Hanwen Luyan established a relatively good advantage at the beginning, it was then wiped out under the pull of Zhang Jiala. Reincarnation is really simple and rough. Yuan Zhou said that others were thinking about how to choose a new map to exaggerate their advantages. And reincarnation was much simpler. Arena. When it is known that one's own strength is stronger than the opponent's, the arena is definitely the best choice. This map is the same as the individual arena in the single-player competition. And it is all about personal strength. However, with the update of the league rules, each team will have to use 15 maps in a cycle next season. The expansion of the map pool will inevitably increase the diversity and viewing of the field. And upsets may also occur. If the map pool is expanded before the challenge, the happiest team may be Jiashi, because Jiashi map pool analysis is famous for being powerful. But in recent years, it has basically been emptied by other teams. The chief analyst of Jiashi posted a message on his personal account, saying that he will join Samsara next season. And Guan Rongfei, the little-known god of Jiashi technical department, was also revealed to have joined Xingxin. Not only Guan Rongfei, but also Wen Sun, the former technical staff of the Royal Wind team. Yi Xiu knew very well that the difference between them and other teams was not the individual strength of the players, but the equipment between the characters. Therefore, apart from watching the game, everyone else in Happy was playing online games and collecting materials. The disintegration of Excellent Era can only be said to be a matter of fate. After all, he was a remnant of the old era, and there was no ship in the new era that could carry him. However, it is said that after Tao Xian left, Excellent Era was taken over by a boss named Xia. It is estimated that Excellent Era will be seen in the challenge tournament of the 10th season. After Lu Hanwen left the court, Zheng Xian, who played the second game, finally found a chance to defeat Zhang Jiala. Although the health of Baiwa Liaowan was very low, you can tell whether he won or not. The score between the two sides is 1-1 at present. I feel that Blue Rain has a chance. Li Ba, who was sitting in the commentary seat, said that the strength of Samsara Triton Arena is that they often exchange 2 for 1. But today Zhang Jiala only exchanged 1 for 1. So for Blue Rain, this is a good opportunity to score points. Especially after seeing Zheng Xian defeat Du Ming, the second player to play in Samsara. The Blue Rain fans in the away area stood up to cheer Zheng Xian. Zheng Xian is in very good shape today. Yuan Zhou laughed. After the first round of the playoffs, Samsara fell behind in points. Many Blue Rain fans had already begun to imagine that they could beat Samsara in the round. However, after seeing Zhou Yichen on stage, Blue Rain fans were disappointed. This man is too scary. Samsara, Zhou Yichen. ID, Yu Xingchen. Occupation, Battle Mage. Is it really a smoke bomb? Yuan Zhou thought. Zhou Yichen spent 2 days using Gun Yin Xingchen to show his presence. But now it's not his underwear Yu Xingchen that's on the stage. It seems that they will still use Yu Xingchen in the team competition. After all this time, Samsara is throwing smoke bombs again. Huang Xiaotian smacked his lips. That's not necessarily true. Have you forgotten Baiwa? Yuan Zhou looked at Huang Xiaotian. Yes, Baiwa was fooled by Samsara in the first round of the playoffs. Samsara seemed to have a script. The opponent wanted to target the 2 sharpshooters, but he didn't play. The opponent wanted to defend, but his double sharpshooter offensive lineup was brought up again. Doesn't the league like to update the rules? Why not limit one character card to one? Wang Xiaoyan pouted. What about the 2 god-level healer account cards of Wei Chao? We could also use the second character card. Do you know other professions? Yu Wenzhou asked. Yu Wenzhou didn't mean to play. Wang Xiaoyan must have tried to play privately. Yu Wenzhou meant to be able to show off in the game. Except for Zhou Yichen pervert. No one else can show off different professions. Wang Xiaoyan just finished speaking. And a face with no bottom line flashed in his mind. There is also a big pervert. Yu Wenzhou smiled. Next season. You will see how perverted he is. Chu. Yi Xiao wiped his nose with a tissue. Cold? Heh. Maybe someone is scolding you behind your back. Wei Chen said. I'm under a lot of pressure. Looking at Zhou Yichen's harmless face. Zheng Xian was almost PTSD after being beaten. 99%, 100% Yu Xingchen. Loading completed. Map, Arena. Loading completed. Welcome back to the game. The next round is Samsara vs Blue Rain. The arena is currently 2-1 and Blue Rain is temporarily leading. 3, 2, 1, fight! As the countdown ended, the game officially began. The two sides refreshed symmetrically. Yu Xingchen in the north and Gunlin Bullet Rain in the south. After the blue curtain of the refresh area disappeared, the two kicked their feet and rushed to the arena in the center of the map. The two were about the same speed. But when climbing the stairs, Zhou Yichen showed people a new way. Oh my god! So fast! Yu Xingchen used the nature of pole vaulting to get the tip of his spear stuck in the uneven part of the steps and jumped up. The originally clumsy battle mage seemed particularly flexible in Zhou Yichen's hands. You can play like this? Wang Xiaotian was stunned. What a great inventor! Yu Xingchen stepped onto the ring before the rain of bullets and grabbed the center point the moment he appeared. No. How can he be so fast? Zheng Xian felt a little confused. Zhou Yichen opened fire again? Zheng Xian didn't think much about it and fired a volley at Yu Xingchen in front of him. Beep beep beep. Yu Xingchen rotated the war spear with one hand, blocking the bullets while closing the distance with the rain of bullets. This position is not good. Yu Wenzhou pinched his chin and said, if Zheng Xian retreated under too much pressure, he would be forced out of the ring. Although he could fight outside the ring, the position was too narrow, which was why he needed to grab the center point right from the start. Zheng Xian was naturally aware of this. So after throwing out an impact grenade, he threw out a smoke bomb in the midst of gunfire. He wanted to fish in troubled waters and sneak behind Yu Xingchen. He used multiple grenades to blast him out of the ring. But imagination is beautiful. But reality is cruel. Yu Xingchen still caught the footsteps of the gunfire. And before Zheng Xian could react, a spear came out of the smoke. It pierced his shoulder. And when he reacted and wanted to retreat, he found that his character could not move. This is the dragon tooth from the smoke. Chapter 399, Taking Advantage of a Loophole. What a precise dragon fang. This is the experience of the master. Pan Lin exclaimed. TSK. Maybe it was a trick. The Gunlin Danyu, who was stabbed by the dragon fang, was stunned on the spot. Hey. It really hit. Zhou Yichen saw that the stiffness effect of the dragon fang was triggered above the skill bar, indicating that the opponent was stabbed. This also confirmed Zhou Yichen's idea that the function of this smoke bomb was not to retreat, but to go around. No one knows how to go around better than Zhou Yichen. After knowing the location of the Gunlin Danyu, Yu Xingchen passed through the smoke. Before the stiffness of the dragon fang ended, the gun tip successfully lifted it up. Sky Strike. Full level Sky Strike. Yi Xiao said at the moment when the Gunlin Danyu was lifted up. As the ancestor of tactics, Yi Xiao knows tactics too well. And the level of Sky Strike is actually easier to guess. After all, those who play tactics either only have one level of Sky Strike, or you have it full. After all, there are only so many skill points, and it is impossible to spin them on a small Sky Strike. But what Samsara lacks the most is skill points. The higher the level of the Sky Strike skill, the higher the floating effect, and the higher the magic damage. Therefore, from the height of the floating, the damage caused can show that this is a full-level Sky Strike. After the gun and bullet rain were floating in the air, Zhou Yichen's most attentive massage service naturally followed. Continuous thrust. Tyrant shatter. 100 dragon meteor hit. Several magic patterns appeared behind Yu Xingchen. At the moment when the gun and bullet rain were about to fall, Yu Xingchen pushed forward with his right palm. Falling flower palm. The gun and bullet rain were slapped away, and rolled for a distance on the ground. At this time, an accident occurred. Because Zheng Xian wanted to counterattack Zhou Yichen before landing, he aimed the gun at Yi Yuxingchen. But Yi Yuxingchen falling flower palm had already hit it, and the gun in bullet rain was holding the gun with his left hand. And Yi Yuxingchen falling flower palm happened to hit his left shoulder. Due to inertia, Gunlin bullet rain flew backwards, but his silver weapon wandering did not leave with him. Damn it! Zheng Xian panicked. My gun? Ah? The two commentators leaned forward. Obviously they had not expected the scene at all. And the audience also opened their mouths wide. Oh my god! Zheng Xian gun fell. What the hell? Huang Xiaotian was stunned. Huh? How did the gun fall? Yu Wanzhou thought about it. This was not within his expectations. Zhou Yichen looked at the automatic rifle that fell at his feet, stunned for a second and then laughed. Obviously, he did not expect the equipment to explode. Before Gunlin bullet rain got up, Yi Yuxingchen picked it up and threw it to him in front of him. Swish! He threw it to the other side. My gun! The gun is gone! Zheng Xian was stunned. The farthest distance in the world was the distance between Gunlin bullet rain and his silver weapon wandering. Surprised or not? Zhou Yichen asked in the public channel. Thank you. Zheng Xian responded. Fortunately, there was an automatic pistol on the belt of Gunlin Danyu, and the data was definitely not as good as Yuli. After all, he was originally a substitute, used for emergency. Since the exorcists of the Holy Word system conceal weapons, many teams now prepare two weapons for their characters to prevent accidents. Zheng Xian Gunlin Danyu substitute did not choose a rifle, but an automatic pistol that is easy to carry. Oh, there is also a small pistol. Do you know how to play? Zhou Yichen stimulated. Zheng Xian did not respond, and the grenade flew out of his hand and flew towards Yi Yuxingchen. Explosive grenade? Gunlin Danyu took the opportunity to replace the ice bullet. While shooting, he moved towards Yuli. Obviously Zheng Xian did not give up his silver weapon. Yi Yuxingchen fired the dazzling pattern that appeared on his back, and the magic dazzling pattern of ice attribute blocked the way forward for Gunlin Danyu. What's worse is that the dazzling pattern is automatically tracked, so the gun-dripping rain of bullets can only knock away the flying dazzling pattern first, and then take care of using magic fighting spirit to knock away Yi Yuxingchen, who is using the explosive grenade. What's more terrible is that the gun-dripping rain is now equipped with ice bullets, and it is an automatic pistol, and the ammunition expert's ice bullets need to be replaced by himself, and they can't be automatically refilled like his ordinary bullets. Therefore, when the gun-dripping rain empties the ice bullets, Yi Yuxingchen has already reached his face, sweeping the army. The gun-dripping rain rolled to avoid Yi Yuxingchen's sweep, and then the flash bomb was fired to successfully blind Yi Yuxingchen. After seeing the blinding take effect, the gun-dripping rain started a 100-meter race. At the moment when the blinding ended, he successfully picked up the automatic rifle on the ground. Then Zheng Xian moved very quickly, inserted the automatic pistol into the empty weapon position on his waist, and then filled the automatic rifle into it. Zheng Xian movements are very skillful. It seems that he has lost his equipment many times before. Pan Lin said that there is a threshold between the glory character and the equipment. Once this threshold is exceeded, the equipment will be dropped. For example, in online games, once a character dies, if the threshold is exceeded, the dead character will drop a certain amount of equipment. If you are lucky, you will only drop some garbage. And if you are unlucky, the silver equipment may be picked up by others. Of course, in individual competitions or team competitions, the character will not drop equipment when he dies, but only the winning rate will be reduced. Therefore, the situation like Zheng Xian weapon being knocked off in the ring match is unprecedented. Has this happened before? Tang Rou, who watched the whole process, looked at Yixiu. There should be no one who knows honor better than Yixiu. But this time, Yixiu did not answer. This situation exists in online games, but it is unprecedented in competitions. This shows that it is not inevitable that weapons will not drop in single-player matches. The Alliance just raised the threshold, Yixiu said afterwards. So, this is a loophole, Qinhua said. Yeah. Then how to calculate this? Will time go back? Qiao Yifan asked. No. Yixiu said very confidently that the Alliance will not go back in time. The rhythm is too big. Moreover, this condition is too difficult to trigger. It is estimated that after this battle, the Alliance will adjust the threshold in the next update. You can't make a statement saying that the underlying code is too complicated and can't be adjusted. That would be great. The moment the blinding ended, Yu Xingchen rushed towards the rain of bullets. It's so stressful. Zheng Xian had a headache when he saw Yu Xingchen. Electric grenade? Tracking grenade? Poison gas grenade? Zheng Xian threw 3 grenades in a row, suggesting a one-click triple. Looking at the flying grenades, Yu Xingchen rotated his spear and danced with magic fighting spirit. Wind and clouds, fighting against mountains and rivers. The special cloud effect blocked the view of the rain of bullets, and the magic fighting spirit gushing out from the ground bombarded the grenade. Between the water mist and the soft clouds, there were waves. Chapter 400 Basic Exercises. Don't be 6. Zheng Xian had already consciously retreated, but his speed was still slow. The magical fighting spirit in the shape of a dragon hit his heart, with the help of the cover of clouds and cotton clouds. Dragon out to sea. He was blown away again by the rain of bullets. And this time, it was even more fatal, because this dragon out to sea directly knocked him out of the ring. It's over. If the loss of weapons just now was a disadvantage, then leaving the ring now is a real danger, because the smoke bombs, flash bombs, and poisonous gas grenades that can block the vision of the rain of bullets are all on CD. And Yu Xingchen has a killer move that has not been used. That is Fu Long Xiang Tian. If the Fu Long Xiang Tian among the battle mages is the most threatening, it must be Zhou Yichen. His Fu Long Xiang Tian is more powerful than Yiqiu, with a very high hit rate and very precise control of timing. Therefore, every player who plays against Zhou Yichen must always be on guard against his Fu Long Xiang Tian. Yu Xingchen did not choose to chase Gunlin Bullet Rain. It was difficult to fight outside the ring. In addition to the narrow terrain, there was another very important point. That is, there were no fences on both sides of the road. If you accidentally fall down, the result will be the same as falling into a waterfall in a broken river, and the character's health will be directly reset to 0. Gunlin Bullet Rain's health was not much left after taking Wuxuan Goyu away. After Yu Xingchen combo just now, only 4% is left. On the other hand, Yu Xingchen still has 88% health. Zheng Xian now has 2 ideas. One is to wait for Yu Xingchen to walk out of the ring by himself, and then use the CD Turn Chaotic Thunder special effect to block the vision and find an opportunity to kick him down. But the probability of success of this choice is comparable to the narrow victory of football over Brazil. The second idea is that Zheng Xian forcibly rushes back to the ring and uses the Chaotic Thunder to deal the final damage to reduce the pressure on the team behind. This is a decision that most people would make. After weighing the gap between the two, Zheng Xian decisively chose the second one. He knew very well that if he continued to fight like this, he would most likely be thrown down. However, before Zheng Xian took action, Yu Xingchen took action. Since you like to see what's going on, I'd let you see it. Yu Xingchen pointed his spear to the ground, and as the blue magic fighting spirit attached to the dragon gull, a bright dragon soared into the sky. It's time to test Zheng Xian, Yuan Zhou said, and his hands tightened unconsciously, because he knew that Zhou Yichen Fu Long Xiang Tian was difficult to dodge. And he couldn't relax at all, because he had too many tricks. I don't know when it started. Dodging Zhou Yichen Fu Long Xiang Tian became a test. Probably because although the pass rate of this test was not high, the effect was very good, and it was posted online every time. Some marginal players would even make a big fuss in order to gain traffic, saying that dodging Yu Xingchen Fu Long Xiang Tian was simple and easy. This kind of clown speech basically no one paid attention to. After all, if they paid attention, he would be happy. Black traffic. That's how you have to eat. In this day and age, being black and red is also a kind of red. The most terrifying thing is not being scolded, but being forgotten. Zheng Xian swung the mouse to slide the view. At the moment when Halong rushed over, Zheng Xian operated the gun rain and stepped on the protruding boulder on the edge and jumped up. Then the muzzle was aimed at Yu Xingchen at the entrance of the ring. Just when he was about to pull the trigger, Halong suddenly turned around and pulled him into the sky. I have seen this scene. Panlin stood up and said, Isn't this Long Hui Hui? Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen. God of War. God of War. God of War. The cheers of the fans of the reincarnation have already sounded at the scene. It's over. Zheng Xian hands have stopped operating, because the magic fighting spirit generated by the explosion of Fu Long Xiangtian directly knocked him into the sky above the abyss. As the light became smaller and smaller, The field of vision became smaller and smaller, and the gun rain fell into the abyss. Glory! It fell down, and the abyss on both sides of the ring once again exerted its power. Liba explained. Since this map was officially requisitioned by the Glory Professional League, countless characters have fallen into it and died directly. Dragon turns back. Is it so easy to play it? Sun Xiang's heart was broken when he saw this scene. He didn't know how much effort he had put in to complete this move. But Zhou Yichen's calm expression seemed to say, Dragon turns back? Isn't it a basic operation? Basic operation. Don't deduct 6. Seeing Sun Xiang's unbelievable expression on the side, Xiao Shiqing patted his shoulder and comforted him. You are no worse than him. With Zheng Qian being easily eliminated by Zhou Yichen, the score between the two sides was tied at 2-2. The next game is very crucial. Whoever gets 3 points first will have the initiative in the future. Only Song Xiao, Lin Feng and Huang Xiaotian can play on the Blue Rain side. Yu Wenzhou is unlikely to play. Huang Xiaotian was the last player to defend the ring. Come on, Yu Wenzhou said to Song Xiao, who was already packing up the peripherals. Calm down. Calm down. Song Xiao responded and walked towards the competition stage. In fact, many people put the peripherals directly on the competition stage before. But after a certain team had an accident, many people would bring their own backpacks and assemble the peripherals themselves when they went on stage. Assembly is also very simple. The league specially added a special interface next to the computer, so the players only need to plug in the mouse and keyboard. Song Xiao, Lin Feng and Huang Xiaotian. The order of Blue Rain's ring match is too easy to guess. Zhou Yichen lay on the esports chair with a relaxed look on his face. Blue Rain, Song Xiao. ID, Tao Luo Xiaoming. Occupation, Qigong Master. Huh? Calm down. Calm down. Song Xiao assembled the peripherals, inserted the character account card into the card pool, and waited quietly for the loading to be completed. Song Xiao catchphrases because his state fluctuates greatly at ordinary times, so he reminds himself to stay calm at all times. The reason why Song Xiao is called playoff key man by fans is not because he can perform exceptionally well in the playoffs, but because he can stabilize in the playoffs. In the eyes of fans and passers-by, Song Xiao playoffs are much better than the regular season, and his instability will only stabilize in the playoffs. So some people joke that Glory should just play the playoffs all year round. At this time, Li Ba on the commentary seat was also teasing Song Xiao. Now it depends on whether Song Xiao can withstand the pressure. But Song Xiao in the playoffs is still trustworthy. It's my turn to exert my strength. Song Xiao entered the game room. 99%. 100% Tao Luo Shaming. Loading completed. Map, Arena. Loading completed. Chapter 401 This guy is Gue. 3, 2, 1, fight! The countdown ended, and both sides rushed to the ring together. Zhou Yichen still used the eye-catching rushing move in the last game, and stepped onto the ring one step ahead of Tao Luo Shaming. This move is really useful. Xiao Fei, who was watching the game in the VIP seat, said. This time, all the members of Yin Yu came to the reincarnation site to watch the game. You can record it, and you can also use it when we encounter the ring, Chu Yunxiu said. Yeah. Xiao Fei nodded. This is a great inventor. Li Hua couldn't help but sigh. Zhou Yichen has played the battle mage so well that people can't help but imagine that this guy doesn't have a system. Winning a game can trigger rewards. If Zhou Yichen could hear the voices of these people, he would definitely think, damn! System. Why didn't I think of it? Yu Xingchen made the same choice as the last game, going to the other end to block Tao Luo Shaming. Song Xiao was not a fool. He watched the whole thing on the stage. So this time, he strode forward without any hesitation. After stepping onto the stage, he did not choose to attack Yu Xingchen at the first time, but put on a turtle shell on himself. Air wave shield. The atmosphere is very small, but the defense provided by the skill is strong. Will I not hit you if you put on a turtle shell? Zhou Yichen snorted coldly, and the war spear flew out of his hand and stabbed at Song Xiao. And thrust. 2 consecutive enhanced thrusts had no effect on the air wave shield. Seeing Yu Xingchen move, Tao Luo Shaming used his luck with both hands and slapped the opponent with a push cloud palm. Push cloud palm can hit objects through the air and has a penetrating effect. Zhou Yichen was not a pure reckless man. Although Yu Xingchen still had a lot of health, he still had 84% of his health after sending Zheng Xian away. But Zhou Yichen would not do a business without profit. Seeing Yu Xingchen dodge the push cloud palm, Tao Luoshaming used his luck again. Sky-splitting palm. Yu Xingchen used Z-shaped shaking to avoid the sky-splitting palm. And then the round dance stick was used to pierce Tao Luoshaming turtle shell. But Tao Luoshaming, who had activated the body-protecting True Qi and the Qi Wave Shield, had almost full defense. If he activated a mind-protecting Qi Shield and a steel bone at this time, he would be invincible. Kid. Tao Luoshaming will have a stream of True Qi surrounding him, which is the body-protecting True Qi, the passive skill of the Qigong Master's job transfer. The True Qi provides different degrees of defense according to the character's mana percentage, and the body-protecting True Qi can offset some damage, and the full level will offset all damage. As the character's mana is consumed, the skill defense will gradually decrease. The Dragon Tooth just now did not cause any damage because the damage was offset. Full level body protection Qi? Zhou Chen asked in confusion. Damn. Pure turtle. Now Tao Luoshaming only uses 3 low-level skills: Qi Wave Shield, Push Cloud Palm, and Split Sky Palm. His silver suit also has intelligence bonus. So Tao Luoshaming still has a lot of mana. Therefore, the most famous set of Qigong Masters play is the Turtle play, which uses the Qigong Master purely as a front row. Silver suits only need to stack defense and intelligence. But it is obvious that Song Xiao Tao Luoshaming is half meat and half output. Qigong Masters in the professional league are basically half meat and half output. This is the most normal play. For example, Zhao Yang Hai Wu Yang output ratio is in the top 3 in Tyranny. The play of pure stacking defense and intelligence is a bit too extreme. Zhou Chen is not annoyed. Turtle is good. He likes Turtle the most. Just like everyone is disgusted with Su Bin who plays against Wei Chao. But Zhou Chen enjoys it. Then why not play the spinning top? Therefore, Su Bin really didn't want to meet Zhou Chen, because he found that the boy was getting more and more excited the more he played. The last match between Tiny Herb and Tyranny also proved that the old man was a thing of the past. In the end, it might not be the newcomers who were excited, but the old man. Huh? Looking at the game on the field, Yu Wanzhou suddenly asked in confusion. What's wrong? Captain? Song Xiao played well, but it's a pity that the Flash 100 Fission didn't hit. Otherwise Zhou Chen would have been beaten to death. I laughed to death. Captain, Huang Xiaoyan complained. The combo didn't break. Yu Wanzhou had just noticed this problem, and Yixiao also noticed this problem. The fighter will is going to stack up, Yixiao said suddenly. Didn't Song Xiao notice it? Yu Wanzhou frowned. Song Xiao, what are you thinking about? I'm afraid this entry is Gue. It's okay that the Mind Wave and Flash 100 Fission didn't hit, but the Air Blade and Countercurrent can also be avoided, if the situation allowed. Song Xiao really wanted to suspend the game and ask Zhou Chen to check his computer. If we were to talk about which skills in the league are the most difficult to dodge, Qigong Master's Countercurrent must be among them. But the truth is that Zhou Chen knows Song Xiao combos too well. After the Flash 100 Fission, there will definitely be an Air Blade, because the Air Blade is an irregularly shaped air wave condensed by the Qigong Master's breath, which is very concealed. And most importantly, it has no light and shadow effects. The light and shadow effects of the Flash 100 Fission are very strong, so the Air Blade is very difficult to avoid in this combo. But Zhou Chen's eyes are too powerful. At the moment when Tao Luoshaming Flash 100 Fission was launched, he raised his left hand to make a slashing motion. How to dodge is not difficult to say, but it is not easy to say. It is necessary to perfectly control the timing of the Qigong Master's attack, turn around to avoid the Flash 100 Fission, and swing the gun to shoot off the Air Blade. Several consecutive fatal empty moves made Song Xiao a little uneasy. Calm. Calm. Although Song Xiao kept muttering calm, he did not show any calmness. As Yu Xingchen attacks became more and more frequent, Tao Luoshaming mana became less and less. Song Xiao finally found something wrong. This damage is wrong. Song Xiao sat up in shock from his dying illness. 5th level fighter will. Damn! This is Gue. Song Xiao could no longer stay calm. Has Song Xiao not discovered that Yu Xingchen fighter will is stacked? Pan Lin asked in confusion. Should have discovered it. The mind shield is broken. Li Ba continued. Just now, in order to resist Yu Xingchen attack, Tao Luoshaming opened the mind shield. The dazzling pattern is full. Halong Pajuan. Song Xiao defense was completely pierced by this Halong Pajuan. Before he could finish his luck, Yu Xingchen Tianji shot him up into the air. 5th level fighter will. Movement speed increased by 10%. Seeing Yu Xingchen's speed increase, Li Ba explained to the audience. This is not the opening of Feng Lingwang. This is the skill effect. 60 combos. Yi Xiu saw the golden light appearing on Yu Xingchen Dragon Gallbladder, and knew that the 6th level was opened. The 6th level is the silver weapon changes. The 7th level is the hair changes. The 8th level is the whole body changes. So far, even as strong as Zhou Yichen has not been able to play the 8th level fighter will in a game. After all, 150 combos are too difficult, and the opponent often dies before you hit. The 8th level fighter will increases attack speed by 8.5%, movement speed by 36%, and strength by 390 points. It looks so terrifying. After Tao Luoshaming activated the Steel Bone Hegemony effect and landed, he immediately started to use his luck. Now Song Xiao has only one thought in his mind. That is to interrupt Yu Xingchen combo. But unfortunately, this play should end. Chapter 402, Can we play without cutting? Qigong Master Level 65 Skills Spiral Mind Kill. Song Xiao thought very clearly, using the counterclockwise luck of Spiral Mind Kill to force Yu Xingchen to move during his combo, so that he could interrupt his combo. And once Yu Xingchen next combo fails to hit Tao Luoshaming, the positive bonus of fighter will disappear. Zhou Yichen did not covet combos, and retreated to dodge Tao Luoshaming's Spiral Mind Kill. The effect bonus will not disappear when the battle mage's combo stops. Therefore, many high-level players will choose to hide their combos, and Zhou Yichen is one of them. There were several times when Zhou Yichen kept avoiding Tao Luoshaming's skills. This also confused Song Xiao, who thought Yu Xingchen combo had been broken many times. You know, the number of combos of the battle mage will not be displayed in the game, and can only be judged by the opponent's intuition and experience. It is not difficult to interrupt the fighter will. Just avoid the attack, and the combo will naturally break. Is it broken? Is it broken? Is it broken? Huang Xiaoyan kept asking. No, Yu Wanzhou said. But you can't reach the 7th level. The gap between the 7th level and the 6th level is still quite obvious. The 6th level fighter will only need 60 combos, but the 7th level fighter will requires 120 combos. And of course, the effect bonus will also usher in a qualitative change. This is why people are boiling when they see the 7th level fighter will, such as Yi Zhiqiu in the first season opening the 7th level, and Yu Xingchen opening the 7th level in the finals of last season. This has been deeply engraved in the minds of players. So far, the most discussed topic in the honor zone is Zhou Yichen 1-on-5 finals. How did he do it? Is it the distortion of human nature, or the decline of morality? Tao Luoshaming attack did not stop. Song Xiao had to use the steel and iron body to pull the offensive rhythm back to his side during this period. But as I said, no one knows offense better than Zhou Yichen. Facing Tao Luoshaming Qigong explosion, Yu Xingchen chose to face the challenge. The moment Tao Luoshaming grabbed him, Yu Xingchen stopped abruptly, bent his body, and swept out his spear. This is a technique developed by Zhou Yichen. He named it Cloud Spear. Whenever you see it, you will feel that Zhou Yichen has a big brain hole, Li Ba exclaimed. Due to the forced infusion of breath, Yu Xingchen was repelled for a distance. And during this period, Yu Xingchen could not move. And Yu Xingchen Cloud Spear was not an ordinary attack, but a windswept cloud. Duki and airflow were mixed together, accompanied by Tao Luoshaming breath. And the entire arena was shrouded in fog. What is this? Song Xiao's eyes were full of fog. What? Can a special environment be created without Do Pashanha? Pan Lin was surprised. This came to his knowledge blind spot. Li Ba did not choose to speak. He graduated from a vocational high school, and could not explain the core of this thing. Xingxin also looked at Yi Xiu. After all, no one knows glory better than Yi Xiu. Two different auras are mixed together, and some kind of chemical reaction may have occurred. College student and Winnie guessed. Unfortunately, Luoji was not present. He went back to school to find his mentor to hand in the task. I don't understand it either. Let's ask Luoji later, Yi Xiu said. Song Xiao on the field could no longer care about so much. His blood volume was not enough to support him to think more. Tao Luoshaming gathered his energy with both hands, and then the aura condensed on his right index finger. Tao Luoshaming passed through the clouds and poked at the position where Yu Xingchen was before the clouds rose. Qigong Master Level 75 big move cut off the meridian to break wisdom, break strength, break sensitivity, break body, break essence. This big move is very powerful. If the Qigong master pokes the enemy, the aura will be injected into the enemy's body, while causing damage and reducing the enemy's health. It also reduces the enemy's surroundings. If the pulse is cut successfully, the corresponding negative effect will be generated, and the corresponding attributes of the enemy will be reduced. Breaking intelligence. The enemy's intelligence will be greatly reduced. Breaking sensitivity. The enemy's attack speed and movement speed will be greatly reduced. Breaking essence. The enemy's spirit will be greatly reduced. Breaking force. The enemy's strength will be greatly reduced. Breaking body. The enemy's physical strength will be greatly reduced. Song Xiao knew very well that his Qigong blast hit Yu Xingchen, and the opponent should not be able to move forcibly. But he overlooked one point. That is, Yu Xingchen used the unique technique he developed before stopping the action, the cloud gun. So at the moment of releasing the action, Yu Xingchen would fall to the ground because of the loss of inertia. The clouds disappeared, and Song Xiao saw Yu Xingchen lying on the ground after Tao Luo Shaming made a move. After hesitating for a moment, Song Xiao hard trembled, and he pointed at Yu Xingchen on the ground. Yu Xingchen, who resumed his action, made a move, and launched and hit Tao Luo Shaming ankle directly. Zhou Yichen noticed Song Xiao anxiety. Yu Xingchen combo was interrupted by Tao Luo Shaming Qigong blast. Although it was a pity, Zhou Yichen had to meet it. After all, he didn't know if this Qigong blast was a cover-up. Tao Luo Shaming still had a killer move that he hadn't used, which was the Millennium Blossom. Zhou Yichen didn't need to gamble on this move. This was not the regular season. This was the playoffs. Tao Luo Shaming, who was swept by Tyrant, lost his center of gravity and then rushed forward. But even when he fell to the ground, Tao Luo Shaming still tried his best to stretch out his finger and pointed at Yu Xingchen. Unfortunately, it was a little short. It's over. Yu Wanzhou knew that there was no suspense in this game after this pulse-cutting move failed. Tao Luo Shaming, who fell to the ground, was naturally greeted by Yu Xingchen Ravage. Angry Dragon piercing the heart. Flying Dragon in the sky. 2 consecutive big moves successfully finished the opponent. Glory. Let's congratulate Zhou Yichen for his 1-on-2 success. And he still has 64% of his health. But his mana is not enough. Only about 30% left. Coach Li, do you think Zhou Yichen can complete a 1-on-3 against Blue Rain? Pan Lin looked at Li Ba. That depends on who will be on Blue Rain next. Li Ba smiled. This sentence is already very emotionally intelligent. If it was Huang Xiaotian or Yu Wanzhou, it would be more difficult to achieve a 1-on-3. But if it was Lin Feng, it would be hard to say. After all, the last time Lin Feng faced Zhou Yichen, he didn't even lose 10% of his health, and was played around the whole game. Don't you want to go out and see the world? This is a good opportunity, Yu Wanzhou said to Lin Feng. Yu Wanzhou knew that Lin Feng had always wanted to start in the team competition, but neither his strength nor his profession matched Blue Rain. Originally, he thought that after Yu Feng left, he would have a chance. But unfortunately Lu Hanwen's performance was far better than his, so he had the idea of leaving Blue Rain. Yu Wanzhou also analyzed for him that the team with the best chance of getting the starting position and strong strength is only He Wu and Yu Yun. As for Hao, there is a #1 thief in glory, so it is better to stay in Blue Rain than to go to Hao. If you want others to pay attention to you, you have to show your value. Zhou Yichen is a good opportunity to show your own value. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to face the great god. I will, Captain. Lin Feng is very grateful to Yu Wanzhou. The atmosphere in Blue Rain is also very good, and he is very happy. But a soldier who does not want to be a general is not a good soldier. As long as they are professional players, they will have a dream of becoming a starter in their hearts after entering this path. Lin Feng is no exception. Chapter 403, Specialization. Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for defeating Lin Feng and completing a 1-on-3 against Blue Rain. Pan Lin announced excitedly. 1-on-3. And another 1-on-3. Pan Lin could no longer remember how many times Zhou Yichen had completed a 1-on-3 since his debut. What others found difficult was as easy as a daily meal in his eyes. Although Lin Feng only knocked down 15% of Yu Xingchen health, he used his 100% health to consume 30% of Yu Xingchen mana. Isn't this a victory? The score between the two sides is now 4-2. Originally, they were leading 2-1. After Zhou Yichen came on the court, the situation was completely reversed. This 1-on-3 made the Blue Rain team lose their temper. The most powerless thing is that Huang Xiaoyan is the only Blue Rain team that can resist Zhou Yichen. And there is no guarantee that they can win. And once Huang Xiaoyan comes on the court early, Zhou Zikai will not be far behind. Samsara's strategy is very simple. That is to use Zhou Zikai to keep an eye on Huang Xiaoyan. If you dare to send Huang Xiaoyan to the field, the next person waiting for you will definitely be Zhou Zikai. And Samsara, other two halberds plus others only need to deal with the 4 people other than Huang Xiaoyan. In the final analysis, Samsara 3 gods are too much in the ring match. It is too much less. After all, the 3 of them have completed a 1-on-3 in their careers. Samsara ring match is much more fierce than their team match. And they can't play all the cards in their hands. Yishio said, "This should be the most powerful trio in the history of glory." Wei Chen thought, "We will be stronger than them." Tang Rou said confidently. "Xiao Rou, just say this to yourself. Don't say it outside." When Lin Feng came back, Huang Xiaoyan was already jumping up and down to get on the stage to compete. The use of traps is much better than before, Yu Wenzhou praised. Lin Feng is not without strength. If he is really a novice, Blue Rain will not let him appear. The reason why Lin Feng is only a rotation player in Blue Rain is that he is unstable. He is obviously a combat thief. But sometimes he plays hesitantly. This is a problem that Lin Feng needs to think about and change. I will continue to work hard. Captain, can Huang Xiaoyan beat Zhou Yichen who is in hot form? Song Xiao asked. If Xiaoyan can't beat Zhou Yichen with this amount of mana, let alone me, Zhou Yichen will also talk him to death. Yu Wenzhou laughed. These 2 people are so interesting. Although they are both recognized as the king of trash talk in the league, Huang Xiaoyan shoots at everyone, regardless of whether they are familiar with him or not. His public channel is always constantly refreshing, while Zhou Yichen is more venomous to people he knows and has a relationship with. And Huang Xiaoyan is a typical example. Of course, Zhou Yichen will not talk nonsense. After all, he is in a public place, and he is also being watched by many people. Now he has to think carefully before speaking. Therefore, there is no need to talk nonsense to people he is not familiar with, so as not to be exploited by other people with malicious intentions. And his parents often tell him to leave a way out when doing things, so that they can meet again in the future. Don't slander and ridicule others just because you are famous. This will easily backfire. Of course, if the other party fires first, then it's no wonder that he pulls out his powerful Italian cannon and blows up his doghouse. As the saying goes, if you respect me 1 foot, I will return you 1 foot. If you treat me worse than jade, I will treat you like dirt. Blue Rain, Huang Xiaoyan. ID, Night Rain. Occupation, Swordsman. 99%, 100% Night Rain. Loading completed. Map, Arena. Loading completed. Your victory ends here. And it's my turn next. Huang Xiaoyan came up with a second-year speech. Are you sick again? Zhou Yichen chose to fight back without hesitation. Go. Go. Get ready to die. What can you do with this little mana? You can't even use high-level skills. I think you might as well just click it. The 2 had not met before the public screen duel had already begun. When the 2 of them were fighting, Zhou Yichen was surprised to find that even if he adjusted the opacity of the text bubble to the lowest, it was still visible. In terms of trash talk, Zhou Yichen can only say that Huang Xiaoyan is awesome, while others were studying how to combo to maximize damage. He was thinking about how to make the opponent see his text bubble at the lowest opacity. There is no mistake in saying that every profession has its own specialty. You really put in a lot of effort, Zhou Yichen complained. What are you talking about? Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Can you block my attack? Can you block it? Can you block it? If you can't block it, surrender as soon as possible. Although you have another defeat in your record, it is not shameful to lose to me. Zhou Yichen laughed. When did Huang Xiaoyan become so shameless? The falling flower palm was slapped out, but it was flexibly dodged by Yiyu Shengfan. Swords decide the world. Yiyu Shengfan's silver blade attacked, and Yiyu Xingchen shivered in a Z shape to dodge the powerful sword energy. When fighting Huang Xiaoyan, you must not look at the moves he posted on the public screen. If you see them, you will easily be knocked unconscious, because this idiot is using 2 skills. The one he posted, and the one he pressed. For example, Zhou Yichen never looked at the sword moves Huang Xiaoyan sent, but always looked at the special effects of Bingyu and Yiyu Shengfan moves to determine which move he was using. Although Huang Xiaotian still won in the end, Zhou Yichen was not annoyed. What's the point of beating him when he is at low health? He doesn't wear the crown of Demacia. And if he dies, he will lose the whole game. After the end, Huang Xiaotian did not feel any excitement, but calmed down immediately. The next game was the most important thing. Sure enough, after Zhou Yichen was eliminated, Samsara sent out their last trump card. Oh! Samsara really doesn't want to give up even a single point. Seeing the list of players announced on the big screen, Yishio smiled. Samsara, Zhouzakai. ID, 1 shot through the clouds. Occupation, sharpshooter. Does Blue Rain have no chance at all? As both of them are great players, Huang Xiaotian should have a chance. And when he asked, no, there is no chance, Yishio said affirmatively. It's not that he underestimated Huang Xiaotian. Yishio knew Huang Xiaotian's strengths very well. The two of them had fought each other privately for countless times. And Zhouzakai, in Yishio's opinion, should be the most perfect sharpshooter in the league so far. Without a doubt. Whether it is gunmanship or martial arts, Zhouzakai is a unique existence. As for who is the strongest between Zhou Yichen and Zhouzakai, they have to ask themselves. Not to mention the battle mage. Zhou Yichen sharpshooter is definitely not as good as Zhouzakai sharpshooter. Of course, Zhou Yichen sharpshooter is also better than Zhouzakai. That is, his headshot rate is ridiculously high, and Gun In Xingchen Barrett is much more threatening than 1 shot through the clouds. After all, a headshot does double the damage. Come on! Huang Xiaotian was full of fighting spirit. It wasn't like he had never won against Zhouzakai before. He won both of the 2 encounters in the 6th season. Of course, he didn't think about it. With a screen full of text bubbles, who could beat him? Chapter 404 Road to the Finals. Alas, I can't play anymore. Yu Wenzhou sighed helplessly. Zhouzakai is now like an AI. He didn't make any obvious mistakes in the whole game. When an opportunist can't find any opportunities, the result is naturally unpredictable. Huang Xiaotian saw that Zhouzakai didn't make any mistakes, so he wanted to create mistakes to lure him in. But Zhouzakai was completely unmoved. He is a robot, Huang Xiaotian complained while playing. Not only him, but many people have suspected that Zhouzakai might be the latest artificial intelligence developed by Samsara. Zhouzakai is actually not a human at all, because there are only 2 expressions on his face, calm and smiling. The league also conducted a heart rate test before. In Samsara, Du Ming had the biggest heart rate fluctuation, and Zhouzakai had the lowest. His heart rate basically remained at around 70 to 80, which is a very calm heart rate. On the other hand, Du Ming's heart rate even soared to 140. In addition to Zhouzakai, his transmitter Jiang Buotao heart rate is also very stable. The one with the biggest heart rate fluctuation on the Blue Rain side is naturally Huang Xiaotian. His heart rate was 80 in the last second, and it jumped to 120 in the next second. Huang Xiaotian was about to collapse before he broke through Zhouzakai defense. Strange. Zhouzakai is not a conservative person. Doesn't he get excited when he makes bold moves? Qingguo asked in confusion. Zhouzakai has nothing to do with the word conservative. Although he is very shy and doesn't like to talk much off the court. But once he enters the game, Zhouzakai will play very actively and unrestrainedly, putting unlimited pressure on his opponents. For example, now, whether it is on the physical level or the spiritual level, Zhouzakai has put a lot of pressure on Huang Xiaotian. This pressure even made a great god of Huang Xiaotian level make mistakes. And his falling style was actually off target. This mistake was also seized by Zhouzakai, who raised his knee and hit hard. Seeing Zhouzakai operation, Sun Xiang, who was sitting in the Thunder conference room watching the game, felt a pain in his heart, as if there should be a thread between him and Zhouzakai. But now this thread has been cut. How amazing! Dai Yanqi on the side exclaimed. No one saves money by banning accounts, Xiao Shiqin said. The Alliance will not ban accounts easily, and banning accounts can bring a lot of traffic. But things are precious because they are rare. If there are too many, the value will naturally become lower. With a shot through the clouds hitting Yu Shifan, the ring match also came to an end. Glory! Let us congratulate Zhouzakai for winning this game, and congratulate Samsara for winning the second round of the top 4 in the ring match. The current score is 5-3, and Samsara is temporarily leading Blue Rain by 2 points. Panlin said. Blue Rain must win the next team match, and their personnel losses must be guaranteed to be less than 5 people. After all, as long as Samsara gets 4 kills in a team match, it will be guaranteed to go into overtime, Lee Boss said. During the halftime break, Yu Won-jo lay on the chair, wondering if Samsara would play tricks and hide their cards. Now everyone knows that Samsara is a team that likes to hide things. They always come up with new things in key matches. In addition to their game videos, other teams only know about Samsara through training matches. However, Samsara training matches are well-known actors in the league. They often use permutations and combinations in training matches. And sometimes you can even see Joe Sakai playing as the 6th man. Can you believe it? Samsara has never lost a game, and never won a training match. If training matches were useful, some teams would have been world champions long ago. This is why other teams were still surprised when he used Joe-Chen Gun In Xingchen in the game, even though they had seen Joe-Chen Gun In Xingchen in training matches. Ah-chen, you're serious? When Joe-Chen used Gun In Xingchen, his playing style was actually not much different from Yi Xingchen, but he was more aggressive. The two lineups of Samsara have similarities and differences in their playing styles. Therefore, Yu Won-jo had no confidence in Samsara team competition and could only respond to the opponent's moves. But in terms of lineup selection, Yu Won-jo preferred Yi Xingchen. As deployed before the game, we will use our most conventional lineup. As for Gun In Xingchen, let them guess, Jiang Guotao said to everyone. As Yu Won-jo guessed, Samsara was not going to continue using the double sharpshooter at home. As for whether they would use it in the finals, let their opponents think about it. What Samsara had to do now was to step on Blue Rain to enter the stage of the finals. After the halftime break, the captains of both teams handed over the team match table to the staff. And then the staff verified the table one by one and handed it over to the organizer. The backstage also announced the team match rosters of the two teams on the big screen above the stage. Reincarnation, Joe Sakai. ID, 1 shot through the clouds. Occupation, sharpshooter. Jiang Guotao. ID, no waves. Occupation, magic swordsman. Joe-Chen. ID, Yi Xingchen. Occupation, battle mage. Zhang Jiala. ID, 100 flowers in disarray. Occupation, ammunition expert. Fong Minghua. ID, smile and sing with ease. Occupation, priest. The 6th person. LV Buyuan. ID, clouds and mountains in disarray. Occupation, judoka. Blue Rain, Yu Won-jo. ID, Soxer. Occupation, warlock. Wang Xiaotian. ID, night rain and the sound of troubling. Occupation, swordsman light sword. Lu Hanwen. ID, flowing clouds. Occupation, swordsman heavy sword. Zheng Xian. ID, guns and bullets in the rain. Occupation, ammunition expert. Su Jingxi. ID, soul speaker. Occupation, guardian angel. The 6th person. Song Xiao. ID, Talua Shaming. Occupation, Qigong master. Map, the market in Perry Town. Yu Won-jo was not surprised by the lineup of Samsara, which was within his expectations. What he didn't expect was that Samsara didn't choose the most reliable ruins of the ancient Roman Colosseum, but chose the market in Perry Town, which they hadn't used for a long time. Of course, Samsara map is not weak. There are 2 kings in the market of the Glory Professional League. One is Yanyu, and the other is Samsara. It's just that the usage rate of these 2 kings for this map is very low this season. I actually forgot this map. Yu Won-jo knew that he made a mistake. So he said that when he was analyzing the map pool yesterday, he felt that he had forgotten something. It turned out that he forgot the market in Perry Town. Looking at Yu Won-jo's expression, it seems that he didn't guess that we would choose this map. Joe-Chen smiled. Don't underestimate the enemy. He is a tactical master. Fong Minghua said cautiously. Never underestimate the mind of a tactical master. Otherwise you will make mistakes. Go on. Everyone. The road to the finals is just ahead. Stride forward. Chapter 405. After all the twists and turns, it's still you. 99%, 100% Yi Xingchen. Loaded. Yiqiang Chuanyan. Loaded. Swoksar. Loaded. Yeyu Shengfan. Loaded. Xiao de Zirua. Loaded. Map, Perry Town Market. Loaded. As the holographic projection was generated, the appearance of the market was presented to the audience. Swish. 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 Several white lights were injected into the holographic projection. and the figures of the starting characters appeared in the refresh area. 3, 2, 1. Fight! The countdown ended, and the 10 characters on the field instantly rushed to the other side of the curtain. Both sides refreshed symmetrically from north to south, with Samsara in the north and Blue Rain in the south. Xiaotian enters the market from the side road, and we enter from the middle road. You won, Zhou commanded. Yes. Enter the market directly from the middle road. We fight 50. Jiang Butao said. Where are you? Where are you? Why can't I see you guys in the middle lane? Huang Xiaotian started to flood the public channel with messages. Huang Xiaotian is not in the middle lane, Zhou Yichen said with certainty. Zhou Yichen knew Huang Xiaotian too well. The first sentence he said at the beginning must be a lie. He said he didn't see anyone in the middle lane. So the fact is that he was not in the middle lane at all. Then Blue Rain should still play 4-1. Jiang Butao said. Then how do we play? Zhang Jiela asked. Without the Berserker, a heavy swordsman, and a guardian angel alone can't hold us back. Just push forward and force Huang Xiaotian out. Jiang Butao said after thinking for a moment. Yu Feng departure was not without impact on Blue Rain. Even if Lu Hanwen changed to the heavy sword to carry the banner of Blue Rain, he still had a very obvious gap with Yu Feng in terms of experience and profession. And it was precisely because Lu Hanwen couldn't bear the pressure from the front that Su Jingxi came to the front. And Blue Rain also formed a special double front row. Although this arrangement provided a guarantee for the front, there was no one around Yu Wenzhou. This would also lead to a hidden danger. That is, Yu Wenzhou's Soxer became easier to cut than before. Yu Wenzhou naturally discovered the problem of his own situation. But he did not complain. Instead, he entered the game and set up many traps around himself, waiting for the opponent to jump in. As long as the opponent's attention was completely attracted by Soxer, then Yu Shanfan on the side would have room to play. They played like this season. But they could not implement this tactic when facing Samsara, because Samsara frontal attack was too strong. They could not bear it before Yu Shanfan put pressure on them. But the market in Perry Town. There are many items on this map, and they are divided into two parts, indoors and outdoors, which is very suitable for pulling tactics. The most important thing is that Yu Wenzhou can no longer find the weakness of this Samsara. He can only start from himself, and he will admit defeat. Soon, the large forces of both sides met in the market. Strong attack, Jiang Butao commanded, and Yu Xingchen took the lead and rushed towards Blue Rain. Yiqian Chuanyun and Baiwa Liaowan followed closely behind, firing their guns on both sides to support Yu Xingchen. Disperse. As soon as Yu Wenzhou finished speaking, all members of Blue Rain dispersed and found stalls to avoid the bullets of Samsara. The impact grenade thrown by Gunlin Bullet Rain was knocked away by Baiwa Liaowan. Yiqian Chuanyun set up a Gatling machine gun and began to fire wildly at the stalls. The goods on the stalls were smashed into pieces by bullets. Yu Xingchen held Liyuan and Soul Speaker by himself. Zhou Yichen fighting style is still so fast. This is not 2 against 1. This is clearly a one-sided suppression by one person. Why does it feel that this game is so easy in his hands? Panlin laughed. Zhou Yichen talent is about to overflow. Li Ba continued. Samsara tactics can be implemented well every time. And the fundamental reason is that Zhou Yichen can always hold back 2 or 3 people. You still can't do anything to him. From the current situation, it's not Lu Yun and Soul Speaker who hold back Yu Xingchen, but Yu Xingchen who holds back Lu Yun and Soul Speaker. How long Pajuan? Falling Flower Palm. Yu Xingchen knocked out the 2 people from Blue Rain with 2 moves. These 2 seemingly simple moves are actually very difficult to operate, because Zhou Yichen's hand speed has unconsciously improved. In the short fight, he controlled Yu Xingchen to not only avoid the holy light of Soul Speaker, but also avoid Liu Yun's falling phoenix slash. So powerful. Even a proud person like Tang Rou had to admit that she was still a long way from Zhou Yichen Battle Mage. TSK. If he was an excellent era, I wouldn't play a Battle Mage. Yisho laughed. Then what can you play? Or a casual player? Qingguo asked. No. I can play a Warlock. Warlock? You? Wei Chen glanced at Yishio. Old Wei. You should be glad that I play a Battle Mage. TSK. Stop bragging. After knocking away Lu Yun and Soul Speaker, Yu Xingchen rushed towards Soxer. Samsara's target for Blue Rain is very obvious. That is Yu Wenzhou. As long as Yu Wenzhou is dealt with, Blue Rain will no longer have a shared brain. Then why doesn't Blue Rain deal with Jiang Butao like Samsara? Because Samsara is not a one-man show for Jiangbuotao. He is just the main commander. Even when he came to Samsara in the early stage, his command was to say what Zhou Zikai meant. A perfect translator. Later, Jiangbuotao gradually had his own ideas. And Fang Minghua and Zhou Zikai would also help him. After Zhou Yichen and Zhang Jiala joined, Jiangbuotao's command pressure was even smaller. Zhou Yichen's ideas in combat are much clearer than his. And Zhang Jiala's ideas for the endgame are better. Because of this Samsara will become a hexagonal warrior. Therefore, getting rid of Jiangbuotao will not quench the thirst. And others can also take over the task of command. On the other hand, if Yu Wenzhou is eliminated, the person who makes the decision can only be Huang Xiaotian. And once Huang Xiaotian is distracted from commanding, he will be easily overloaded. While operating, he also has to spray trash talk. And on this basis, he has to let him command. Huang Xiaotian motherboard will burn out. After all this time, the target is still me. Yu Wenzhou smiled bitterly, watching Yu Xingchen kill Lu Yun and Soul Speaker. He thought Samsara changed its tactics. It seems that he thought too much. In the eyes of other teams, Yu Wenzhou must be the highest priority for Blue Rain. Huang Xiaotian must be after him. After all, with the opacity setting, the power of Huang Xiaotian trash talk has been greatly reduced. Fortunately, Blue Rain won a game against Misty Rain in the first half of the season. If they lost and the positions of the two teams were reversed, Blue Rain might not have made it to the semifinals. After all, they may be the team that is most afraid of all offensive output among the 8 teams in the playoffs. This style of play is brainless and deadly. And it's all Samsara's fault. But now the strange reincarnation is useless. And Blue Rain has already prepared another set of silver suits for Song Shao in private. However, it is estimated that it will not be released until next season. Chapter 406, 1 vs 3. I have the advantage. It seems that Yu Xingchen target is still Swoksar. In Samsara, Swoksar has been given the highest priority. Panlin said. This is also normal. After all, he is a tactical master and his strength is not weak. Li Ba said. When Yu Xingchen was looking for trouble with Swoksar, Huang Xiaotian Yu Shengfan finally showed up. Yu Shengfan entered the room from the side passage and detoured to the back of the Samsara army. Look behind. Look behind. Look behind. Even if he didn't say it, Fang Minghua knew he was behind. Xiao Zirua said nothing. And before Yu Shengfan came to kill him, a pair of holy wings appeared on his shoulders. Xiao Zirua flew into the air like an angel descending to earth. Angel wings. Then he placed the cross on his chest. And after chanting, a holy light appeared in the air and shone on Yu Shengfan's body. Light of the holy commandment. Under the holy aura, Yu Shengfan's vision will be exposed for a period of time. And the damage received during this period will be increased by an additional 30%. Huang Xiaotian also knew that he should not attack at this time. 36 strategies. Running away is the best strategy. Jiangbuotao Wu Lang tried to use the wave sword to stop Yu Shengfan. But unfortunately, the opponent slipped into the room like a loach. Yu Shengfan's vision is still exposed. And Jiangbuotao will not take the initiative to find him. The best way to deal with Huang Xiaotian is to beat him away and then ignore him. Don't focus on Huang Xiaotian. You can't control it. On the front battlefield, Yiqian Chuanyun and Bai Hua Liaowan threw grenades at the same time, blowing up the stalls in front of the gun rain. It's so stressful. Zheng Xian had to operate the character to roll behind another stall. Then he threw an electric grenade towards Soxer. Zheng Xian knew very well that the opponent's goal was not to kill him. Their primary target was the captain. So the grenades in the rain of bullets are basically for Swoksar. For example, the previous explosive grenade was to prevent Yu Xingchen from getting close to his captain. Captain! I do it! Su Jingxi shouted, when Yu Xingchen passed the corrosion spell and stabbed Swoksar with a gun. Soul Speaker arrived in time and used his body to help the captain withstand the gunshot. Block like this? The Soul Speaker exudes holy light. Extremely survivable. Guardian Angel strengthens itself and can increase its physical defense and magic defense during the period. This continuous attack failed to break the Soul Speaker's defense. Yu Wenzhou seized the opportunity and shot a charged burning arrow at Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen did not dodge and shot directly to knock down the flying arrow. Is this the power of dominance? An audience sighed. Watch me. Lu Yun jumped up and slashed Yu Xingchen with a silver blade. In an instant, The three of them stood in a triangle, trapping Yu Xingchen in the center. Oh, are we going to have a righteous 3-on-1? Zhou Yichen asked in a typing voice on the public channel. He actually put himself on the evil side. There was no way. The outside world regarded Samsara as a villain, and Zhou Yichen did not refute it. Villains are good. He has recently become obsessed with villain novels. Those villains are all my mother. In one word. Cool. Draw the sword and slash. Holy light hit. Cursed arrow. The three people of Blue Rain used various moves, and Yu Xingchen took them one by one. No. Where are my teammates? Zhou Yichen couldn't help asking. Although I had the advantage in a 1-on-3 situation. As a teammate, I couldn't just watch. Behind you. Don't look back. Zhang Jiala suddenly said. At the moment when Liu Yun's heavy sword slashed. Bang! An extremely bright white light appeared in the market. And Liu Yun and the sole speaker in front were blinded by the flash bomb fired by Baiwa Liuan. Although Yu Wenzhouhan's speed was slow, his brain was very fast. The moment he saw the dazzling flowers, he moved his view backwards. When he wanted to remind Lu Hanwen and Su Jingxi to pay attention to the flash bombs of the ammunition expert, it was too late. Bai is good, Zhou Yichen praised. Yu Xingchen swept the army and attacked Liu Yun and sole speaker. Xiao Lu. Jingxi controlled the character to retreat, Yu Wenzhou hurriedly said. Hearing the captain's words, the two decisively pressed S. But Yu Xingchen attack was not so easy to dodge. Fengwan Liu Yun followed Dupo Shana, and a special cloud effect appeared in the market. Liu Yun and sole speaker were immersed in it. When they finished blinding, they completely lost their direction. And Soxer, who was outside the cloud, didn't know what was going on inside. Director, you are cutting your M. Liu Yun and sole speaker were trapped by the special environment created by Yu Xingchen. And Ye Shunfan and Yiqiang Chuanyun on the other side collided with each other. Huh? Pan Lin asked in doubt. How did Ye Shunfan and Yiqiang Chuanyun collide with each other? Wasn't Yiqiang Chuanyun harassing the gun and raining bullets? The director zoomed in and found that the harassing gun Yiqiang Chuanyun had become Wulong. Wulong and Yiqiang Chuanyun switched positions. When? Li Ba thought. Just now. Their attention was completely attracted by Yu Xingchen, and they had no idea what happened on the other battlefield. The director did not choose to replay it. It should be when Ye Shunfan fled into the room that they had already started to switch positions. Yi Xiu guessed. Just as everyone was thinking. The camera shrank and turned to Yu Xingchen again. Director. I beep. What's the situation on your side? Yu Wenzhou asked. Captain. I'm fine. I'm fighting hard, Huang Xiaoyan said excitedly. I didn't ask you. After the special fog effect created by the battle mage disappeared, everyone found that Liu Yun and sole speaker fell to the ground one after another. I can't see anything, Lu Hanwen complained. Just now, he could only slightly see Yu Xingchen's spear in the room. The others were basically blocked by the mist in front of him. Yu Xingchen's attack was okay, but Bai Hua's ice bomb was too difficult to dodge. It was fast, and it also had deceleration and slight stiffness. The two were one far away and one close. Fortunately, the sole speaker had purification in his hand, which could remove the negative state on his body. Otherwise he would be frozen. But before they could stand up, they were knocked out by Yu Xingchen arrogant angry dragon. Why do I feel that Zhou Yichen hit these two people like hitting a baby? Some viewers had the illusion that I could do it. Trouble. Yu Wenzhou ignored the two people who flew backwards, because he found that he had been stared at by a pair of eyes. Captain Yu. I do it. Without attribute dazzle pattern. White magic fluctuations flashed behind Yu Xingchen, and his movement speed was added. This movement speed is at least 20% higher. Is it a full-level dazzle pattern? Yu Wenzhou had no time to think, and controlled Soxer to raise his staff and hit Yu Xingchen with a soul-striking technique. However, the opponent's speed was too fast. How can it be so fast? Tangro wondered. Her battle mage had never moved so fast before. The fourth level of fighter will plus the full level of dazzling pattern effect increases the speed by about 36%. Yixiu said quickly. Is it 30 consecutive hits so fast? Wei Chen was surprised. No. Yixiu paused. It's going to be fourth level. Chapter 407 The Front of Defeat. Yu Xingchen has caught Swoxar. Blue Rain is in danger, Panlin said. Yu Xingchen combo was very subtle. 39 combos. After dodging Swoxar's soul striking technique, Yu Xingchen stabbed his arm with his gun. 40 combos. Yu Xingqian's speed became faster, and the 8% speed bonus brought by the 4th level fighter will, combined with the continuous thrust, not only interrupted Swoksar's chanting, and Yu Xingqian 2 consecutive straight stabs stabbed the same part. This also caused Swoksar to trigger the bleeding effect. Sky Strike. Swoksar was lifted up by Yu Xingqian. It's over. Blue Rain fans felt nervous. The last defeat was still vivid, and the captain was the first to be eliminated. This time, it won't be the same script. At this critical moment, the rain of bullets behind the stall dodged the Wulong Fiery Wave's sword, and a thunderbolt was thrown towards Yu Xingqian. Zheng Xian used all his damage to help the captain to remove the enemy. He knew very well that if the captain was out, they would never be able to recover. The captain could die, but not now. It was Zheng Xian. The thunder of Gunlin Danyu forced Yu Xingqian back. But what should he do? Li Ba said. And Gunlin Danyu jumped out and was successfully caught by Wu Lang Wave Breaker. Swish. Reverse slash. Gunlin Danyu was lifted into the air, and at the same time a wave barrier formed on the ground to imprison it. Wu Lang then began to chant the wave array. The Frost Wave Array. Originally a wave array used for group control in team battles, Wu Lang used it on Gunlin Danyu alone without any hesitation. Since he wanted to die for Swoksar, Samsara would fulfill his wish. Several icicles hit Gunlin Danyu, freezing it in place. Bai Waliawan and Yu Xingqian decisively switched to Gunlin Danyu. Explosive bombs. Incendiary bombs. Electric grenade? Tracking grenade? Gunlin Danyu experienced what it was like to be in a world of ice and fire. And finally Wu Lang Nebula Wave's sword successfully took him away. Come on. It's up to you. Zheng Xian said his last words in the team voice channel. Wu Lang is not big. Glory. Wu Lang killed Gunlin Danyu. Gunlin Danyu. Out. The first character to be eliminated in the team competition appeared. It was Gunlin Danyu. He sacrificed himself to save Swoksar. Pan Lin and Lieb explained. Is such a sacrifice useful? Qingguo asked puzzledly. It may be useful, but it may also be useless. Yishio smiled. But if you don't do it, how do you know that your choice is useless? Oh my god. How did Zheng Xian die? Jozakai. Are you annoying? Why do you keep chasing me? Do I owe you money or scold you? Why do you keep chasing me? Huang Xiaoyan ran and typed in the public channel. After Yiqian Chuanyun and Wu Lang switched positions, Zhou Zikai completely stuck to Huang Xiaoyan. But Huang Xiaoyan used the goods in the market to keep wandering around Yiqian Chuanyun. And sometimes he could even give him a sword, which made Huang Xiaoyan very happy. But when he found that he couldn't hold on to the front and needed him to rescue, he felt uncomfortable, because Zhou Zikai didn't let him leave at all. He could only find an opportunity to go back from the room. But it was obvious that Zhou Zikai saw through his intention, always following behind him, holding 2 guns. Beep beep beep. The range of indoor activities is much smaller than that of outdoor activities. So Huang Xiaotian can only be forced to return to the team from the side road of the market. Follow me. Follow me if you like. When the main force joins, I will show you the combo skills between us. Blue Rain. Huang Xiaotian was still attacking. However, when he returned to the front, he was greeted by the combo skills of Samsara. Night Rain. 56. 121. Zhou Zikai kept reporting Huang Xiaotian coordinates in the team voice. Oh my god. Where are my teammates? Huang Xiaotian just came out of the side road and saw Wu Lang rushing towards him. As for the others, before Song Shao arrived, the duo of Yu Xingqian and Xiao Guzirua beat Swoksar. Lu Yun and Soul Speaker completely out of temper. Lu Yun and Soul Speaker could not hit Xiao Guziru in the air. And Swoksar, the only one who had a chance, was entangled by Yu Xingqian, not giving him a chance to chant. It was obviously a stable triangle, but Yu Xingqian in the center could perfectly withstand different attacks from 3 directions. After all, there is an eye in the sky. Aiken, be careful on your left. Rising Dragon slash. Swoksar is hiding, Fang Minghua said quickly. His biggest role is to provide healing and then be the eyes of Yu Xingqian. The bloodline that Lan Yu had finally suppressed was returned by a holy light. Fighting. Cool. He was really excited to fight Zhou Yiqian. But when Zhou Yiqian was excited, Huang Xiaotian was unhappy, because he was caught in a meat bun. There were Wulong and Bai Waliawan in front, and Yiqiang Chuanyan in the back. After making a decision, Huang Xiaotian chose to break out to the front, because breaking out to Yiqiang Chuanyan meant that he was getting farther and farther away from his teammates. Although Ye Yusheng-fan was originally outside the Blue Rain system, he could not be completely disconnected. Otherwise neither side could take care of the other. Damn it. Kill. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Ye Yusheng-fan used 3 stage slashes to get close to Wulong, and then drew his sword to slash and repel him. Sheng Longzhan moved to avoid Bai Liaowan's stiff bullet. Look at me. The sword will rule the world. Ye Yusheng-fan jumped up, and the sword energy surged out from the ice rain, and the 360-degree attack circle hit the people of Samsara. Wanlei. Zhang Jiala didn't do anything fancy, and hit Ye Yusheng-fan in the face with a big move. Oh my god. What the hell? All kinds of grenades exploded in front of Ye Yusheng-fan, and the piled goods around were blown to pieces. Before Huang Xiaotian could see the situation in front clearly, Zhou Zikai seized the opportunity with a shot through the clouds, and hit Ye Yusheng-fan from behind with a knee strike. Oh my god. It's really despicable. Do you know what a ranged ultimate move is? Ranged? Just blow me up. Do I have a grudge against you? Zhang Jiala ignored Huang Xiaotian beeping and nagging, and cooperated with Zhou Zikai to continuously attack Ye Yusheng-fan in the air. Wu Lang, who was knocked out, turned back to help Yu Xingchen and Xiao Guziruo. The battlefield division of the reincarnation is too natural, and this style of play has been deeply rooted in their bones. Yishio shook his head and said, whether it was Lu Buiyuan before or Jiang Butao now, they were all the one in the formation. 212. Whichever side needs help, the one in the middle will lean to that side. Wu Lang's support interrupted Soxer's chanting just right, and Yu Wenzhou's face was full of helplessness. Let's deal with this side first. Xiaotian. Can you hold on? Yu Wenzhou asked. It's okay, Captain. Their combo is as comfortable as a massage. Huang Xiaotian responded. Ah! Yu Wenzhou sighed. Even if the world was destroyed, Huang Xiaotian's mouth would not disappear. Too hard. Chapter 408 Tickets in hand. Those who talk hard usually don't end well. For example, Huang Xiaotian. When Blue Rain focused on Wu Lang, he was also being beaten by Yiqian Chuanyun and by Hua Liaowan. That's it? That's it? Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Huang Xiaotian's words made Zhang Jiala laugh. He didn't know if Huang Xiaotian was in red. But anyway, Ye Yusheng-fan health was about to be red. Oh my god. What kind of cooperation are these two guys doing? Didn't Zhang Jiala join Samsara this season? It's amazing. Huang Xiaotian kept thinking about how to escape the combination of the two. Ye Yusheng-fan health is running low, but Wu Lang health is also running low on the other side. It's strange that Wu Lang, who is semi-ranged, can stand in front of Ye Yusheng-chen, who is in close combat. Pan Lin asked in confusion. Is this a substitute for death? Li Ba's eyes moved quickly. Just now, he died for Soxer in the rain of bullets. And now Wu Lang is going to die for Yu Xingchen. Wu Lang solved the rain of bullets, and Swoxar solved Wu Lang. This world is a huge circle. Angel's Glory. Soul Speaker activated the Guardian Angel's ultimate move, the Gate of Death. Swoxar finally found the opportunity to chant the magic circle, and his move was a killing move. Phantom Invisible Sword. Luyan also made a move, and 3 killing moves were simultaneously killed at Wu Lang. Is it necessary? Jiang Butao laughed. How much he hated himself. After releasing a lightning wave sword to paralyze the Soul Speaker, Wu Lang was dragged into the Gate of Death by the emerging black line. Yu Xingchen wanted to save him, but was repelled by Tao Lua Shaming Qigong Wave. Captain, can you solve Ye Yusheng-fan? Jiang Butao asked. Yeah, Zhou Zikai said. This guy. The only thing that is hard on his body is his mouth, Zhang Jiala complained. Jiang Butao then realized that the public channel was full of Huang Xiaotian trash talk. You two are no match for bullying one person. If you dare, fight me one-on-one. You're awesome if you kill me. Your spirit is amazing. Chen Gui didn't know how to comment. Huang Xiaotian was typing while operating. He was thinking about not only how to play, but also how to spit trash. Huang Xiaotian. A god. Soxer killed Wulong. Wulong. Out. Wulong finally died in front of Ye Yusheng-fan. Xiaotian. Are you okay? Yu Wenzhou asked. Now Samsara was one man short, and Lu Buiyu and Yun Shanluan couldn't get there in the first place. Blue Rain could create a 4-on-5 situation. Captain, I can't stand it anymore. Huang Xiaotian stopped talking tough, because he was dying. Yu Shunfan only had 8% of his health left. If he wasn't careful, he might be eliminated in an instant. Yu Wenzhou was now faced with a decision. Whether to support Yu Shunfan, or to work together to get rid of Yu Xingchen and Xiao Deziruo. For the former, even if he supported Yu Shunfan, he might still die. For the latter, Yu Wenzhou and the other two did not get any benefit from Zhou Yichen alone. And with Song Xiao, it would be no loss at most. It was too difficult to kill Yu Xingchen. And there was Xiao Geziruo behind him. Save Xiao Tian. Yu Wenzhou didn't have time to think about it. Anyway, both of them might die. So it was better to go all out. As long as Yu Shunfan was saved, they still had a chance to turn defeat into victory. Stop it! Before Fang Minghua spoke, Yu Xingchen rushed over. Zhou Yichen couldn't let Blue Rain save Huang Xiaotian. Sword and curse. It's better to have one dead and one injured. Oh my god. It's over. I'm going to die. Huang Xiaotian panicked. He seemed to be killed. Captain, don't save me. Go kill Zhou Yichen. Huang Xiaotian hurriedly said in a team voice. But he didn't know that Zhou Yichen had already taken the initiative to find them. Yu Xingchen Fu Long Xiang Tian started. And Hao Long rushed towards the 4 Blue Rain. Fu Long Xiangtian. Yu Xingchen used Fu Long Xiangtian. For some reason, whenever Pan Lin saw Zhou Yichen use Fu Long Xiangtian, he would be particularly excited. Don't get excited yet. The main purpose of this Fu Long Xiangtian is to block the way. Li Ba held Pan Lin, who was about to jump up. Disperse. This Fu Long Xiangtian successfully broke up Blue Rain's formation. When they wanted to reunite, Yu Shanwan arrived. To make matters worse, Yu Shunfan was taken away by a shot through the clouds. Damn. I don't accept it. 1 against 2. Yiqiang Chuanyan killed Yu Shunfan. Yu Shunfan. Out. Huang Xiaotian, whose screen turned gray, was helpless and furious. Yu Shunfan was not saved. And Yu Xingchen was not killed either. As a result, Blue Rain was stuck at the entrance of the market. Blue Rain is surrounded. Pan Lin said. This is a bit troublesome. Yu Wenzhou thought quickly. On one side were Yiqian Chuanyun and Bai Hua Liaowan. And on the other side were Yun Shanwan, Yu Xingchen and Xiao Geziruo. Go to Yiqian Chuanyun. They don't have any skills. Yu Wenzhou gave the order. But the next second after Yu Wenzhou gave the order to force the attack, a Barrett sniper rifle stood in front of them so blatantly. Zhou Zikai is too arrogant. Setting up a snipe right in front of me. There's a big one. Captain, they have a big one. Huang Xiaotian didn't say it earlier or later, but he said it after the end. Song Xiao. Tao Luoshaming gathered his energy with both hands, and the white magic shield covered himself and his teammates. Mind shield. During this period, most of the enemy's skill damage and effects can be absorbed by the gas shield. But facing the sharpshooter's Barrett sniper, the magic shield is likely to break in advance. But Blue Rain has no way out. They must face the bullet that is about to hit them. This is a bullet that cannot be escaped. Bang! The gunshot, in conjunction with the Yu Xingchen dragon going out to sea. Tao Luoshaming mind shield. Clicked. And broke. Strong attack. Zhou Yichen commanded. The front shot pierced the clouds, and the flowers were in chaos. And the back shot Yu Xingchen. Yu Shanluan and Xiaoda were calm. Strong attack. One shot through the clouds. Blue Rain did not stop. There was only one way to survive in a desperate situation. That was to break through. But unfortunately, the gunner who was originally doing firefighting on the side was eliminated early. Yu Shanluan and Yu Xingchen rushed directly into Blue Rain's formation, as if they were in an empty space. The formation of Samsara has become too smooth. Li Ba took a breath of cold air. The originally divided formation was changed after Yu Xingchen and Yun Shanluan rushed in. Yiqian Chuanyun and Bai Hua Liaowan returned to Xiao Geziruo very naturally. While protecting the priest, they could also provide firepower support for their own double front row. Lu Yun and Soul Speaker were already seriously injured, and Soxer's health was not much. The only relatively healthy person on Blue Rain's side was Tao Luo Xiaoming Liao. On the other hand, on Samsara's side, the only one who was close to red blood was Yu Xingchen, who was still receiving treatment from Xiao Geziruo. The health of Cloud Piercer and 100 Flowers Dazzling One is about the same. It seems that Night Rain is equally affected. Is the heaven going to kill Blue Rain? Blue Rain prayed to the gods. But the only response was from the opponent's Samsara. It's over. Chapter 409 New Opponents. Yu Xingchen kills Lu Yun. Lu Yun. Out. Blue Rain was completely torn apart by Samsara. Soul Speaker had no time to treat Lu Yun, and was taken away by Yu Xingchen's strong dragon pressure. Of course, Yu Xingchen was not feeling well either. He was hit by Soxer's life fall in the melee. Later, even though Xiaoga Zeruo was ready to treat him, Yu Xingchen still fell under Tao Luoshaming cut pulse. Tao Luoshaming kills Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen. Out. Using a big move to kill Yu Xingchen, who was at the bottom of the blood. How much does Blue Rain hate Zhou Yichen? The audience commented. I died so miserably. Ha ha ha. Zhou Yichen took off his headphones and laughed. Forgive him for not holding back. Cutting pulse. Such a powerful big move was used on a dying man like him. No matter how you look at it, he wins. Blue Rain didn't have time to think so much. They had to get rid of Yun Shanwan and Yu Xingchen, who disturbed their thinking. Now that Yu Xingchen was gone, their target was naturally Yun Shanwan. But the next second, Yun Shanwan body shook. Iron and steel bones. Looking at the dominance effect on Yun Shanwan, Yu Wenzhou was almost desperate. Catch it. Yun Shanwan grabbed the soul speaker and threw it towards Yiqiang Chuanyun. Yiqiang Chuanyun put his two guns into the set, exerted force with both feet, and a knee strike lifted the soul speaker into the air. Bai Liaowan threw out the explosive grenade, knocking Tao Luoshaming, who also activated the iron and steel bones, to the ground. The explosive and shrinking effect of breaking the dominance appeared again, and Yiqiang Chuanyun killed the soul speaker. Soul speaker. Out. Every time a character of their own was eliminated, the flames in the hearts of Blue Rain fans weakened. Soul Speaker was killed by Cloud Piercer. This game is about to end. Samsara will advance to the finals. Pan Lin was very excited. After Cloud Piercer killed Soul Speaker, Samsara's score reached 9 points, which guaranteed a tiebreaker. Blue Rain's remaining Soxer and Tao Luoshaming were completely unable to resist Samsara attack. At this point, the flames in the hearts of Blue Rain fans had been extinguished, and the summer belonging to Blue Rain was over again. Cloud Piercer killed Soxer. Soxer. Out. Bai Liaowan killed Tao Luoshaming. Tao Luoshaming. Out. At the moment Tao Luoshaming was eliminated, the golden fireworks at Samsara home court exploded, and the debris shone on the entire venue. Samsara has once again won a ticket to the Glory Professional League Finals. They have entered the finals for 3 consecutive years. Their goal is the second dynasty. Looking at the flying gold dust, Yu Wenzhou was filled with emotion. Last year, they lost to Samsara in the finals. This year, they couldn't even enter the door of the finals. It was Samsara that stopped them. Samsara was like a mountain, suffocating the other teams. It's okay. We Blue Rain will have many more summers. Maybe next year. After the game, the two teams exchanged ideas, and Blue Rain retreated to the stage. After packing up the peripherals, they returned to the away game lounge to prepare for the losing team's press conference. The one who stayed on the field was Samsara, who was preparing for the interview. The Samsara players were unusually calm about the host's champagne. They knew that at this time, the only thing that could defeat them was their inner pride and complacency. Therefore, next to the computer screen of each player of Samsara, there was a sentence, "Be modest and calm." Captain Josakai. What do you think of the team's performance today? Well, it's okay. Ah? Does okay mean you are dissatisfied? It's okay. It's okay. Josakai looked at the host with an innocent face. May I ask Shoichin, what do you think of the two teams in the lower half? Currently, Tyranny is leading Tiny Herb 1-0. Who do you think will make it to the finals? We defeated the champion of Season 6 and Season 5 in the finals. Now, we want to challenge the champion of Season 4. The whole audience was excited when they heard Joichin words. The other members of Samsara also looked at Joichin with a smile. Such a champion is valuable, isn't it? Joichin. 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 Oh! This kid. Yi Xiu found that this kid was getting more and more interesting. What about Season 10? Go to Excellent Era. But Excellent Era is gone, Wei Chen said. I'm still here. Yi Xiu looked at Wei Chen. Can we really make it to the finals? Xiao Yifan asked cautiously. Why not? Neither Tyranny nor Tiny Herb expressed their opinions on Joichin remarks. What they had to do was to try their best to get the last ticket to the finals. The next day, The second match between Tyranny and Tiny Herb officially started at Tyranny home court, Q City. The first defeat had a huge impact on Tiny Herb. Although the results of this season have reached the pre-match expectations, who doesn't want to go further? Who would think too many championships? Before the game between Tyranny and Tiny Herb started, all the members of Samsara were already sitting in the conference room, waiting to watch the century battle between the two sides. They played a training match for the whole afternoon during the day, and they were almost falling apart. The training target was naturally Inu. After all, the team with the best relationship with them in the league was undoubtedly Double Rain. I just stabbed Blue Rain yesterday, and today I went to them. It's good that they didn't turn their faces away. Yinyu has basically become a regular rehearsal for Samsara. They were before the finals last year, and they are again this year. However, after the finals, Samsara still has a lot of training matches for the new season. The first to invite them were Thunder and Happy. Thunder probably wanted to test the power of their new lineup. After all, their lineup is definitely aiming to win the championship. Oh my god, why is Han Wenqing so fierce? Zhou Yichen couldn't help but sighed as he watched Mo Guyan swinging his iron fist on the court. Who said this old man is old? This old man is awesome. Baitu's ring match still uses the lineup of the first match, with Han Wenqing leading the way. At the end, when Wang Jieshi came on the court, Bata still had 3 players. TSK. The ball was kicked to Wang Jieshi again. Wang Jieshi is under too much pressure, Zhou Yichen said again. Unlike his starting 3-in-1, Wang Jieshi 3-in-1 was very stressful, because he was defending the ring and had no way out. Captain! Looking at Wang Jieshi's passionate fight on the court, Gao Yingjia's nose was sour. They failed to help the captain share more pressure, and in the end, they could only rely on the captain. Damn! Liu Xiaobia clenched his fists, and he fell under the iron fist of Damo Guyan again. Is the gap really that big? Wang Jieshi didn't know what the other members of Wei Chao were thinking. All he had to do now was to try his best to win. Lava Flask. Acid Rain Flask. Wang Jieshi is still operating. He is still operating. Wang Jieshi defeated Zhao Yang, who was defending the ring. Wang Jieshi did it. The cup raised his arm and roared. Wang Jieshi saved the team again. He completed a 1-on-3. A 1-on-3 defending ring. Li Ju roared. Wang Jieshi turned Tyranny home court into a library, and the sound here may be lower than the Mariana Trench now. Wei Chao still depends on Wang Jieshi. Chapter 410: The Alternation of History. The ring match between Tyranny and Tiny Herb ended with a score of 5-4, with Tiny Herb temporarily leading. You should know that before Wang Jieshi came on the stage, the score between the two sides was 2-4, and some Tyranny fans were ready to open champagne. As a result, Wang Jieshi did not give them any face at all. He was the last to come on the stage and mercilessly took back the advantage with 1-on-3. The captain is so awesome. Gao Yingjia's eyes flashed with gold. The others were also relieved. Tiny Herb's difficult point against Tyranny was the team match. Zhang Xinjia's tactics were too difficult. If they couldn't win the ring match where they had an advantage, then they would most likely be eliminated by double kills. The atmosphere on Tyranny's side was a little cold. After all, anyone would be a little angry if such a big advantage was reversed. However, Han Wenqing did not criticize them. The game was not over yet. The most important thing was not pressure, but encouragement, to raise the momentum that had sunk. Let the ring match be over. Tiny Herb's ring match was not bad to begin with, and 4 points was within our expectations, Zhang Xinjia said, adjusting his glasses. In his plan, it would be best to win the ring match. Even if they didn't win, it wouldn't have much impact on the next team match. Before the match, Tyranny decided to take Tiny Herb directly to the finals. After all, there were too many uncertainties if it dragged on to the third game. There were still many old men on their side, and Tiny Herb's strategy of keeping old men alive might work again. Therefore, in order to ensure that there was no chance of error, they had to get rid of Tiny Herb within 2 games. Tiny Herb was said to be a tough nut, but in fact, the only one they needed to pay attention to was Wang Jieshi. At least in Zhang Xinjia's opinion. If Wang Jieshi was watched to death, Tiny Herb would have no other person who could really stand out. Gao Yingjia. Although he could sometimes do so, he could not be the savior of Tiny Herb. After the halftime break, the team match officially started. The starting lineup of Tyranny is still 4 veterans and 1 newcomer. Tyranny, Han Wenqing. ID, Damo Guyan. Occupation, boxer. Zhang Xinjie. ID, Shi Bujuan. Occupation, priest. Zhao Yang. ID, Hai Wuliang. Occupation, Qigong master. Lin Jingyan. ID, Leng Anlei. Occupation, gangster. Qin Muyun. ID, -9 degrees. Occupation, sharpshooter. The sixth person. Bai Yanfei. ID, Luota. Occupation, elemental mage. Wei Chao, Wang Jieshi. ID, Wang Buliuxing. Occupation, magic scholar. Su Bin. ID, Duwa. Occupation, knight. Yuan Baiqing. ID, cordyceps. Occupation, priest. Lu Shubia. ID, Fideogen. Occupation, swordsman. Gaoingjie. ID, Muin. Occupation, magic scholar. The sixth person. Liang Fang. ID, Julie. Occupation, crazy swordsman. In terms of map selection, Tyranny chose Silent Village for the first time. A map with a rural background and strong comprehensiveness. It seems that Tyranny has hidden a lot of things. Jian Buotao laughed. But why did he take it out now? Wouldn't it be better to take it out when facing us in the finals? Du Ming asked. Tyranny is a very traditional team. The premise for them to beat us is that they have to enter the finals. Fang Minghua laughed. Yes. Tyranny wants to get rid of Tiny Herb in the first 2 games. I saw it last time. Zhou Yichen continued. For Tyranny, exposing a silent village is harmless. The most important thing at the moment is to advance to the finals. If they can't even get past Tiny Herb, what's the point of talking about the Glory Championship? This time, you can't stop us, Han Wenqing said to Wang Jieshi. Ha! Captain Han, you will be tongue-tied if you brag before the game. Wang Jieshi laughed. Maybe it was you who dodged, Zhang Xinjie said. The two teams were very tense. Last year, Tyranny was defeated by Tiny Herb in the first round. This was the first time they fell out of the semi-finals. This year, Tyranny finally got the chance. And they must want to vent their anger. 99%, 100% desert smoke. Loaded. Wang Buliuxing. Loaded. 9 degrees below zero. Loaded. Cordyceps. Loaded. Map, Silent Village. Loaded. As the 10 starters on the field were loaded, the game officially began. As if they had said it in advance. Both sides rushed to the middle lane at the same time. Tyranny was still in a 4-1 formation. And it seemed that they were ready to continue to play defensive counterattacks. And Tiny Herb seemed to be dissatisfied with the result of the last team game. With 2 magic scholars in front, they were obviously ready to continue to play offense. Oh! It looks like another battle of spears and shields. Zhou Yichen's eyes lit up. Tyranny halftime show was too boring. All men. Zhou Yichen was almost asleep. Du Ming was even worse. He had fallen asleep on the chair. His roommate Wu Qi naturally couldn't stand it, and slapped him to wake him up. What's wrong? It's dark? The game has started. Wu Qi. I'm beeping. Okay. Watch the game quietly. Fang Minghua's ears are about to be calloused. The two sides have met in the center of the map. Only Gaoingjie Mu En is in the air. And Wang Jieshi Wang Buliuxing is on the ground. This is why Tyranny chose Silent Town. There are many low buildings in the countryside. And it is too difficult for the magic scholar to play. The space is so small. And Vici Gaming still has 2. So Wang Jieshi decided to return to the ground and confront Tyranny head-on, leaving only Mu En in the air. If we continue to fight like this, it feels like Tyranny still has the advantage, Zhou Yichen said. This map is really a bit disgusting. There are too many small roads. And there are 3 main roads leading to the center. One on the left, one in the middle, and one on the right. This is not counting the small roads. Vici Gaming was confused by Tyranny. It seems that Vici Gaming has never run this map, Jian Buotao said. We haven't run it either, Zhou said at this time. Zhou said. And all the players fell silent. We are running this map. Why? Wang Jieshi also said something. Why are we running this map? The Overlord map also said something. If you don't run, you will be beaten. It seems that our opponent is almost determined, Zhou Yichen said with a smile. Although Su Bin joined Vici Gaming this season, the running and effect is indeed good, but his style is indeed different from Ding Fusheng. Su Bin is a little less aggressive than Ding Fusheng. Now that the 2 magic scholars are restricted, the strongest performance on the offensive end is actually Lu Shubia Flying Sword. Wang Jieshi is still reliable. And he is still the absolute core of Vici Gaming. But how long can Vici Gaming rely on Wang Jieshi? Wang Jieshi is thinking about this problem. And Vici Gaming is also thinking about this problem. The league is also thinking about this problem. That is, there are too few people in the new generation who can stand up and take on the facade. The replacement of the old and the new. Do we have to rely on the old predecessors to give way? The right to breathe is earned through fighting. Now among the new generation. The first person who can be the face of the new generation must be Zhou Yichen, who has 2 championships since his debut. 1 regular season MVP, 1 finals FMEP, and a Grand Slam of honors. But the problem is here. Zhou Zikai, the face of the Mesozoic era, and Zhou Yichen, the face of the new generation, are in the same team. Now the players of the older generation are already somewhat powerless, and they will retreat behind the scenes. Then isn't glory the world of reincarnation? If a competition is always won by one team, then this competition will not last long. Therefore, the official has given great help to the major teams in training young players. And glory is currently in urgent need of new players. It is estimated that many new players will join the league next season. Anti-reincarnation battleships are urgent. Chapter 411 Dynasty Terminator. Demo Guyan kills Fei Daojian. Fei Daojian. Out. Wei Chao attack still failed to penetrate Tyranny defense. But it was the impatience that caused Fei Daojian to fall into Tyranny encirclement. Lu Shubia took off his headphones disappointedly and looked at Wang Jieshi, who was concentrating on operation and command. Captain, it's up to you. But unfortunately, Wang Jieshi is also a human. He is not a god. He will also make misjudgments. Wei Chao played too hastily today. Bebe found the problem. They urgently wanted to break through Tyranny frontal defense. But the barrier formed by Demo Guyan and Hai Wuliang was like a city wall, firmly blocking Wei Chao outside. Wei Chao is going to fight to the death. Seeing Wang Jieshi operation, Zhou Yichen knew that Wei Chao was going to fight desperately. Will it work? Wu Qi asked. It has to be used even if it doesn't work, Jiang Guotao said. Bada won't use this trick against us. Zhang Jiala thought. Turtle. I like turtles, Zhou Yichen said with a smile. To be honest, Zhou Yichen prefers playing against Tiny Herb to playing against Tyranny. Or Su Bin to be more precise. As long as Wang Jieshi is restricted, Zhou Yichen can use his will to his heart's content. Zhou Yichen is not afraid of having his combo interrupted. Because Su Bin is too formulaic, and his moves are very simple whether it is counterattack or defense. A typical academic. Speaking of which, Su Bin has a bit of European style. When he was bored, Zhou Yichen also watched the Honor of Kings competition in Europe. Oh my god. It's too academic. They seem to have a set way of playing for each map. But it is undeniable that their individual strength is also quite strong. Tyranny counterattacked. After Tiny Herb was short of people, Tyranny decisively counterattacked. Their positions were very exquisite. Standing apart. Not giving the Magic Scholar the opportunity to deal range damage. Just when everyone thought that the game was no longer suspenseful, there was another twist. Although the outcome was still not changed in the end. The twists and turns made Tiny Herb fans see the future. Gao Yingjie found the opportunity to turn the stone in the air by himself. This is not an ordinary priest. This is Zhang Xinjie. Tyranny won. But it was not easy. After taking Wang Jieshi away, they obviously relaxed a lot. This gave Gao Yingjie an opportunity. Tiny Herb lost, but lost standing. And people unexpectedly discovered that Tiny Herb also has a different tomorrow. At least in this game. Gao Yingjie played better than Wang Jieshi. Yingjie, well done. Shoulder the future of Tiny Herb. The game was lost. But Wang Jieshi was very happy because his disciple, who had high hopes, finally stood up. He was no longer cowardly, and no longer evasive. I will. Captain. Gao Yingjie shook Wang Jieshi's hand. And this scene was also photographed by the media. Even though Tyranny won, it didn't look very happy. Han Wenqing was even a little angry. Perhaps angry with himself. With such a favorable situation, Shi Bujuan was eliminated by chance. Everyone is responsible. Wei Chao doesn't have the strength to turn the tables on him. So what about Samsara? If this kind of relaxed mentality appears in the game with Samsara, the consequences will be fatal. Zhang Xinjie glanced at Han Wenqing. And Han Wenqing nodded. Everyone's performance today is still good. But the next game is the most crucial game. Everyone should adjust their mentality after returning. Zhang Xinjie said loudly. Yes. I didn't expect that Tyranny would also relax. Shoei-chan smiled. And this point was still captured by Samsara. Tyranny defense is not indestructible. And they don't have many counterattack methods. Jiang Buotao said that if Zhou Guangyi Ji Lun was still in Tyranny, then Samsara might be a little afraid. After all, the assassin's life-threatening attack is still very disgusting. Huh? Shoei-chan looked at Wu Qi. Tyranny doesn't have an assassin, but Samsara does. Everyone followed Shoei-chan's gaze and looked at Wu Qi. Wu Qi, no wonder there's no place for me in the playoffs. It turns out that my stage is in the finals. After Tyranny defeated Tiny Herb 2-0, the two teams for the finals of the 9th season of the Glory Professional League were officially announced. Samsara, the first in the regular season, faced Tyranny, the second in the regular season. It is said that these seasons are the match between the first and second in the regular season. And there are many highlights in the match between Samsara and Tyranny. Samsara is a team at its peak. The longest career in the team is Zhang Jiala, who debuted in the 2nd season. Most of them are players who debuted in the 5th, 6th, and 7th seasons. And now they are all at the peak of their careers. The 7th season finals defeated the 5th season champion Tiny Herb. And the 8th season finals defeated the 6th season champion Blue Rain. The former champions are being hunted down one by Samsara. Now it is finally the turn of the 4th season champion Tyranny. And Tyranny, the Terminator of the dynasty, defeated Excellent Era, which had won 3 consecutive championships, in the 4th season to win the championship. If Samsara wins the finals, they will become the 2nd team in the history of Glory to win 3 consecutive championships. And Glory will open a new chapter. Welcome to the Samsara dynasty. If Tyranny wins, they will become the 3rd team in the history of Glory to win 2 championships. And they will end Samsara 100% winning rate in the season, proving to the world that they are the real Terminators. Which team do you think will win the championship? Wei-Chen asked. Samsara? Yishio said without hesitation. So sure? Wei-Chen didn't expect Yishio to answer directly without thinking, whether from the construction of the lineup or the individual operation of the players. Samsara is better than Tyranny. Yishio said that although Tyranny also has 4 All-Stars, they are all veteran players, facing the great pressure of Samsara. It is unknown whether they have enough energy. As for Samsara, apart from the 5 All-Stars, except Zhang Jiala, the other 4 are at the peak of their careers. And Samsara is the only team in Glory with 2 titles. Double week combination. If they win, they will become the strongest duo in the history of Honor. No doubt. Compared to Tyranny, Samsara is more like a galactic battleship. Oh my god. This support rate comparison. Qinghua was dumbfounded. The official website of Honor will have support for the champion of the finals. If the team she supports wins the championship, then the supporters will share a prize of 100,000 yuan. The official purpose is to mobilize the enthusiasm of the players. But this support rate is a bit exaggerated. Samsara, 96.4% Tyranny, 3.6%. One-sided. And when he said, "This is the final with the highest support rate I have ever seen," Qiao Yifan said that he had never seen a team with a support rate of more than 90 before the finals. This means that almost all neutral players voted for Samsara. No way. This season Samsara is a monster, Yishio said helplessly. Can Excellent Era, which has won 3 consecutive championships, beat this season Samsara? Wei-Chen asked. I can't beat them. Yishio thought for a moment and said, not to mention that Jiashur was a single-core team at that time. And now Samsara is multi-core. So they are weaker in the face of each other. What's more, Samsara Trident is one of the best in history. Each of them is a great god. Jiashur can win 3 consecutive championships not only because Yishio tactics are too advanced, but also because everyone is willing to sacrifice for each other. To put it bluntly, it is 4 protecting 1, but the 1 protecting the battle mage. The stats of the battle mage were much stronger than now. And that was the real melee mage. Does Tyranny really have no chance? Tang Rou asked. She still likes evenly matched games. If the gap between the 2 sides is too big, the game will be boring. Yes. Yishio smiled. What? The Trident is drunk. If Tyranny wants to win, it can't rely on Samsara to fail alone. It needs 3 people to fail at the same time to have a chance. At this time, you should go to the official website to vote for Samsara. Of course, if you want to be a gambler, then invest in Tyranny. Gamblers gamble. And in the end, you will have nothing. Chapter 412 Storm is coming. 7 days later. Q City. Guixin Stadium. The weather in Q City today is very good. The sun is rising. Everything is foreshadowing the establishment of a new dynasty. In the afternoon, the stadium was full of gloried players from all over the world who came to watch this century-long battle. The big screen outside the stadium was playing the promotion road of the two teams. And on both sides were the team posters of Tyranny and Samsara. In the Tyranny Club, Zhang Xinjie was presiding over the pre-match meeting. The screen was full of data reports of each character of Samsara. Zhang Xinjie circled the trident of Samsara with a red pin. Wow! Zhou Zikai and Zhang Jiala data were okay. But Zhou Yichen data made them dumbfounded. Almost every data ranked in the top 3. You know, Zhou Yichen had rested this season. And he also used Gun Yin Xingchen. If Yu Xingchen was fully present, his data would be even more exaggerated. Talking about Zhou Yichen, Tyranny was silent. Even Zhang Xinjie frowned. Unlike the two healing accounts of Tiny Herb, there is not much difference between the playing styles of Cordyceps and Windproof. Except that Cordyceps is more offensive and Windproof is more defensive. However, the EU Stardust and Gun Yin Star of Samsara are completely different. EU Stardust is a very standard lineup, both offensive and defensive. Gun Yin Star is the ultimate offensive lineup. If you can't stop it, then sorry. You will not have any room for resistance. Compared with the EU Stardust, Tyranny is actually more afraid of Gun Yin Star. The attack of 2 sharpshooters is much stronger than that of 2 magic scholars. The pressure from the side is not of the same order of magnitude. Will they use Gun Yin Star in the finals? Zhao Yang asked in doubt. They played against Blue Rain in the semifinals. But they never used it once. It's hard to say. They will still use EU Stardust. Han Wenqing said with his arms folded. Zhou Yichen Gun Yin Star may be a little controversial. But his EU Stardust is indeed terrifyingly strong. I don't think there's any need to think so much. Just do it, and it's done. Lin Jingyan said. Zhang Xinjie looked at Lin Jingyan. This sentence didn't sound like it came from him. I don't know about other things. But if you play against Samsara, you will definitely lose if you play on defense. Lin Jingyan said affirmatively. Senior Zhou really likes to play against defensive teams. Qin Muyan said. He had watched the video of the game between Gun Yin Xingchen and Yu Xingchen, and found that Zhou Yichen had a very high desire to attack. And after discovering that the opponent was playing defense, he became even more unscrupulous. A typical example is playing against Wei Chao. Wei Chao used Duhua and Fa Feng to form a double front row. But Yu Xingchen beat them to pieces. But playing against Samsara on offense, Zhang Xinjie didn't finish. Everyone understood. Playing against Samsara on offense is tantamount to self-destruction. Samsara is currently the team with the smoothest offensive rhythm. No one else. Then let's play defensive counterattack. Han Wenqing rubbed his temples. I agree. Zhang Xinjie nodded. It's definitely right to play against yourself. If you lose, it can only mean that you are not as good as others. Guixin Hotel. Samsara has arrived in Q City a day in advance. They have been analyzing Tyranny since they played against Blue Rain. They know Tiny Herb too well. They sent Tiny Herb away the year before last and last year. In fact, Tiny Herb chose to change its play style after the first defeat, replacing Cordyceps with the double front row of the Windproof group. If they play defensive counterattack against Tyranny, there may be a little chance. How do you think Tyranny will play today? Samsara started running the map every day. Today they ran Silent Village. It's still the same set as against Tiny Herb. Defensive counterattack. Zhou Yichen operated Gun Yin Xingchen to shuttle through the alleys. Yeah, I think it's the same set too, Fang Minghua said. So? Zhang Jiala sent a question mark. Did he mean that Yu Xingchen was going to replace Jiang Yin Xingchen? In their plan, they were not going to use Jiang Yin Xingchen. Jiang Yin Xingchen's stage is not here. Jiang Buitao words were very clear. I have no objection. Zhou Yichen shrugged. Compared with Jiang Yin Xingchen, Zhou Yichen was more used to using Yu Xingchen. Jiang Yin Xingchen, it was a mistake after all. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the lights of Guixin Stadium were fully turned on. The two teams also entered the lounge from the backstage. Oh, the finals. I haven't been here for a long time. Zhang Jiala sat on the sofa and recalled. Unknowingly, this is the 3rd time I have entered the finals. How is the record? Zhou Yichen asked shamelessly. Don't force me to fight you in the octagon cage before the game. Zhang Jiala glanced at Zhou Yichen. Really talking about something else. Record? 2 runner-ups. They also advanced to the finals 3 times. And the Samsara team won 2 championships. But he won 2 runner-ups. It's okay. I get what I want this time, Jian Buitao said with a smile. Soon after, the professional players from other teams also rushed into the Samsara lounge. Hey, where is the Samsara lounge? Tyranny is too complicated. I can't find the way every time I come here. Han Wenqing won't change. The voice came before the person arrived. Don't be nervous. Play well, Chu Yunqiu said to Zhou Yichen. Poochie. Chu Yunqiu words really made Huang Xiaotian laugh. A person who had never entered the finals taught a person who had entered the finals 3 times in a row to adjust his mentality. Huang Xiaotian. Do you want to die? Lady. I was wrong. Well, I will. I won't be nervous when you are here, Zhou Yichen said sweetly. The others couldn't stand it anymore. Li Xian escaped first. It's better not to eat this dog food. Can you two go over there and flirt? Zhang Jiala said speechlessly. Old people. Go over there, Zhou Yichen said ruthlessly. You? Zhang Jiala used his unique skill. The Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger. Unfortunately, it had no killing power at all. Zhou Yichen could suppress it with one hand. Hey, everyone is here. Yishio suddenly walked into the rest room of Samsara. He didn't want to come at first. But Su Macheng wanted to come to see her best friend. But didn't want to come alone. So Yishio was pulled here. Other people from Happy also came to the game site and talked with Yijan, the big customer. Before, Xin Guo was still thinking about how to get tickets for the finals. But the manager of Tyranny called and invited them to watch the finals. After all, they are the team that will enter the league next season. And their opponent in the opening game is also the champion of this season. Every time the home team of the finals, a certain number of home tickets will be issued to the major teams, which is both welcoming and heartbreaking. Generally, the home team will be given this face. Unless the 2 teams have been feuding for a long time. Glory is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships. Besides, Xingxin also has their mortal enemy Yiqiu. Wouldn't it be great if he could come to watch Tyranny victory? Macheng. Xiao. The best friends hugged each other when they met. And then, they went to the side to exchange feelings. Zhou Yichen guessed that the 2 were talking about what good TV series were recently. Isn't this Yishen? What is your goal for next season? Zhang Jiala put his hand on Yixiu's shoulder in a familiar manner. Zhang Jiala felt very happy when he thought that Yixiu could only watch his performance from the audience. Yixiu shrugged, and then whispered, strive for the championship on the basis of relegation. Chapter 413 Peak Showdown. Yixiu words stunned all the professional players present. Relegation? Champion. Can these 2 appear in the same sentence? Champion? Zhang Jiala smiled. What are you laughing at? Your first runner-up was given by me. Zhang area. Yixiu glanced at Zhang Jiala. You? Zhang Jiala once again used his ultimate move. The Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger. Okay. Everyone. Get ready to play. Fang Minghua came out and said. I go first. Come on. Chu Yunqiu and Su Macheng walked out of the rest room of Samsara arm in arm. Your girlfriend was kidnapped. LV Buiyuan elbowed Zhou Yichen with his arm. I saw it. What can I do? Join them? Zhou Yichen asked back. Huh? Yixiu glanced at Zhou Yichen. You have a dangerous idea. At 8 p.m., the game officially began. As usual, the finals documentary was played at the beginning. And then, there was a lively opening session. The theme song of the 9th season finals. Heavy is the Crown. From the famous band Linkin Park. Translates to seeing is believing. It also fits the theme of this season. Will Samsara reach the top and achieve the 2nd Triple Crown dynasty in the history of glory? Or will Tyranny extinguish the new flame? Welcome to the scene of the 9th season finals of the Glory Professional League. Tyranny host is still so passionate. Tyranny! 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 Before the host finished speaking, Tyranny shouts rang out at the scene. Majestic and heavy. Oh my god! The difference between watching online and offline is too big. Qingguo said that she finally understood why the internet said that Tyranny home court was a devil's home court. The atmosphere was too exaggerated. There were also people beating gongs and drums. Get used to it. We won't be sitting here to watch next season. Yishou reminded him. Yeah. Luoji swallowed his saliva. This scene was more exaggerated than his speech at school. First of all, let us welcome the double champion of the 7th and 8th seasons of the Glory Professional League. The Samsara team. Samsara? 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 The Samsara fans in the away area also stood up to cheer for their team. And some even bought musical instruments outside the stadium. Playing gongs and drums is not the patent of Tyranny. Ah! Watching Josukai lead the team out. Tyranny fans also booed, trying to influence the mentality of the Samsara players. Ha ha ha! Joichin waved to the fans, and listening to the boos from the audience, he pressed his hands down and put his index finger in front of his mouth. So pretentious? I like it so much. My kid is so handsome. Captain. Josukai. Character card one shot through the clouds. Title Gun King. Gun King. Josukai. Gun King. Josukai. Gun King. Josukai. Girls have loud voices. Li Xian expressed his envy of Josukai for having so many female fans. Josukai waved to the fans holding their own light boards. Ah! It's the smile of a male god. I'm wet. Team member. Joichin. Character card Yu Xingchen. Title God of War. God of War. Joichin. God of War. Joichin. God of War. Joichin. Oh my god. Is this Joichin male fan? Yang Song said. If Joichin was in City C, he would probably be even more popular. Xiao Shichin suddenly said. Old Xiao. You're not right. After introducing the away team Samsara, with a burst of high-pitched music, the Tyranny team came on stage. Hey, why is their music different from ours? Du Ming asked. Because this is Tyranny home court. Jian Wutao said calmly. Captain. Han Wenqing. Character card to Mo Guyan. Title King of Fighters. King of Fighters. Han Wenqing. King of Fighters. Han Wenqing. King of Fighters. Han Wenqing. So manly. After the introduction of the players of both teams, the two captains bumped fists, and dry ice was sprayed on the scene. And the game officially began. Welcome to the finals of the 9th season of the Glory Professional League. This is the Commentary Cup. I am the commentator Li Ju. Today is really a game that everyone is looking forward to. We also invited the former professional player of Tyranny, Coach Li, to comment on today's century battle with the two of us. Hello everyone. I am today's guest commentator Li Ba. While the commentators were chatting, the professional players were also chatting. Who do you think the two teams will send to start? Yang Song asked. Joichin. Sun Xiang, who was sitting next to Xiao Shichin, interrupted. Thunder has not officially announced the joining of Sun Xiang and Yi Jiqiu. After all, the transfer channel has not been opened yet. There is no suspense about the starting lineup of Samsara. But what about Tyranny? What do you think? Master Yi? You know Tyranny best. Xiao Shichin asked. I suggest you ask Wang Jieshi. Yi Xiu smiled. The professional players looked at Wang Jieshi. Han Wenqing. Wang Jieshi thought for a moment and said. Ah? No way. You have to know that this is the finals, not the regular season. If Han Wenqing doesn't sit in the ring, they are likely to be pierced by the Samsara trident. If Tyranny wants to break through the ring, they can only take the initiative. Tactical Master Yu Wenzhou joined the topic. Yes. The Samsara ring is fixed once a week. 3 Lu and 5 Kai. As long as these 3 people play normally, Tyranny wants to win the Samsara ring. It's harder than climbing to the sky. Fellow tactical master Xiao Shichin also made his own analysis. Yes, the Samsara ring is too arrogant, with 3 god-level figures sitting in the ring. Although Han Wenqing, Lin Jingyan, and Zhao Yan on Tyranny's side are also strong, their strength is no longer at the peak. On the other hand, the twin stars of Samsara are all at the peak. A good start. Jiang Wutao extended his fist. Joichin smiled and bumped his fist with his. Joichin then bumped fists with his teammates one by one, and then walked towards the stage. Han Wenqing on the other side also took off his coat and stepped onto the stage. Wow! The battle of titles starts right at the beginning. So exciting. I'm wet again. Although everyone already knew who the starters of both sides were, the big screen above the stage still announced the role information of the two. Reincarnation, Joichin. ID, Yu Xingchen, God of War. Occupation, Battle Mage. Battle Tyrant, Han Wenqing. ID, Desert Guyan, King of Fighters. Occupation, Boxer. Map, Arena. Wow! Tyrant is preparing to go head-to-head with Reincarnation. Li Xian was surprised. This is Tyrant. Never come with empty words. Fang Rui said. Why are you interested in Tyrant? Tang Hao, who was sitting next to him, asked. Do you want to drive me away so much? Fang Rui asked back. Tang Hao didn't say anything. Has the conflict between Hu Xiao reached this point? Xiao Shiqin, who was sitting in the back, observed secretly. Not only Xiao Shiqin noticed the scene, but also Chu Yunqiu. Chapter 414 Battle between the old and new titles. It's been a long time since I fought you. Senior. Zhou Yichen stretched out his hand. Well, I also want to see how strong you are now. Han Wenqing stretched out his hand and shook it with Zhou Yichen. Senior. Don't you know? Zhou Yichen smiled. Seeing is believing. After saying this, Han Wenqing walked towards the competition stage. This game is interesting. Is it respecting the elderly or loving the young? 99%, 100% Yu Xingchen. Loading completed. Demo Gaian. Loading completed. Map, arena. Loading completed. After loading, the characters of both sides appeared on the holographic projection. Yu Xingchen in the south and Demo Gaian in the north. 3, 2, 1. Fight. The countdown ended, and the two rushed to the high arena in the center of the map at the same time. When climbing the steps, Zhou Yichen also showed his unique skills to the audience. When he stepped onto the stage, Han Wenqing Demo Gaian had just arrived. So fast. Han Wenqing on the other side was still a little surprised. Although he had seen Yu Xingchen way of climbing the stairs before, this operation, which was a bit like pole vaulting, was still quite difficult. Few battle mage players who posted videos online could succeed. Young people just loved to operate. Yu Xingchen swung his spear and stabbed at Demo Gaian. Demo Gaian leaned sideways, stretched out his hands and grabbed Yu Xingchen's spear, and then threw it aside. Boxer's pick and roll technique. Barehanded into the white blade, Demo Gaian successfully blocked Yu Xingchen attack, and then punched forward. Banquin! This attack was extremely powerful. Fortunately, Zhou Yichen reacted very quickly. He slid the mouse and shook it in a Z shape to successfully avoid the Banquin. Oh my god! Z-shape shaking to avoid the boxer's collapsing punch. This guy is going for it. Huang Xiaotian eyes widened. The collapsing punch was very fast and came with a shock wave. It was too difficult for a battle mage to use the Z-shape shaking to avoid the collapsing punch. Good boy. Han Wenqing got excited and kicked forward. Fist. Demo Gaian attack was like a tiger descending from a mountain and hit Yu Xingchen. Zhou Yichen did not choose to counterattack, but controlled Yu Xingchen to dodge all the time. But his perspective was always locked on Demo Gaian. The next move is a high kick. Zhou Yichen muttered. Yu Xingchen dodged Demo Gaian high kick. What? He stretched out his right hand, and with the pink cherry blossom petals falling, Demo Gaian flew backwards. Falling flower palm. Did he predict that Han Wenqing would use a high kick? Yishio thought. He had seen many pre-shootings, but it was the first time he had seen a pre-dodge. After all, if the prediction was wrong, it would be easy to fall into a passive state of being beaten. But Zhou Yichen succeeded, and Demo Gaian attack was completely neutralized by him. But Han Wenqing didn't want to give up. He landed on the ground and kicked back to kill Yu Xingchen again. Yu Xingchen rotated the spear with both hands. At the moment when Demo Gaian kicked, he bent down to avoid it and waved the spear with his left hand. Technique, Cloud Spear. Sweeping the army. Due to the inertia of punching, Demo Gaian leaned forward and had no time to dodge the Cloud Spear. Demo Gaian was repelled, and Yu Xingchen did not get up, but launched another sweep. Tyrant Smash. Demo Gaian jumped up to avoid Yu Xingchen's sweep. But before he landed, Yu Xingchen changed from one hand to two hands to hold the spear. And Strong Dragon Pressure. Beautiful. Sun Xiang couldn't help but shout out. This move was great. Tyrant Smash was just a bait. Strong Dragon Pressure was the killer move. This move of Strong Dragon Pressure had to be taken by Demo Guyan. Basha followed by Strong Dragon Pressure. Zhou Yichen operation was too perfect. Demo Guyan was knocked out, and Yu Xingchen rushed to the landing point immediately. Should Han Wenqing choose to use steel bones? The cup explained quickly. Li Bo on the side was already as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Fortunately, Han Wenqing did not hesitate and activated the steel bones tyrant body effect and successfully landed. This was also to avoid being hit by Yu Xingchen ultimate move before landing. Then he swung a palm strike at Yu Xingchen, and the light and shadow effect was like a tiger. Double tiger palm. Zhou Yichen did not covet damage. After seeing Demo Guyan steel bones, He took a step back. This also caused Demo Guyan's double tiger palm to fail. But Han Wenqing was not annoyed. What he had to do was to establish a greater advantage within the duration of Steel Bones. Flying kick, heart-piercing kick, whirlwind kick. Demo Guyan used 3 intermediate skills in a row just to establish an advantage. This did consume Yu Xingchen. Old Han is a little anxious. Yu Wanzhou said. Demo Guyan mana has been consumed a lot. But Yu Xingchen health has not dropped too much. This shows that many of Demo Guyan's skills are empty shells and useless. Yes, a little anxious. Wang Jieshi agreed with Yu Wanzhou's statement. Zhou Yichen is different from others. He is a reckless man with brains. When a reckless man calms down and chooses to defend, the opponent should be able to sense what is wrong. But now Han Wenqing only has offense in his mind. And offense is the best defense. Judging from the facial expressions of the players, Zhou Yichen is not in a hurry at all. Just when everyone thought the battle was about to enter a stalemate. The 1,000-pound pendant. Now! Zhou Yichen's eyes lit up. He had been waiting for this move of Demo Guyan for a long time. Demo Guyan swung his fist and hit Yu Xingchen. The reason why Han Wenqing used the 1,000-pound pendant was very simple. It has a hegemonic effect and range damage. And this skill is completely immune to grabbing skills. But he overlooked one point. That is, the skill that specifically breaks the hegemonic state is effective for the 1,000-pound pendant. Does the battle mage have a skill that specifically breaks the hegemonic state? Of course. Round dance stick. Although he couldn't catch Demo Guyan, he could press him to the ground. Not good. Han Wenqing felt bad when he saw Yu Xingchen spinning his spear with both hands and then charging forward with the spear. Demo Guyan fist collided with Yu Xingchen round dance stick. And there was no stalemate. And Demo Guyan was pressed to the ground by Long Dan. This effect. Full level round dance stick. Batu frowned. The skill points of Samsara were really overbearing. The skill points they needed to calculate carefully seemed a bit redundant in Samsara. The overall situation was reversed. And Yu Xingchen certainly would not miss the opportunity of Demo Guyan falling to the ground. Sky Strike. Demo Guyan, whose steel and iron bones effect ended, was mercilessly floated in the air by the battle mage's Sky Strike. It's over. Lao Han is going to have Zhou-style massage. Huang Xiaoyan said that Zhou-style massage is good for everyone who has experienced it personally. What a fast speed. Zhou Yichen hand speed has soared. Li Ju's focus is on Zhou Yichen hand speed. Hand speed reaches 380 in an instant. Han Wenqing is in danger. Chapter 415, The Longest River. Yu Xingchen combo is very fast. 19. 20. 29. The last How Long Pijuan knocked Demo Guyan away. 30. Yu Xingchen has already stacked up the 3rd level fighter will, gaining 1.5% attack speed, 6% movement speed, and 70 points of positive strength bonus. Among these 3 bonuses, the most effective one is the movement speed. After all, the battle mage's own movement speed is not high. The increase in movement speed allows the battle mage to be extremely offensive, while also having a certain degree of mobility. Fighter will is stacked up. The situation is not good for Han Wenqing. Beige blurted out after seeing Yu Xingchen combo stack up. It's still early. As a guest, Li Ba said lightly. This exciting title battle made Beige's blood boil. His commentary style was originally the kind of talkative. And now he is even more chattering. Sometimes neither Li Ju nor Li Ba could get a word in. This duel between the old and the new reminded him of the past. Since He Chiu retired, Han Wenqing has undoubtedly become the longest river in the Glory Professional League. It has been 9 years since the first season. Many young players in the league now grew up watching Han Wenqing games. For example, Song Yingqi, who was trained by Tyranny. Li Ba knew that the river of Han Wenqing would eventually dry up. But it was definitely not now. In the 4th season, he and the captain walked into the stage of the finals. Now the captain is on the stage, and he is off the stage. Things have changed and everything has stopped. Even if the reincarnation of this season is at its peak, Han Wenqing will not easily bow his head and admit defeat. As long as there is a drop of blood, he will fight to the end unyieldingly. This is Han Wenqing's style. This is Tyranny's style. Hey! Yu Xingchen didn't move. Is this a chance for Damo Guyan? Li Ju shouted at this time. After knocking Damo Guyan away, Yu Xingchen did not choose to continue chasing, but chose to open the ice attribute dazzling pattern and shoot it towards the opponent. Damo Guyan continuously dodged the dazzling pattern. At this time, a cloud body could get close to Yu Xingchen. But Han Wenqing didn't do this. This fake move is too fake. As an opportunist, Huang Xiaotian naturally saw Zhou Yichen intention. He wanted to deceive Damao Guyan to use the cloud body to rush in front of him, and then rely on his extraordinary reaction to avoid Damao Guyan Iron Fist. Then a flying dragon in the sky can knock down Damao Guyan and launch his next wave of offensive. Why Huang Xiaotian knows so well? Because he has been deceived by Zhou Yichen many times in private. For this reason, Huang Xiaotian blushes almost every time he is fooled. And blushes and blushes. And then he becomes familiar with it. Well, it's too fake. But Huang Xiaotian always falls for it. Zhou Yichen put aside the thoughts in his mind and took a step back to avoid the iron fist of Damao Guyan. Technique, backstab. Zhou Yichen once again borrowed new techniques from traditional martial arts to create a sneak attack. Although Han Wenqing is old, his reaction speed has not decreased too much. He crossed his iron fists in front of his chest to block Yu Xingchen backstab. But the power was still so great that he was still pushed back a distance. This move is interesting. Yi Xiu touched his pocket and was about to have a cigarette when he realized that this was a public place. Your Jun Maxia can also use this move. Xingua, who was sitting next to him, asked. Well, sure. I try it later and use it when I hit him. What do you think of this move? Xiao Shiqin looked at Sun Xiang on the side and found that Sun Xiang frowned. Very strong. The power of this attack is not the key, but the timing of the release is very insidious. If it weren't for Han Wenqing's quick reaction, this shot would have pierced the heart of Damao Guyan. A genius idea. Han Wenqing typed in the public channel, which surprised everyone. You know, Han Wenqing doesn't like to type in the public channel. This time he actually spoke in advance. Senior, thank you for your praise. I won't let you go just because of your praise. Zhou Yichen typed in response. Slippery kid. The two fought again. Clang. The collision between Long Dan and Lion Hongquan produced fierce sparks. The one in the passive state is actually Achen. Jiang Guotao, who was watching the duel in the audience, said, Yeah. Zhou Zikai nodded, confirming Jiang Guotao's idea. Han Wenqing fought very smartly, and was very close to Achen, so it seemed that they were fighting. But in fact, the active party was always in the hands of Han Wenqing. Zhang Jia said, and if Han Wenqing wants to retreat, he can use his cloud body to easily avoid Achen attack. Jiang Guotao added, this is why Zhou Yichen has been trying to force Han Wenqing's cloud body out. But Han Wenqing also saw this, and kept holding on to his cloud body. Several times, he would rather take the damage from Yu Xingchen than retreat behind Yunho. Damao Guyan is about to launch a general attack. It seems that Han Wenqing can't hold it back any longer. The cup explained excitedly. Yu Xingchen failed to hit the target and hurriedly retreated. But how could Han Wenqing let him do as he wished? After charging his fist, he launched a powerful punch at Yu Xingchen. Boxer's level 65 high-level skill overlord fist. Damao Guyan has blocked Yu Xingchen retreat. This punch is not easy to dodge. This is what Zhou Yichen was thinking. Yu Xingchen tried to block Damao Guyan iron fist with his spear. Clang. The fist and the spear collided with each other, and the powerful force knocked Yu Xingchen out. Damao Guyan opened his cloud body, landed in advance, and kicked high to successfully float Yu Xingchen into the air. Finally, I forced your cloud body out. Zhou Yichen, who was suspended in the air, did not panic. Eagle Stomp. Han Wenqing was determined to complete the whole set. Subduing Tiger Soaring. Damao Guyan raised his feet and stomped on Yu Xingchen, who had landed on the ground, successfully knocking him to the ground. Damao Guyan did a backflip and landed, and then attacked Yu Xingchen again. Nice. The Tyranny fans in the audience began to celebrate. Yu Xingchen's health was already lower than that of Damao Guyan. In their opinion, the captain would break Zhou Yichen's 100% winning rate in this game. However, before the flaming red fist hit Yu Xingchen, his shoulder was pierced by the dragon gall. To make matters worse, Han Wenqing found that he could not move. This is Dragon Fang. The Battle Mage's Dragon Fang skill has a longer attack range. Compared with ordinary straight stabs, the attack and recovery speed of Dragon Fang is faster. Full-level Dragon Fang. Sun Xiang interrupted. He was very familiar with this speed. After all, he liked to upgrade Dragon Fang to the full level. Damao Guyan was frozen. Yu Xingchen stood up. Han Wenqing is in real danger now. Chapter 416 in. Ending. This Dragon Fang was obviously beyond Han Wenqing expectations. Han Wenqing, who had been stable for the whole game, was still anxious. Wind and clouds, fighting mountains and rivers. Zhou Yichen did not hesitate, and chose to use this set of high-level combos he discovered. When De Mo Guyen was able to move freely, Han Wenqing's perspective had been blocked by the special cloud effect. Without the cloud body and eagle step, De Mo Guyen had no way to escape in the first time. Han Wenqing could only keep turning his perspective to capture the trace of Yu Xingchen. The holographic projection was filled with mist and floating clouds. Not to mention Han Wenqing. The audience could not see Yu Xingchen trace. Where did Yu Xingchen go? This was the question in everyone's mind. The director also understood it very well. Zhou Yichen's first-person perspective was cut on the big screen. What is this position? Wang Jieshi felt that this position was very familiar. The side of De Mo Guyen. Yuanzhou gave the answer. His memory was ridiculously good. Zhou Yichen was very smart. He did not move to the back of De Mo Guyen. It was too conventional to attack from behind. Although Han Wenqing's perspective kept shaking, he actually focused on two things. One in front and one behind. When De Mo Guyen's perspective turned to the other side, Yu Xingchen finally moved. Angry dragon pierces the heart and breaks. As the dragon-shaped fighting spirit pierced De Mo Guyen's heart, De Mo Guyen flew backwards, while the cloud effect dissipated. Yu Xingchen followed up, and used the shadow step to connect with a combo before the opponent landed. Strange. Did Yu Xingchen combo break? A professional player asked. You know, the most admirable thing about Zhou Yichen Battle Mage is that his combo will not break. But this time, it broke. It broke when De Mo Guyen attacked fiercely. Xiao Shiqin saw it very clearly. Oh! It turned out that he was interrupted by the desert smoke. The other professional players nodded. No. Wang Jieshi retorted at this time. He interrupted it on his own initiative. Interrupted the combo on his own initiative? Some people didn't understand what Wang Jieshi said. Han Wenqing was very afraid of Zhou Yichen combo. So only when the combo was interrupted, Han Wenqing would launch a full-scale attack. So that even if he made a mistake, he would not have too much to worry about. Yuanzhou explained. I didn't expect Zhou Yichen to be so deliberate. The professional players talked a lot. But the actual situation was that when Zhou Yichen saw the desert smoke attacking, he chose to counterattack and wanted to force Han Wenqing's cloud body out. As a result, the combo failed, causing the positive bonus of the fighter will to disappear. Although the process is a little different, the result is the same. As for their analysis, Zhou Yichen said, awesome. 100 Dragons Meteor hit. Yu Xingchen made a rapid thrust attack on the desert guy's smoke in front of him. The situation has reversed. Li Ju said. Now Li Bu is not calm. The situation is not right. Why does it feel like the old captain is going to die? There is still a chance. The CD of desert guy's smoke barehanded blade is ready. And he grabs the spear stabbed by Yu Xingchen with both hands, throws it aside, clenched his fists, and shook his body. Boxer level 75 high-level state skill inch power. During the skill, the distance of boxing power can be shortened, and the speed of boxing will be increased. The next boxing or general attack can produce a strengthened power wave. Boom! The desert guy smoke's attack is stronger. Han Wenqing knows that he must decide the winner now. If he drags it on, he will die slowly. Han Wenqing's hand speed has slowly decreased. Old Han's hand speed is still affected. Lin Jingyan, who is sitting in the tyranny player seat, said. As the opponent, Zhou Yichen also sensed this. De Mo Guyen's fist was much slower than before, and Yu Xingchen dodged the enhanced force waves several times. Han Wenqing knew that he was a little anxious, so he wanted to stabilize his hand. But Zhou Yichen would not let Han Wenqing stabilize, and the dragon went out to sea. Yu Xingchen waved his war spear, and hit De Mo Guyen with a splash of magic fighting spirit. When De Mo Guyen wanted to block, it was too late. The dragon-shaped fighting spirit hit De Mo Guyen's shoulder, and while suffering the knockback effect, the high physical damage made De Mo Guyen's blood volume even lower. Yu Xingchen was not very comfortable after taking a few punches. But at this moment, looking at De Mo Guyen flying backwards, Zhou Yichen thought that the game should be over. The war spear was facing the ground, and the blue magic fighting spirit surged out. The entire holographic projection began to vibrate, which had a bit of 3D flavor. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, the magic fighting spirit and the wave merged into one, and a giant dragon soared into the sky, and then attacked De Mo Guyen. Fu Long Xiang Tian, the highest mixed damage skill of the battle mage. although Damal Guyan once again activated the iron bones. Fu Long Xiang Tian is essentially a grabbing skill that can break the domineering state. Han Wenqing focused his attention. And at the moment when Fu Long Xiang Tian attacked, Damal Guyan turned sideways in midair. And he wanted to use flying kicks to dodge Yu Xingchen Fu Long Xiang Tian. But Zhou Yichen predicted the action of Damal Guyan in advance. After all, if you stand still, there are only two ways to avoid damage. Jump up or lie down. For boxers, jumping into the air is undoubtedly the best choice. You can even use Fu Long Xiang Tian stiffness to attack the battle mage. However, the flying kick is much less effective than the cloud body and the eagle step. In the last All-Star Rookie Challenge, Han Wenqing was able to avoid Sun Xiang Fu Long Xiang Tian by relying on the eagle step. But now both the cloud body and the eagle step are on skill CD. Han Wenqing can only pin his hopes on this flying kick. Unfortunately, the difficulty is too high. When Han Wenqing turned around, Long Tong had already stared at him closely. Boom! Fu Long Xiang Tian. All hit. Damal Guyan was knocked into the air by How Long. The physical damage of the first stage was not bad for Damal Guyan. The most fatal thing was the magic wave explosion of Fu Long Xiang Tian's second stage. And the magic damage hit Damal Guyan. It's over. Looking at the little blood left, Xiao Shurqin adjusted his glasses and said, Damal Guyan was directly hit against the wall at the edge of the ring, making a big hole. Before he landed, Yu Xingchen arrived in advance. Then a simple and unpretentious angry dragon piercing the heart ended Damal Guyan's sinful life. Glory! Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for winning the first match of the ring match. The God of War is still refreshing his winning streak. And the King of Fighters is still as good as ever. After the cup match, he said excitedly. This title battle made the audience excited. For Zhou Yichen, this was a narrow victory. Huh? Zhou Yichen shook his head. This match was very thrilling. Han Wenqing was obviously well prepared. If Han Wenqing hadn't been anxious in the middle, he would have been the loser in the end. There was silence at the scene, and the Tyranny fans did not insult this match. The level of this duel was so high, and the battle was so intense that it was absolutely rare. Everyone was so excited. They just felt it was a pity that it was just a little bit short. You shouldn't be so anxious. Zhang Xinjia adjusted his glasses and said, in this contest between reckless men, whoever is anxious will fall into a passive position. Zhou Yichen was like this at the beginning, and Han Wenqing was also like this later. Zhang Xinjia felt a little incredible about Zhou Yichen on the spot adjustment. Is this Zhou Yichen in the finals? With full attributes? Han Wenqing didn't say anything, pushed open the door of the battle room, and walked downstairs. The waves behind pushed the waves ahead, and each generation is stronger than the previous one. Chapter 417 Tyranny adjusts its thinking. Watching their captain walk out of the competition seat, Tyranny fans applauded. They felt sorry for their captain. It must be hard to lose to a younger generation who was much younger than them. They wanted to comfort the captain's young heart with applause. Han Wenqing. His body was still straight. His steps were firm and powerful. And he waved to the Tyranny fans in the audience. Watching the captain waving at them, the applause in the audience became louder and louder. This was their captain, and he would never be defeated by any setbacks. Even if the opponent was the king of the new era. So what? Tyranny would not be easily defeated. Seeing Han Wenqing return to the player seat, all Tyranny players stood up and applauded to welcome their captain. What a pity. Han Wenqing took the cup of water handed to him by Zhang Xinjia. It's a small matter. We have to change our thinking, Zhang Xinjia said. I listened to you. Han Wenqing nodded. The outcome of this game was close. To be more precise, it depended on who would get anxious first. I originally thought that the energetic Zhou Yichen would play recklessly, but he calmed down after failing to attack first. Later, it was Han Wenqing who got anxious. Before the game, Tyranny's strategy was to continue the lineup against Tiny Herb, with Han Wenqing and Lin Jingyan leading the charge and Zhao Yang defending the ring. But now, this lineup needs to be adjusted. Zhang Xinjia looked at Qin Miyun. The best card to play now is Qin Miyun minus 9 degrees. Is it okay? Zhang Xinjia asked. I can do it. Qin Miyun took off his coat. He debuted this season without the immaturity of a rookie. As the fifth player of Tyranny, his presence in the team competition was very low, and his glory was overshadowed by the 4 all-stars around him. He didn't have a particularly outstanding record in the singles match, and he lost more than he won against the great players in the league. But anyone who knew him knew that Qin Muyun was not a scoundrel. His positioning and movement skills were excellent, and he was good at dynamic positioning. Even Zhou Yichen, who was strong, had seen Qin Muyun POV and learned and borrowed from his positioning and movement. Tyranny, Qin Muyun. ID, -9 degrees. Occupation, sharpshooter. The information of the second player in the Tyranny arena was announced on the big screen. Qin Muyun. It seems that Tyranny has changed its mind, Yishio said. Who is Qin Muyun? Bazi beside him touched his head. He's the one I mentioned before who's excellent at dynamic positioning and movement, Yishio said. Oh. Bazi nodded. I don't remember. Bada chose to send out the rookie Qin Muyun, who debuted this season. Qin Muyun's strength is still very good among the rookies, and he has something that many rookies don't have, Li Ju said. Oh. What is it? Beige said. Stable. Li Ba answered on the side. That's right. Although Qin Muyun data this season is plain, it is very stable and has no obvious shortcomings. But there are no obvious advantages either. Beige interrupted. Hey. He really has some. Li Ju smiled. Oh. What are the advantages? Qin Muyun dynamic positioning is very good. What is dynamic positioning? Is this the finals? Or a crossed-off performance? Some professional players were confused. 99%, 100% -9 degrees. Loading completed. Map, arena. Loading completed. 3, 2, 1. Fight. The crosstalk of the commentator is over, and the game is about to start. Yu Xingchen is in the south, and -9 degrees is in the north. Both sides rush to the high arena in the center of the map at the same time. In terms of health, Yu Xingchen only has 8% of his health, while -9 degrees has 100%. Therefore, Zhou Yichen definitely did not think about how to win this game. In the arena, the battle mage played against the sharpshooter, 8% against 100%, and the skills were still on CD. If Zhou Yichen won this game, Qin Muyun might have achieved an achievement. Debut and retire. Zhou Yichen naturally thought about how to knock down as much health as possible from -9 degrees with 100% of his health. This is his top priority in this game. Tyranny thinking was adjusted very correctly. It would be best to send a profession that can distance and eliminate Yu Xingchen without injury. In this way, Han Wenqing elimination is equivalent to a 1-for-1 exchange, and the two sides are tied. But as long as Yu Xingchen knocked down Ling Xiaojuda's health, then Tyranny would lose this battle. Zhou Yichen, who knew this, rushed there very quickly, and so did Qin Muyun on the other side. The speed of both sides entering the ring was almost the same this time. But for Zhou Yichen, it was already a disadvantage. After all, the opponent was a sharpshooter, and his attack distance was much longer than his. The moment he saw Yu Xingchen appear in his field of vision, Ling Xiaojuda pulled out the revolver from the holster with both hands and shot at Yu Xingchen. Bang, bang, bang. Looking at the flying bullets, Yu Xingchen did not flinch. Ding! Yu Xingchen shot away the bullets of 09 degree, and then accelerated towards the opponent. Qin Muyun saw Zhou Yichen in tension, so he did not go up to him, but took the initiative to retreat from the ring. Oh my god! Don't let Fang Rui possess you at this time, Zhou Yichen roared in his heart. Although Yu Xingchen was at the commanding height, his attack distance was far behind others. What's the use? Even if 09 degree retreated from the ring, he was still about to launch a ruthless shooting at Yu Xingchen above. Zhou Yichen had no choice. It would only be a waste of time to drag it down. It was meaningless. So, he jumped into the air and stabbed 09 degree below. Unfortunately, 09 degree did not give him any chance to get close, and a sliding tackle moved him away from Yu Xingchen again. I'm going to die. Zhou Yichen was numb. Well done. I'm going to disgust him to death. The Tyranny fans in the audience felt for the first time how wonderful it was to be vulgar. Is there a solution? A professional player asked. No solution, Wang Jieshi said. Yu Wenzhou and Xiao Shiqin also shook their heads. It was indeed a bit helpless when others didn't fight with you. Ah, a familiar smell. Fang Rui seemed to smell the breath of the same kind. Hiss. Tang Hao on the side said that he felt uncomfortable all over and really wanted to take out the clear sky hammer and smash the vulgar man next to him to death with one hammer. Yu Xingchen jumped onto the railing on the side and attacked -9 degrees again. Dragon Fang. Knee strike. Although Zhou Yichen was a little anxious, his mind was still very clear. If Qin Muyun wanted to fight back, knee strike was the best choice. And the domineering effect during the period could perfectly offset the stiffness of Dragon Fang. After the knee strike, the whirlwind kick. Huh? No one knows the sharpshooter better than me. Zhou Yichen laughed. It's glowing red. This is Dragon Fang. Is 09 going to fight back? He's retreating again. 09 even activated dual control. Reset the CD of the sliding skill. And then slid and yo-yoed. Before Yu Xingchen landed, 09 fired with 2 guns. Bang bang bang. Chapter 418, closer step by step. Yu Xingchen fell under the gun of 09 degree. No one expected that this game would end like this. From beginning to end, Yu Xingchen did not touch the corner of 09 degrees close. Hey, how to say this game? The 3 commentators sitting in the commentary booth really didn't know what words to use to summarize this game. Although Yu Xingchen only had 8% of his health, 09 degree played too conservatively. High EQ, conservative. Low EQ, wretched. This battle of titles, which was equivalent to the first game, seemed very like the foreplay was well prepared. And then it was found to be soft, calm and rational. This was Yu Wenzhou evaluation of Qin Muyun after the game. As a newcomer, Qin Muyun did not have the impatience that a newcomer should have. Zhou Yichen laughed after the game. His mind was full of his own words now. No one knows the sharpshooter better than me. He couldn't understand why the sharpshooter could play so conservatively. Is that how all the academics play? Even though he only had 8% of his health left. He lost if he lost. Zhou Yichen felt very powerless. As if his fist hit cotton. When Zhou Yichen walked out of the competition booth, the whole place was quiet. The expressions of Tyranny fans seemed to be dazed. And those who didn't know thought they had lost. In their eyes, they saw Yu Xingchen attacking all the time, while -9 degrees was retreating all the time. Then they retreated and retreated. And they won. In fact, most Tyranny fans didn't like this conservative style of play. After all, they were full of blood and thought they should fight. Because of this, every time Fang Rui came to Tyranny, he was not faced with boos from Tyranny fans, but insults. Because it was too disgusting. He felt disgusted even when he won. Some people even started a group fight with Fang Rui online, thinking that he was the most wretched person in the history of glory. And no one could surpass him. No matter what style you play. As long as you can win. It's a good style. Han Wenqing doesn't reject the vulgar style. As long as you can win. It doesn't matter what style you play. Besides, isn't their defensive formation another kind of vulgarity? Seeing that the Tyranny fans were silent, the Samsara fans sitting in the away area were also confused and looked at each other. Should we applaud? Someone asked in a low voice. At this time, Zhou Yichen just walked off the stage and waved to them. Only then did they applaud. And the applause also woke up the Tyranny fans. I won. How did I win? Why don't I remember? Did I lose my memory? Seeing Zhou Yichen coming back, the Samsara people also greeted him. How do you feel? Jiang Buitao asked. I can't say. Zhou Yichen smiled. Fang Rui played less. Zhang Jiala said. Yeah. Zhou Zikai nodded. Who's next? Fang Minghua asked. I go. Zhang Jiala took off his coat and wanted to go on stage. But Zhou Zikai shook his head. And Jiang Buitao also felt it was inappropriate. You should be the third one. Jiang Buitao said. That's fine. Zhang Jiala took his coat and put it on again. Hey. We saw that Samsara was still discussing who would go on stage. Zhang Jiala took off his coat. Is he going to go on stage? Li Ba poked his head. Why did Zhang Jiala put on his coat again? The cup showed a questioning expression. Maybe it's cold. Li Ju said. Wu Qi. No problem for me. Wu Qi shrugged. Ready at all times. Then Wu Qi will go. After confirming, Zhou Zikai filled out the list and handed it to the staff. Samsara, Wu Qi. ID, cruel silence. Occupation, assassin. Wu Qi. Samsara personnel arrangement was a bit beyond Zhang Xinjia expectations. In Zhang Xinjia list, the second player to appear was either Jiang Buitao or Du Ming. The third and fifth players were fixed to be Zhang Jiala and Zhou Zikai. And the fourth player should be chosen between LV Boyuan and Wu Qi. As a result, Wu Qi appeared in the second place. Does it have any impact? Han Wenqing saw Zhang Xinjia frowning. No. I'm just a little confused about Samsara personnel arrangement. Zhang Xinjia adjusted his glasses. It's okay as long as we win, Han Wenqing said. Well, what Captain Han said is fine. 99%, 100% cruel silence. Loading completed. Map, arena. Loading completed. 3, 2, 1. Fight. The game started. And this time Qin Muyun would not play as conservatively as in the last game. After all, he knew very well that he could not give Zhou Yichen any chance. Although he only had 8% of his health. As long as he was targeted by him, the price he paid would be doubled. This is also why Zhang Xinjie temporarily chose Qin Muyun instead of Lin Jingyan as the second choice. Qin Muyun was calm enough. But even though he put his two guns back into the holsters at -9 degrees and tried to run, his speed was still not as fast as the assassin. Cruel Silence stepped onto the stage before his opponent. And the moment 09 arrived, Cruel Silence took action. Arc Flash. Cruel Silence roared and rushed towards 09 with the silver weapon in hand, and slashed at him. Arc Flash was launched very quickly, with arc-shaped slashes and light and shadow effects. If the distance is too close, it will be blinded. Qin Muyun was of course aware of this, so he operated 09 to slide forward and kicked Cruel Silence in the back with a whirlwind kick. Qin Muyun fighting style in this game could not be used in the previous game. When fighting Yu Xingchen, Qin Muyun chose to evacuate the stage because he knew it was difficult for the battle mage to get close to him. But when facing an assassin, he could not take the initiative to escape from the stage. First, the assassin's mobility is very high, and the road under the stage is not that spacious. Although there are few shelters, there are still some. In this case, the assassin has a good chance of getting close to him, and that is an assassin with full skills. Besides, his double control has been used in the last game, and the skill CD is very long. Therefore, Qin Muyun has to play very actively in this game. Wu Qi reaction is also very fast. When 09 degrees goes around and kicks him from behind, Cruel Silence flashes behind 09 degrees while dodging the whirlwind kick. Cut throat. The dagger slides horizontally, trying to cut 09 degrees throat. If the throat cut hits, the opponent will bleed, triggering the bleeding effect and causing high physical damage. Moreover, the throat cut has a 20% physical bonus for back attacks that ignores defense, which can cause physical crit. This time, Qin Muyun also showed the audience how to dodge the assassin's throat cut. That is, squatting and rolling sideways. The basic skills are very solid from Shaoshi Qin evaluation, but the distance has been shortened. Wang Jieshi continued. Cruel Silence easily closed in at -9 degrees with just one throat cut. And now Qin Muyun had to think about how to increase the distance between the two. Next, Qin Muyun showed the audience his gun and body skills. Chapter 419. This knife will hurt. 4 steps. 3 steps. Just when the audience thought Qin Muyun was going to perform the 3-step spear technique, the distance between 09 degrees and Cruel Silence was half a step away. 3.5 steps of spear technique is already very good. Li Ban nodded and said, so far, only 2 people have used the 3-step spear technique in the glory competition. One is Zhou Zikai, whose 3-step spear technique is gorgeous, and the other is Zhou Yichen, whose 3-step spear technique is violent. Qin Muyun's spear technique did not cause much trouble to Wu Qi. Just kidding. He was used to being beaten by 2 monsters every day. So when Wu Qi saw Qin Muyun's 3-step spear technique, he even felt a little boring. Cruel Silence seized the gap between 09 degrees attack and launched a straight attack, when there were only 3 body positions away from the opponent. Before Qin Muyun could react, Cruel Silence's dagger had already stabbed his shoulder. Instant stab. The attack speed is faster than arc flash. The assassin who uses instant stab will move 3 positions, and then instantly stab the enemy to cause physical damage. 0 degrees counterattack was also very fast. Before Cruel Silence retracted the dagger, he grabbed his wrist and pulled it towards him. Then kneed Cruel Silence and successfully floated him in the air. Beautiful. Lin Jingyan hand tightened. But the next second, Cruel Silence was out of the floating state. Air leap. Cruel Silence used the jump action again in the air to counter 09 degrees floating. Then he kicked his legs in the air, and his feet alternated and continuously jumped straight at the enemy. Speed control step. The assassin's speed control step skill rhythm is much faster than the boxer's eagle step. 09 degree was still adjusting the shooting angle, and Cruel Silence's foot kicked over. 09 degrees staggered backwards. and Wu Qi seized the opportunity to activate the assassin's level 50 awakening skill. Vital Attack. After the Vital Attack was activated, a red dot appeared in Wu Qi perspective, behind 09 degrees. This red dot is the vital point. As long as the assassin can accurately hit the enemy's vital point, it will cause a 200% physical damage bonus, which will definitely be a critical hit. Qin Muyun looked at the cruel silence, who was rushing over, without panic, and kept a cool head at all times. Furious shooting. Bang bang bang. 09 degrees fired bullets at cruel silence, and the strong recoil brought by the furious shooting sent him flying backwards. Qin Muyun wanted to use this to get away from his opponent, but Wu Qi's intention was already very clear. That is, he must seize this vital point. Shadow 5 styles kill. Cruel silence suddenly flashed behind 09 degrees, and stabbed the vital point behind him. Not good. Zhang Xinjia stood up from his seat when he saw this scene. This knife was no joke. The vital point has a 200% physical bonus, and it will also be marked with a mark, which will definitely be a critical hit. These 3 points are connected together, and the damage Zhang Xinjia dare not imagine. If it was a knight with thick skin and flesh, it would be fine. He is a sharpshooter. Qin Muyun's calm expression finally showed a trace of panic. He couldn't bear this attack. What should I do? Youth training didn't teach it. Qin Muyun's mind was a little confused. This is the disadvantage of the academic school. Once the formula is destroyed, they don't know how to adjust it. And Wu Qi saw this point. He was very confident in his assassination. An inconspicuous assassin, but the most perfect assassin. This is the evaluation of him by the Glory Weekly when Samsara won the championship. Although Wu Qi did not play many times this season, and there was no voice of him in the team competition, but other teams have maintained a high degree of focus on him, because they know that Wu Qi will always be the card hidden in the dark side of Samsara. I don't know when he will come out of the darkness and stab you in the back. Just like now. Although it was not the kidney, it was almost the same. Puff. Although 09 degrees kept twisting his body to avoid cruel silence's assassination, Wu Qi was too patient. He waited until the perfect moment and stabbed the vital point with a knife. 09 degrees bloodline dropped sharply. Hiss. The people watching this game took a breath of cold air. Even gods couldn't stand this knife. Cruel silence's attack was not over yet. After marking 09 degrees, Cruel Silence jumped back to dodge 09 degrees close-range random shooting. What? Has my attack been seen through? Qin Muyun said uneasy. Panic. Han Wenqing said these 2 words calmly. As the captain, he naturally knew where Qin Muyun's problem was. Although he usually behaved very calmly, and everything was done step by step. But if the opponent's operation exceeded his expectations, he didn't know what to do. To put it simply, it was too rigid and didn't know how to adapt. Qin Muyun's operation had become somewhat distorted. And at this time Qin Muyun still exposed the problems he would face as a newcomer. Cruel Silence slashed at -9 degrees with a knife. Jumping the knife. The assassin's floating skill. The dagger slashed on his arm. And while suffering physical damage, he was forced to float in the air. It's over. Yu Wenzhou said softly. Wu Qi fought very rationally. Xiao Shiqin said. He had been testing in the front, and only showed his fangs when he got close. This is how a top assassin should behave. Everyone looked at the person who said this with strange eyes. This sentence was said by Yang Song. What are you looking at me for? Wu Qi is really good. If I retire, the chief assassin should be his. Yang Song shrugged. Now? Someone asked. What should be his is his. But it doesn't mean he can take it from me. Yo! Others heard Yang Song's domineering words, and they couldn't wait to see the battle between Yang Song and Wu Qi. Yang Song looked at Wu Qi, who was swaying his blood on the court, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Will there be a day in the future when he will be on the stage of the finals? Or will the finals belong to 301? After 09 degrees was suspended in the air, Cruel Silence used another 4 styles of shadow without any hesitation. Crack. Flash. Instant. Destroy. At the moment when 09 degrees fell, Cruel Silence stabbed him continuously, causing multiple physical damages. The stab before the move had the effect of knocking back and stiffening. Qin Muyun kept shaking the direction keys. But unfortunately, Cruel Silence came to 09 degrees before the stiffness ended. He turned around and killed him with a knife. For words to sum it up, handsome. Glory. Let us congratulate Wu Qi for winning this ring match. Wu Qi brought us a perfect assassination show. At the same time, the score between the two sides came to 2-1, and Samsara was temporarily in the lead. After watching this game, the Cup clapped his hands. This game was too beautiful for Wuqi, and he did not give Qin Muyun any chance. Are you okay? Zhang Xinjie has been panting since he saw Qin Muyun come back. The pressure is so great, Qin Muyun said after taking a sip of water. Wuqi assassin is not much weaker than Chief Yang Song. Lin Jingyan patted his shoulder. Wow. I feel like I'm dying, Qin Muyun said exaggeratedly. Is this the pressure of an assassin? Old Lin, I'm relying on you, Zhang Xinjie said to Lin Jingyan. Yeah. Chapter 420 Game. This match is very crucial for Tyranny, so they chose to let the most stable Lin Jingyan take over. Although Lin Jingyan is confident that he can deal with Wuqi, he is most afraid of the opponent's life-threatening attack. Cruel Silence still has more than 70% of his health, which is relatively healthy, and he can fight normally. But Lin Jingyan is afraid that Wuqi will make a big bet. That is, life-threatening attack. Lin Jingyan is not sure whether Wuqi has a low-level life-threatening attack or a high-level life-threatening attack. But judging from the skill points of Samsara, it should be a high-level one. Tyranny, Lin Jingyan. ID, Leng Anlei. Occupation, gangster. The third player to play on Tyranny's side is veteran Lin Jingyan. It seems that Tyranny also wants to use a veteran to stabilize the situation. After all, this match is still quite crucial, the commentator said. Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, the next player in the Samsara team should be Zhang Jia. So we must try our best to win this game. And we must have a big advantage. Otherwise it will be difficult to fight later, Li Ju added. Yeah, Li Bu agreed. The Samsara team's ring match was too domineering. Except for the Trident, the Samsara team's ring match lineup was not bad. Old Lin, be careful of the opponent's life-threatening attack, Zhang Xinjie reminded before the game. He was only worried about this one point. If he was hit by a life-threatening attack, even if he killed the opponent, he would still lose. After all, Wuqi took away the full-blooded -9 degrees in the last game. So now it's a win no matter how you fight. Not to mention that Samsara still has Zhang Jiala and Zhou Zikai who haven't played yet. If Lin Jingyan fails to deal with Wuqi, they may not even see Zhou Zikai who is defending the ring. 99%, 100% Cold Dark Thunder. Loading completed. Map, Ring Field. Loading completed. Huh? Although Lin Jingyan appeared calm, he was actually not calm at all. This was his first time to enter the finals after debuting in the second season, while the opponent had been a regular in the finals for 3 consecutive years. Comparatively, Lin Jingyan was the newcomer. Come on! Lin Jingyan cheered himself up. 3, 2, 1, fight! A new round of duels officially began, with Cruel Silence in the north and Ling Anlei in the south. Old Lin. Fong Rui cheered for his old teammate in his heart. Hey, Cruel Silence. What is this speed? Li Ju saw that Cruel Silence was as fast as lightning, and even the holographic projection could barely capture his figure. Speed? Li Ba explained that this was the assassin's level 55 intermediate skill. Speed? After the assassin activates the skill, his own speed increases significantly, which is generally used to rush to the main battlefield or to chase. But now, Wuqi used this skill at the beginning, obviously trying to seize the initiative of the attack. There is nothing wrong with doing this. The opponent is full of health, and I only have more than 60%, so I must take the initiative, even if the attack does not achieve much effect. Wuqi is not worried, because he still has a life-threatening attack. The opponent must be afraid of this skill, and Wuqi will not be stupid enough to use the life-threatening attack right away. Wouldn't that be a gift? Not attacking is the biggest threat. Cruel Silence is much faster than Ling Anlei. When Ling Anlei stepped onto the stage, Cruel Silence was already squatting beside him. Let her stab. Cruel Silence took the lead in launching an attack, and the layer of the sword tip faded quickly flew towards the enemy in an arc trajectory. Lin Jingyan's reaction was not slow either. Although he knew how big the speed difference between the two sides was, he did not expect the opponent to be so fast. In his plan, Cruel Silence should be a little north of the center at this time. Did he use the sprint? Lin Jingyan quickly guessed the reason. Lin Anlei moved sideways to avoid Cruel Silence's attack, and then quickly shot out several poison needles. Then he rushed to the center of the stage. Lin Jingyan is very calm. He didn't choose to retreat. Yu Wanzhou said. Well, going to the middle is the most correct choice. Wang Jieshi nodded. If it was an ordinary player, he would definitely be forced back by Cruel Silence. However, once he retreated to the bottom of the ring, the assassin would have too much room to play. After all, the space was not that spacious. What a pity. Wu Qi shook his head. It would be best if he could suppress Ling Anlei. Brick attack. Lung Anlei, who came to the center, threw a brick at Cruel Silence, and it was from behind. If it hit the back of the head, it would definitely produce a 4-second stun effect. Wu Qi slid the mouse with his right hand, and controlled Cruel Silence to knock down the flying brick with a simple flat attack. But the next second, Lung Anlei came in front of Cruel Silence. Knee attack. Elbow attack. Catch the slap. Every time Lung Anlei made a move, Tang Hao off the court would recite it. Tang Hao was imagining what kind of combos he would perform if he were on the court to maximize his benefits. It turns out that his choice is the same as Lin Jingyan. It's just that he will be more aggressive and follow up with an uppercut after the elbow strike. Lin Jingyan's style of play is also correct. This is a relatively safe combo, and it is also a relatively smart combo. He can move forward and backward freely, and is madly testing the bottom line of the assassin. Beautiful. Seeing Lung Anlei repel Cruel Silence, the Tyranny fans in the audience cheered. After being repelled, Wu Qi did not continue to choose to attack actively, because he saw Lung Anlei left hand retracted. This is the action of preparing to throw sand. If he goes forward and is blinded by the quicksand, then he will face a whole set of combo skills from the gangster. Gasoline bottle. Lung Anlei threw a gasoline bottle to Cruel Silence's left, and he ran to his right. Cruel Silence did not choose to retreat, and took the initiative to meet Lung Anlei. This distance. Zhou Yichen frowned. Lin Jingyan controlled the distance very well, and the numbing needle had not been used. This resulted in Wu Qi not having a chance to launch a life-threatening attack. After all, the distance was very delicate. If Wu Qi didn't hit the target, he would be finished. Lin Jingyan's attack made Wu Qi uncomfortable. Powerful knee attack. Lung Anlei grabbed Cruel Silence, bit his legs, and attacked him with his knees. The skill was launched very quickly, making Cruel Silence unable to break free. This is an opportunity. Du Ming sat up straight. The distance between the two was very close. If he used a life-threatening attack at this time, the chance of hitting was very high. Du Ming looked at his teammates, only to find that Zhou Yichen shook his head. No, Zhou Zikai said lightly. Why? Du Ming asked. Look at Lung Anlei's steps, Zhang Jiala replied. And Du Ming realized that Lung Anlei seemed to be attacking Cruel Silence fiercely. But after the knee attack, his left foot was leaning back. This means that as long as Cruel Silence made a move, Lung Anlei could immediately retreat. Lin Jingyan is on guard against Wu Qi's life-threatening attack, Xiao Shiqin said. Wu Qi is also very patient. Lin Jingyan's several attempts have left Wu Qi indifferent, Yang Song praised. The two are playing a psychological game. The key is when Wu Qi will make a life-threatening attack. This guy is great. Yang Song really wants to tie him up to 301 to be his successor. Will it not continue like this? Neither of the two on the field showed any signs of fluctuation. But someone off the field began to get impatient. No. Yishio shook his head and said. How can you be sure? Qingguo asked. Because Wu Qi can't hold back any longer. Chapter 421 Experience of the Veteran. Why is the opponent still not moving? The two people who were dueling on the field had the same question in their minds. Wu Qi was waiting for Lin Jingyan to reveal his flaws, and Lin Jingyan was waiting for Wu Qi to fall into the trap. Intimidation. Lung Anlei released a level 70 mental skill, which did not cause any damage. But during the period when the gangster roared at the enemy in an attempt to intimidate the enemy, the opponent's attack power will be weakened by 50%. In a combat situation, the enemy cannot avoid mental skills. Are you going to take action? Wu Qi thought this was the opportunity for Lin Jingyan to take action. Sure enough, the next second, Lung Anlei grabbed Cruel Jingmo and dragged him to the ground. Overlord continuous punches. Lung Anlei continuously hit Cruel Jingmo, who fell to the ground. Wu Qi is ready to take action. Yang Song, who was also an assassin, said that now was the best opportunity. At the moment when Lung Anlei's attention was focused on himself, he launched a life-threatening attack. Apparently Wu Qi and Yang Song thought the same thing. Cruel Silence attacked, and the blade shone with the light of burning life. The skill with the most terrifying damage in all Glory professional skills. The Fatal Strike. His health value burned like mana consumption. As long as the skill hits the enemy, The life value burned by the assassin will be converted into power to attack the enemy at the maximum life percentage that ignores the enemy's defense. Judging from the constantly burning health value of Cruel Silence, Wuchi has a high-level fatal strike. Just when the dagger was about to stab Lung Onlay waist, Lung Onlay rolled to avoid Cruel Silence's fatal strike to Wuchi's surprise. Finally he made a move. Lin Jingyan's hand shook unconsciously. He knew that the other party was going to make a move, but he was not sure that his operation could definitely avoid the fatal strike. This time, Lin Jingyan won the game between the two sides. This is the experience of the veteran. Damn! Wuchi sighed. If the fatal strike did not hit, the assassin's life would be over. Cruel Silence's HP was originally more than 50%, but it was almost cleared all of a sudden. However, Lin Jingyan Lung Onlay still had more than 70% HP. Finally, to Wuchi's annoyance, Lin Jingyan took him away with a simple headbutt. Glory! Let us congratulate Lin Jingyan for winning this game. It's all about the experience of the veteran, Beige said. Yes. After the two sides fought at the beginning, Lin Jingyan felt Wuchi's intention. That is, he wanted to gamble and fight for his life. Li Ba explained. In fact, although the chance of winning with Cruel Silence's HP is not high, it can still consume a lot of Lung Onlay HP. After all, Wuchi actually gained from the previous blood exchange. Li Ju analyzed after the game. Would it be better if we played normally? A professional player also raised this question. It's just a different choice. Normal play is a safer way to play, and a life-threatening attack is naturally a high risk, high reward one, Yang Song said. What would you choose if it was you? Li Xian asked. Me? If I had teammates like Zhou Yichen and Zhou Zikai, I would look for opportunities to use a life-threatening attack when I was on the court. Yang Song laughed. If someone is backing you up, why not choose a high-risk approach? Wuchi naturally didn't feel any pressure. He was just a little annoyed that he fell into Lin Jingyan's trap. No wonder the tyrant's punches are so slow. It turns out he's still on guard. Wuchi smiled. What a pity. Wuchi returned to the Samsara player seat. It's almost there. Don't feel any pressure. Fong Minghua handed over the water cup. This was not a regular season, nor a playoff, but the finals. Therefore, Fong Minghua was still afraid that Wuchi would be affected. After all, when he stepped down, he was greeted by the boos of Tyranny fans. Don't worry. We have you guys. Wuchi didn't feel anything. He had come to Tyranny home court more than once or twice, so he got used to it. Old Zhang, I leave it to you. Zhou Yichen patted Zhang Jiala on the shoulder. It was the turn of the oldest member of their trident to perform in the third game. Leave it to me. Familiar taste? Zhang Jiala closed his eyes. What the hell? You are not from Tyranny. What's the point of being familiar? Zhou Yichen rolled his eyes at Zhang Jiala. Maybe I was from Tyranny in my previous life. Zhang Jiala joked. Baiwa will be sad if you say that. And besides, if you are in Tyranny, then you will be the runner-up again. Zhou Yichen laughed. Zhang Sanya? Du Ming blurted out. Get lost. Reincarnation, Zhang Jiala. IT, Baiwa Liuan. Occupation, ammunition expert. Whoa! Zhang Jiala was booed by Tyranny fans as he stepped onto the stage. In response, Zhang Jiala simply waved at the fans holding his cheering signs and said, Guixin's largest library will be built soon. 99%, 100% 100 flowers dazzling. Loading completed. Map, arena. Loading completed. Zhang Jiala sat on the gaming chair, looking around, as if everything was very new. He had been away from this stage for 3 years. Zhang Jiala and Lin Jingyan, the team that debuted in the second season, stood on the stage of the 9th season finals. In the second season, Zhang Jiala debuted in Baiwa, and he and Sun Jiping caused a double-core storm at the time. Unfortunately, they were defeated by the Tyranny led by Han Wenqing in the playoffs. Of course, in the 7th season, Zhang Jiala also led Baiwa to revenge Tyranny, and Lin Jingyan entered the semifinals when he debuted in Howling. Both of them had their peaks. Lin Jingyan was the undisputed chief glory before Tang Hao, and Zhang Jiala led the team into the finals alone. Now, Lin Jingyan has left Howling, and Zhang Jiala has also left Baiwa. Their goal is the same: to win the championship. Their professional career is coming to an end. Zhang Jiala even thought that if he failed to win the championship in Samsara this time, he would simply retire and never play this stupid game again. Because if he didn't win the championship, Zhang Jiala would really be cursed by the championship, seeing these two still fighting on the stage. Li Ba, who debuted in the first season, naturally played against them. I hope both of them can win their own championship. This is the blessing from Li Ba, the champion of the fourth season. As the characters and maps were loaded, the game officially began. 3, 2, 1, fight! Chapter 422 Toughness. The countdown ended, and the two rushed out of the refresh area. The fans of both teams in the audience also began to cheer for their own players. The movement speed of the two characters was similar, and they almost stepped onto the stage at the same time. Impact Grenade. Baiwa Liao took the lead in attacking Lung Onlei not far away. The attack distance gave Baiwa Liao a natural offensive advantage against Lung Onlei. Lin Jingyan was not passively defensive. After rolling to avoid the grenade, he threw a gasoline bottle at Baiwa Liao, but was shot by Baiwa Liao with a gun the next second. Zhang Jiala's reaction, coupled with his weak appearance, does not look like an old senior who debuted in the second season. A professional player joked. Yeah. Unlike Han Wenqing, you can see the head at a glance. The only one who dared to make up Han Wenqing in glory was probably Yishio. Others did not dare to speak loudly when they saw Han Wenqing, especially the younger generations of tyranny. Seeing Han Wenqing was like seeing the class teacher. The gasoline bottle hit the ground and caused an explosion, producing flames. TSK. Lin Jingyan frowned slightly. This gasoline bottle was actually blocking his way. However, the range of the flames was not large. Lung Onlei could choose to take a detour and find an opportunity to get close to Baiwa Liao. Seeing the opponent's actions, Zhang Jiala immediately controlled Baiwa Liao to throw two grenades with different effects. Tracking grenade, explosive grenade. The two grenades directly blocked Lung Onlei's way forward. What's worse is that the explosive grenade reacted with the flames that touched the bottom, and the explosion range was a circle larger than usual. Lung Onlei did not retreat in time and was affected by the flames, suffering a lot of fire magic damage. Baiwa Liao calmly replaced the ice bullets. Hey, look here. Zhang Jiala typed a message on the public channel, and Lin Jingyan subconsciously turned his view and saw that Baiwa Liao's silver weapon hunter was already aimed at him. And then the muzzle sprayed blue flames. Oh no! It's an ice bullet. Lin Jingyan moved left and right, and used his claws to knock off the flying ice bullets. Zhang Jiala is very tough, Yu Wanzhou said. He wants to crush Lin Jingyan to death. Wang Jieshi said. It's difficult, Tang Hao said. He is the most clear about the gangsters. Although he defeated Lin Jingyan in the All-Star Rookie Challenge, he would not think that Lin Jingyan is a chicken, at least apart from him. Lin Jingyan is the most powerful gangster player in terms of comprehensive strength. Brick attack. Lung Onlei threw a brick at Baiwa Liao. This brick was thrown, and the skill effect and damage value were all reduced by half. Zhang Jiala did not choose to shoot the bricks, but dodged them sideways. The hunter was filled with ice bullets, and it was a bit of a waste to use ice bullets to smash the bricks. Lung Onlei seized the opportunity and smeared anesthetic on his claws. And the next attack had an anesthetic attribute. He first used the flying poison needle to attract Baiwa Liao attention, and then scratched Baiwa Liao with a claw after getting close. As long as this attack hits, it will cause magic damage and have a certain probability of triggering a paralysis effect. As long as it is paralyzed, it will be the rogue's turn next. Lin Jingyan also played very hard, Yu Wanzhou said. Neither side chose to avoid the sharp edge, adhering to the principle that offense is the best defense. This is in line with Zhou Yichen's style of play. Lin Jingyan, you underestimate me too much. Zhang Jiala laughed, turned around to avoid Lung Onlei's claws, and put the muzzle of the gun on his waist. Bang! Lung Onlei was hit by a bullet and froze in place. Stiff bullet. The flying speed of the ammunition expert's stiff bullet is much slower than other bullets, and the stiff bullet has a large movement when it leaves the barrel. The bullet is also large in size, which is not suitable for long-distance shooting, but very suitable for close-range shooting. The enemy hit by the stiff bullet will be in a stiff state for 2 seconds. Incendiary bomb. Baiwa Liao shot an incendiary bomb at Lung Onlei. Lin Jingyan's hand speed was very fast. He activated the steel and iron bone hegemony effect in time to offset the stiffness effect of the stiff bullet. However, when Lung Onlei's body shook, the incendiary bomb hit him. The incendiary bomb exploded and generated flames on his body, and he continued to suffer magic damage of the fire attribute. But the accompanying burning effect was offset by the steel and iron bones. Incendiary bomb? Lin Jingyan thought the next move would be a stiff bullet. Huang Xiaoyan smiled. No. This steel and iron bone must be used anyway. Yu Wenzhou shook his head and said. Why? Lu Hanwen asked on the side. Because judging from the damage of the stiff bullet, it should be the full level. And the stiff time of 3.5 seconds is enough to be fatal in a top-level duel. Xiao Shiqin explained to Lu Hanwen. Thank you, Captain Xiao. You're welcome. It must be said that Zhang Jiala did keep a careful eye on it. He thought that Lin Jingyan would definitely bring the skill of steel bones. After all, the news that he will be the third player to appear is almost a foregone conclusion. And iron bones is the core skill of the fighting department. And almost every fighting department character will have it. It has a built-in hegemony effect. High defense. And does not require many skill points. What a cost-effective skill. However, iron bones is not invincible. And the ammunition expert can restrain it. Explosive grenade? Zhang Jiala threw the grenade without hesitation. Because Lang Anlei had just extinguished the flames on his body. When he came to his senses, the grenade had already touched the ground. The powerful recoil generated by the explosion knocked Lang Anlei to the ground. Lang Anlei hegemony effect has been broken. Which is a bit uncomfortable now. Bei said. Yes. Lin Jingyan is passive. Li Ju said. The two were talking. And Li Bo was wandering on the side. There was no way. The two commentators never stopped talking. And Li Bo sometimes couldn't get in. Explosive bomb. At the moment when Lang Anlei fell to the ground, Bai Hua Liaowan loaded a special bullet. Bang! The bullet hit Lang Anlei's shoulder, causing fire attribute magic damage and burning effect. Beep beep beep. Before Lang Anlei got up, Bai Hua Liaowan, who was not far away, took out a tiny remote control and then directly detonated the grenade hidden under Lang Anlei. Bang! What kind of hidden mind teaching is this? Being shouted. He didn't even see when Bai Hua Liaowan threw this remote control grenade. After the explosive and shrinking grenade, Yi Xiu, who was watching the game, answered this difficult question for everyone. Before Lang Anlei was knocked down by the impact of the explosive and shrinking grenade, the grenade was already there. This is the hidden mind that Zhang Jiala likes to use very much. And it works every time. The situation is not good. Zhao Yang frowned. This is already very difficult to fight. Lang Anlei only has 40% of his health left, while Bai Hua Liaowan still has more than 80%. Zhang Jiala made a lot of money in this exchange. And don't forget, Bai Hua Liaowan Wanlei hasn't been used yet. That's the killer weapon of the ammunition expert. Now Lin Jingyan is obviously more restrained than before. It's over. Zhang Xinjie tilted his head. After seeing Lin Jingyan Lang Anlei retreat, Zhang Xinjie felt bad. Because doing so is equivalent to giving the initiative of attack to the opponent. The best choice at this time should be to fight hard. After all, this is not a fair contest. Bai Hua Liaowan is naturally 30% ahead of Lang Anlei in health. In this case, just let go and fight. But it is obvious that Lin Jingyan's old problem has come back again. Chapter 423 3 points. Is that enough? Lin Jingyan had an old problem when he was in Howling. That is, when the wind was against him. Lin Jingyan would play very steadily. In desperate situations, it is better to live than to fight to the death. This style of play also runs through the entire history of Howling. Which is why Tang Hao is very tired of Howling's old style of play. Facing a strong enemy. Shouldn't you fight for your life when you are at a disadvantage? Only by living towards death can you succeed in Nirvana. While Howling, whether it is an advantage or a disadvantage, they play very steadily. High EQ, steady. Low EQ, vulgar. This style of play will keep Howling from leaving the big team. But it will not make them jump to the top of the few teams. After 2 consecutive quarterfinals, Tang Hao has been trying his best to change the team's atmosphere. But this style of play is something that the old members of Howling have engraved in their bones and cannot forget. That's why Tang Hao wants to reform the team drastically. Such Howling has no future. At least in Tang Hao's opinion. Fang Rui naturally knew Tang Hao's thoughts. After all, Tang Hao didn't care much about his thoughts when he was fighting against the jungle boss. His days in Howling were getting harder and harder. Fang Rui felt the same as Lin Jingyan on the field now. The further he went, the harder it was to fight. Lin Jingyan was very frustrated. I shouldn't have retreated. Lin Jingyan was a little annoyed about his choice just now. But the matter was done. And Lin Jingyan could only accept the status quo. The most important thing at the moment was how to get out of the multiple fire lines of Baiwa Liuan. The thunder. While Lin Jingyan was still thinking about how to get out of the predicament, a thunder of Baiwa Liuan completely messed up his thinking. Lin Jingyan was dizzy and dazzled by the 8 grenades of different effects from the ammunition expert. Zhang Jiala's idea was simple: take advantage of your illness to kill you. It would be best to take away Ling Anlei in one wave, so that he could maintain a better state and affect the opponent's morale. Lin Jingyan was accidentally blown to the ground by a grenade. This is the end of retreat. Tang Hao snorted coldly. What do you mean? Fang Rui's face was not very good. In addition to mocking his friend, this sentence also had a hint of meaning. No meaning. Tang Hao did not look at Fang Rui's expression, which was as cold as a poker. The others tacitly did not interrupt. The internal contradictions of Howling were getting more and more intense. They just watched the fun. Do you have any ideas? Sun Xiang saw Xiao Shiqin pinching his chin, and thought he had some ideas about Fang Rui. No. I'm thinking about how tyranny will deploy troops next. Xiao Shiqin shook his head and said, I know what you are thinking. With our current style, we don't need to pair up with a wretched thief. And we are short of money for an all-star player. I understand. Sun Xiang had no idea about Fang Rui at first. His style really didn't match the wretched style. The Thunder's new lineup has been running in very well so far. They are just waiting for the finals to be over and find Samsara to arrange a training match. Can Ling Anlei withstand Baiwa Liuan's fierce attack? It seems that he can't resist it. It should be over. With the last magazine emptied, Baiwa Liuan successfully took Ling Anlei away. Glory. There is no suspense in this game. Let us congratulate Zhang Jiala for winning this game. The current score is 3-2. And Samsara is temporarily in the lead. Batu was very calm about this result. Han Wenqing recognized Zhang Jiala's strength. Otherwise, he would not have invited him to come back to join Batu many times. It's just that compared with Batu, he chose the younger Samsara. He would not blame Zhang Jiala for his choice. Everyone is free to choose. You played well, Zhang Xinjie said to Lin Jingyan, who returned to the player seat. But you still lost. His state is much better than mine. Lin Jingyan said self-deprecatingly. Now is not the time to be depressed. Watch me. Bai Yanfei hammered his chest and said, this game is also crucial for him. If he loses, then tyranny can only get 3 points at most. Because Samsara is not a fool. After Zhao Yang, the 5th place of tyranny, is released, Zhou Zikai, who is defending the ring, will appear and advance in the 4th place. It is impossible for tyranny to get 4 points. Come on. Bai Yanfei and his teammates punched each other one by one, and then walked towards the competition seat. Will you win? Guaranteed to win. Tyranny, Bai Yanfei. ID, Rhoda. Occupation, Elemental Mage. Bai Yanfei can be regarded as an old member of Tyranny. But he is also quite tragic, because he debuted in Tyranny in the 5th season. And Tyranny has only one champion, which was in the 4th season, and he happened to be a year late. After that, Bai Yanfei has always been the main player of Tyranny, and he was given the title of Turret because of his violent output style. In fact, at the beginning of the 9th season, Tyranny's starting lineup for team competitions had always been 4 All-Stars plus Bai Yanfei. But later on, Tyranny found that this lineup was a bit stupid. Bai Yanfei's Rhoda position was too fixed. He couldn't go alone and could only stay together with Zhang Xinjie or Bourgeois. This caused Hai Wuliang, who was supposed to be in charge of protection, to stand in front of the team. This was very uncomfortable for Tyranny, which was mainly attacking at the time, because as long as the opponent harassed Sher Bourgeois, Tyranny formation would be easily cut. Therefore, Zhang Xinjie decided to modify the lineup and let Qin Muyun, the 6th man, start, and Bai Yanfei went to the 6th man position. The addition of Qin Muyun made Tyranny more flexible, and the offense was much smoother than before. Bai Yanfei had no objection to the 6th man position. If doing so could win the championship, he was willing to be the 6th man for life. Let us congratulate Zhang Jiala for winning this game. Although Bai Yanfei's offense was very strong, Zhang Jiala still found a flaw. This is the Trident of Reincarnation, said excitedly after the cup game. The current score is 4-2, with Samsara leading temporarily. Zhang Jiala 1-2 completely turned Guixin Stadium into Guixin Library. They won't be 1-3. Some Tyranny fans began to worry. Baiwa Liuan still has 8% of health. If he can 1-3, I will eat this computer screen on the spot. Why are you looking at me? Zhao Yang, who was preparing, suddenly saw everyone staring at him. Damn. I can't lose this. If I lose, I will retire on the spot. Zhao Yang was speechless. Couldn't he even get 8% of his health? We are talking about the next game. Don't have too much burden and pressure. Zhang Xinjie said that they were not worried about this game. They were worried about the next game against Zhou Zikai. They were afraid that the young man would be too heavy and have a bad impact on the mentality of the elderly. Don't worry. It's not like we haven't played before. After Zhao Yang solved Zhang Jiala without much pressure, Samsara really set Zhou Zikai out in advance. Reincarnation, Zhou Zikai. ID, 1 shot through the clouds. Occupation, sharpshooter. 3 points. Is that enough? Chapter 424 Turtle Formation. Bang. 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 Are you sure Zhou Zikai operation is not AI? Someone raised doubts about this issue again. Although Zhou Zikai fought very fiercely, his position was very stable. The difficulty of Zhao Yang Hai Wuliang was the distance between him and Yiqian Chuanyun. He could not hit the opponent with his palm, and his rubbing breath would be interrupted by his bullets. Affected by the passive effect of the sharpshooter, the bullets he fired had a slight stiffness effect. Han Wenqing shook his head. It was difficult for Zhao Yang to fight Zhou Zikai. The sharpshooter was somewhat restrained by the fighting type in terms of profession. The best people to deal with a sharpshooter were undoubtedly the swordsman and the dark knight type. With the last Barrett sniper headshot, this ring match also came to an end. Glory! Let us congratulate Zhou Zikai for winning the final match. The score is 5-3, and Samsara is temporarily in the lead. This is not good news for Tyranny. This round is their home court. If they want to win the championship, they must win the team competition. Li Ju analyzed after the game. Yes, but Samsara's season win rate is still 100%, let alone the big points. No team has been able to get an advantage in Samsara team competition. Bebe said. Samsara win rate this season is still 100%. If they win Tyranny without losing a single game in the finals, then they will create a record that has never been seen before and will never be seen again. Winning the championship with a perfect season. This record cannot be surpassed and will remain in the history of the Glory Professional League forever. Let's play according to our pre-match preparation. Zhang Xinjie took out a tablet and analyzed. Everyone's face was not calm. Samsara was leading them by 2 head points, which meant that while they won the game, they could not lose more than 4 people. Facing Samsara, this difficulty is still very high, not to mention winning. No team this season can get rid of 4 characters from Samsara in the team competition. Compared to Tyranny, Samsara is thinking about how Tyranny will play. Although Samsara played a lot of maps that they had never played before the game, the map pool of honor is too deep, and they don't know what map Tyranny will choose. Will Tyranny choose a map they have never seen before, or a map they have used before? The honor professional players were also discussing this issue. New map. Playing old maps is meaningless for Tyranny. This is Wang Jiexi's opinion. I think the same as Captain Wang. Tyranny should choose a new map. Yuanzhou said that Samsara will definitely go through the old maps once, and they will have some impressions. Therefore, choosing an old map will not have much impact on Samsara. Team competition. We have to win. Han Wenqing clenched his fists and said. Obviously they have already decided which map to play. Of course. That must be. Definitely. At this time, the staff came over and handed the map to Han Wenqing. After filling it out, Han Wenqing signed his name after repeated confirmation by the staff. After a song and dance performance, the team competition list of both sides and the map pool selection for the team competition were announced on the big screen above the stage. Samsara, Zhou Zikai. ID, Yiqiang Chuanyan. Occupation, Sharpshooter. Jiang Guotao. ID, Wulong. Occupation, Magic Swordsman. Zhou Yichen. ID, Yuxingqinchin. Occupation, Battle Mage. Zhang Jiala. ID, Bai Hua Liuan. Occupation, Ammunition Expert. Fang Minghua. ID, Xioga Ziru. Occupation, Priest. The Sixth Person. LV Buyuan. ID, Yun Shanluan. Occupation, Judoka. Tyranny, Han Wenqing. ID, Demo Guyan. Occupation, Boxer. Zhang Xinjie. ID, Shibuzuan. Occupation, Priest. Zhao Yang. ID, Hai Wuliang. Occupation, Qigong Master. Lin Jingyan. ID, Lengonlei. Occupation, Gangster. Qin Muyun. ID, 09 degrees. Occupation, sharpshooter. The sixth player. Bai Yanfei. ID, Rhoda. Occupation, elemental mage. Map, colorful spring. At the referee's signal, the team players of both teams boarded the stage from different directions. Both teams used their most common lineups. The Cup smiled. Needless to say, the Samsara set was the most frequently used lineup in their 100% winning rate. Tyranny has always used this set in the middle of the season. On the map pool, Tyranny took the initiative to choose the colorful spring map. The colorful spring map is a square. The most special thing about this map is that its refresh position is not the most common four corners. The refresh points are at the four edges of 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and 12 o'clock, and the center of the map is a large colorful fountain. In this map, does Tyranny want to take the initiative to play defense? But judging from the terrain, it's not easy to play defense. Xiao Shirqin didn't quite understand what Tyranny meant. Kakaquin. His left and right roads are connected, which also means that as long as he cuts into the middle road, he has to beware of 3 different fire lines. Does Tyranny want to set up a defensive formation in the middle? Yishio, who knew something about the map, immediately saw Tyranny intention. It seems that Zhang Xinjie is determined to play defense. So no matter where Tyranny refreshes, they will choose to go straight to the middle. Is there a problem with Tyranny play? Lu Hanwen asked. Well, there is no big problem. Tyranny is good at defense. This team game is much simpler. Samsara attacks. Tyranny defends. A duel of spear and shield. But as Captain Xiao said, this map is not easy to actively defend. Yu Wenzhou smiled. He thought Tyranny would actively compete with Samsara for the offensive rhythm before the game. But they didn't have this idea at all. They just waited for Samsara to come and attack him. We haven't practiced this map much, but I remember it's not a defensive map. Seeing Zhou Yichen choosing the map, he smiled and said, Isn't this good for us? Jian Buotao said. Who do you think is good? Wang Jieshi looked at Yishio. I think of whoever you think is good. Wang Jieshi. Why don't you ask me? I definitely think Samsara is good. I approve of Samsara offense. We've played Tyranny defense before, but it's just SOSO. Wang Xiaoyan began to nag. Zheng Xian. Do you think what I said is right? Right. But Samsara didn't use gun chant stars, so it might be a little worse in offense. But it's almost the same. Hearing Huang Xiaoyan start to nag, everyone around him put on the headphones prepared by the organizer, and Yu Wenzhou supported his forehead. Clear ears. The contestants from both sides came to the stage, shook hands with each other, and didn't talk much. At this moment, the atmosphere on the field was very tense, and the air seemed to be frozen at this moment. Seeing the poker faces of the Tyranny players, Zhou Yichen smiled. How great is the pressure? Neither side is provoked, nor has there been any psychological temptation or inducement. In the finals, these empty tricks have no meaning. All they have to do is enter the game and try their best to win. Chapter 425 Random. 99%, 100%. Yu Xingchen. Loaded. Yi Chong pierced the clouds. Loaded. De Mo Gu Yen. Loaded. By Hua Liao Luan. Loaded. Xiao Guziru. Loaded. Map, Chi Kai Quan. Loaded. As the holographic projection in the center of the stage was set up, the first 10 characters were loaded into the map. The war was about to start. Beep beep beep. During the loading, the atmosphere on the scene was also very strange and very depressing. It seemed that this place had really turned into a library. The Tyranny fans did not make a big noise like before. They knew that their team members were under great pressure now. As fans, they did not need to put more pressure on them. After loading, the characters of both sides refreshed at both ends of the map. Huh? The opening made many viewers widen their eyes. The Samsara team refreshed at the 12 o'clock position, while the Tyranny team refreshed at the 9 o'clock position. This was a refresh that broke the tradition of glory battles. After all, in every previous game, from single-player games to team games, both sides refreshed symmetrically. But thinking about it, glory has never clearly stipulated in the arena rules or the league game rules that refreshes must be symmetrical. If it's not a symmetrical refresh, will it affect the next game? Beige said in surprise. Of course it will. Veteran Li Ba continued. I remember this is the first time this map has appeared. Samsara should not be aware of this. But Tyranny, who actively chose this map, should be very clear. Li Ju asked. Tyranny should only know that the location is randomly refreshed. But they probably don't know where it is refreshed. Oh, this is a bit interesting. Yishio sat up straight. What do you mean? Just think about it. While walking, a bunch of people suddenly rushed out from the side and scared you to death. Zhang Xinjie should be the first to react. The 5 people on the Samsara side are not pure fighters. While everyone was discussing, the 2 teams had already started to act. The 2 sides seemed to have a tacit understanding. Although they were heading in different directions, their destinations were the same. Ah! The scene was in uproar again. Batu and Samsara both chose to go straight to the middle road without detoring. The Cup shouted. Although the middle road in this map is the main battlefield, shouldn't they first detour to find the opponent's position before making the next plan? Both teams chose to group up. Is this a pre-match expectation or a coincidence? Li Ju thought. They could understand that Batu could choose to group up with 5 people to advance. But Samsara was not a team that liked to group up with 5 people. They were more 131, with each Yang Chuanyun and Baiwa Liawan on the flanks, forming 3 different fire lines. If it was a symmetrical refresh, the 2 teams would clash directly in the middle of the map. But if someone detoured to the flank at this time, it would form a left and right double team. However, it was not a symmetrical refresh now. Batu was at 9 o'clock and Samsara was at 12 o'clock. So both sides would rush out from the opponent's left road. If Samsara adopts a strategy of flanking left and right at this time, the person in single mode may encounter a large force of tyranny. Samsara plays very cautiously, Wang Jieshi said in the professional player seat. Hugging together for warmth is actually a bit defensive. And why Samsara actions are so cautious? This requires talking about their team voice. For refresh points, are they refreshed symmetrically? Zhou Chen asked this question when he put on the headphones. Not sure, Jiang Guotao said. As soon as Zhou Chen came in, he found something wrong. The terrain of the 7-color spring map is not flat. Their refreshed point is a highland. Zhou Chen looked into the distance. Although he couldn't see the figure clearly, he could clearly see that both ends were highlands. From this, it can be inferred that the 4 refreshed points are 4 highlands. There are also many steep terrains rising from the ground in other places. This map has a bit of the style of a highland canyon map. The scenery of the 7-color spring in the center of the map forms a sharp contrast with the desolate highland canyon. The colorful spring area, which is mixed in the desolation, is lush with trees, and a large area of spring water is completely shaded by the trees. The sun shines through the branches and leaves on the surface of the spring water, reflecting colorful light beams, which is also the origin of the colorful spring, because the terrain is from high to low. Zhou Chen raised this question. This question is very critical. The previous maps all had 2 refresh points, which were refreshed symmetrically, so the opponent's position was determined. But now, there are 2 more refresh points on this basis. If the refresh is symmetrical, it is fine. That is, both sides rush towards the colorful spring in the canyon. If it is not a symmetrical refresh, then there will be a problem for Samsara. Do we still use the tactical position of 131? Zhang Jiala asked. No. Zhou Chen shook his head. Grouping is the best choice, because we don't know if it is randomly refreshed. Zhou Chen gave his judgment. Then let's group together. Where to go? Middle road? According to the pre-match deployment, cut straight to the middle road. Occupy the position of the 7-colored spring, and play a defensive battle in the woods. Zhang Xinjie pointed out what tyranny was going to play in this game in the team voice at the beginning. As the distance between the 2 teams got closer and closer, the footsteps became clearer and clearer. There are people on the left road. The voices of both teams reported this information at the same time. Tyranny is at 9 o'clock. Samsara is at 12 o'clock. The 2 sides are getting closer and closer. Tyranny and Samsara stopped at the same time. The voice of the cup commentator was much higher. It seems that both teams have discovered each other's position. Li Ju said that because the line of sight was limited by the high ground on the left and right, both sides could not see each other's position clearly, and only knew the approximate position of the other side. How many footsteps? Zhang Xinjie at the back asked. 5. Han Wenqing said. He heard it very clearly. Zhou Chen on the other side also reported 5 footsteps. Now both teams knew that the other side was a group of 5 people. Exciting. Although there was no official confrontation, the hearts of fans on both sides were already tense. And they were even more nervous than the players on the field. Can we get over? Jiang Buitao asked. And he naturally meant to climb to the high ground at the 10 o'clock direction. No. We can't climb up from this position. We have to retreat, Zhang Jia said. Now they have a choice. Either go back and occupy the high ground at the 10 o'clock direction. The advantage is that they can hit the tyranny at the 9 o'clock direction. But if tyranny enters the woods, the advantage of this high ground will be useless. Then rush into the 7-color spring. Tyranny must have the same idea. Jiang Buitao analyzed calmly. Sure enough, the next second after Jiang Buitao finished his analysis, tyranny rushed into their field of vision. Damo Guyan and Yu Xingchen, who was at the front, exchanged glances. What are you looking at? What's wrong with looking at you? Try looking at me again. Yu Xingchen attacked Damo Guyan first, followed by Yiqiang Chuanyun and Bai Hua Liuan. Is Samsara trying to stop tyranny from entering the woods? Nonsense. Are they going to let them in and set up a turtle formation? I think that makes sense. Chapter 426 Information Misjudgment. Yu Xingchen took the initiative to meet Damo Guyan, and the century-long war officially kicked off. Don't worry about it. Go in and take a seat first. Han Wenqing's words felt like helping to take a seat in the library for the postgraduate entrance examination. Yeah. With Qin Muyun -9 degrees assisting Damo Guyan, the others chose to enter the lush forest. But at this time, Bai Hua Liuan fired a smoke bomb, causing the vision of all members of tyranny to be blocked. This smoke bomb was used very well, roughly forming a line, separating the vision of both sides. Damo Guyan had to see Yu Xingchen in front of him. Be careful that they enter the woods in advance, Zhang Xinjie commanded. This smoke bomb was obviously to cover the other people in the reincarnation to enter. You go to help the front. I will fight him alone, Han Wenqing said to Qin Muyun on the side. Okay, Captain. Sure enough, the moment Ling Anlei entered, 2 grenades were thrown at him. Impact grenades. From Yiqian Chuanyun and Bai Hua Liuan respectively. Yiqian Chuanyun and Bai Hua Liuan are inside. Lin Jingyan reported the news. Zhao Yang Hai Wulian covered Shi Buxuan and entered the woods, but happened to meet Wu Lang, who was also covering the priest. Now Zhang Xinjie was completely sure that the smoke bomb was the tool used by Samsara to cover the entry into the 7-color spring. The 4 people of Samsara should all be inside. Zhang Xinjie began to think about how to deal with Samsara attack next. Yu Xingchen was stopped by me. Han Wenqing iron fist tightly entangled Zhou Yichen. The battlefield is now divided into the solo of Damo Guyan and Yu Xingchen, and the 4v4 in the 7-color spring. The reason why Han Wenqing chose to battle with Zhou Yichen one-on-one is also very simple. His purpose is to stop him and prevent him from disrupting the team's formation head-on. Moreover, compared with the support speed, the boxer is obviously faster than the battle mage. However, just when Han Wenqing was concentrating on fighting Zhou Yichen, his teammates' voices suddenly came to his ears. Captain Han, be careful of Zhou Zikai, one shot through the clouds. What? One shot through the clouds? Just when Han Wenqing was confused, one shot through the clouds attack from the side and meet him into the air. Why is one shot through the clouds here? Han Wenqing frowned. He didn't know. The tyranny fans who were watching the whole process from a god's perspective were almost dying of anxiety. Captain, be careful. Although they had shouted loud enough, with soundproof glass and soundproof headphones, the players on the field could hardly hear any other noise except the cheers of the whole audience. Nice smoke bomb. And a nice grenade misjudgment. Yu Wenzhou applauded directly. Samsara played this hand too well. First, the smoke bomb of Bai Hua Liuan made tyranny believe that Samsara would use this to enter the woods and compete with them for position. But when Lin Jingyan went in, he only saw Bai Hua Liuan figure. Just when he was wondering where Yiqian Chuanyun went, 2 impact grenades were thrown out. Bai Hua Liuan could only throw one, and the other one must have been thrown by Yiqian Chuanyun. And the moment when Hai Wuyang and Shi Buxuan met Wu Lang and Xiao Guziru, Tyrant completely believed that the 4 people of Samsara were among them. But what they didn't expect was that Yiqian Chuanyun took advantage of the last period of smoke to sneak to the side of Damo Guyan. As for how Zhang Xinjie reacted, it was because he found that the main point of attack had always been by Hua Liuan, and Yiqian Chuanyun had never appeared, according to his understanding of Samsara. When Yu Xingchen was not in the front, wasn't Yiqian Chuanyun the main output, and Bai Hua Liuan the support? How come it's the other way around now? Realizing that something was wrong, Zhang Xinjie quickly reminded Han Wenqing that if Yiqian Chuanyun was not in the front, then his target must be the lone Damo Guyan. Unfortunately, Zhang Xingjia's reminder was still a step late. Damo Guyan was hit by Yiqiang Chuanyun Ni and floated into the air. Yu Xingchen ignored him and rushed straight towards the seven-colored spring. Yu Xingchen and Yiqiang Chuanyun changed positions. "See, this is how a free man fights," Chu Yunqiu said to his teammates. "There are 3 sharpshooters in their team. Sharpshooters are not suitable for frontal combat, and are very suitable for the role of free men. But some sharpshooters fight and turn themselves into gunners, standing at one point, motionless like turtles. Top sharpshooters will constantly adjust their positions according to the situation on the field. Just like Shozukai now. If Yu Xingchen needs to break through on the front, then he will deal with Damo Guyan and free Yu Xingchen. Be careful of Yu Xingchen. The front has already been fighting, and the attacking party is still Samsara." Hai Wuliang opened the mind shield to absorb damage for the team. "By the way, why doesn't Samsara go back to pack up Damo Guyan?" a professional player asked. In his opinion, at this time, wouldn't it be a better choice to go 5-on-1? Why do we have to play 4-on-4? Because it's hard to kill. Yu Wenzhou explained that Damo Guyan has a cloud body and a steel-like body, and it's too difficult to kill him. In the case of 5-on-1, if Damo Guyan can't be solved in the first time, then Samsara will be at risk of being counterattacked by Tyranny. "I do it!" Zhou Yichen shouted and rushed towards Tyranny. "Attack!" After seeing Yu Xingchen in position, Jiang Buitao gave an order and launched a general attack on Tyranny. Yu Xingchen took the lead and rushed to a place. The sun hit Shibujuan, and his figure was scattered on the colorful spring. As for how Zhou Yichen could tell that it was Shibujuan, there was no way. The cross was too dazzling. This is really not a good position. 09 degrees attack from the other side to interrupt Yu Xingchen advance. But Yu Xingchen used the trees to dodge 09 degrees bullets, while getting closer and closer to Shibujuan. And Zhang Xingjia didn't dare to go out, thinking with his but that Baiwa Liuan gun was already aimed at him. Otherwise, how could the one rushing forward with Yu Xingchen be Jiang Buitao Wu Lang? No, this is too passive. Zhang Xingjia shook his head and felt that he couldn't fight like this. Counterattack. Zhang Xingjia decided to counterattack Samsara. Lung Anlei fired several poison needles at Yu Xingchen and Wu Lang. Wu Lang hid behind the tree and began to chant the wave array while dodging the poison needles. "Go!" Zhang Xingjia gave an order, and the wave array was generated under his feet. Seeing this scene, Tyranny fans' hearts were tightened. If they were caught by the wave array, they would be finished. Lung Anlei smeared poison on his claws and scratched at Yu Xingchen. Clang! Yu Xingchen held his spear horizontally to block Lung Anlei claw attack, and pushed his right hand forward, with 5 fingers spread out to hit his arm. Bang! A few cherry blossom petals fell, and the sunlight shone on them sporadically through the leaves. And the shadows of the cherry blossom petals were also recorded on the colorful spring. Chapter 427, Kill Gods Who Stand in His Way. Along with the falling cherry blossom petals, Lung Anlei flew backwards. "Oh my god! This guy is too brutal." Yu Xingchen stabbed the tree that Shibujuan was dodging with a gun. If Shibujuan hadn't dodged quickly enough, the dragon gall would have passed through the tree and hit Shibujuan's head. Hai Wuliang on the side needed the air mass, and blasted a gas wave bomb towards Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen rolled sideways to avoid the flying gas wave. "Damn! This special effect is too light." Zhou Yichen complained that if Hai Wuliang movements were not too big, he wouldn't even have seen the gas wave bomb clearly. Shibujuan turned forward, and the cross on his chest emitted a shining light. Under the sunlight, it was like Jesus possessed. Holy fire! Yu Xingchen rolled again to escape the range of the flames, and Ling Jududu rushed out from the other side and hit Yu Xingchen with a knee. Yu Xingchen swung his body sideways and shivered in a Z shape to successfully avoid Ling Jududu's knee. "What?" Before Qin Muyun could react, he turned around and knocked him to the ground with a crushing blow. Damage Guyan on the other side saw that the situation was not good and wanted to support the front. But Yiqiang Chuanyun would not let him leave. Sliding shovel towards Damage Guyan. Damage Guyan eagle step avoided Yiqiang Chuanyun's sliding shovel, jumped onto the tree, ignored Yiqiang Chuanyun on the ground, and rushed towards the direction of the 7-colored spring. Yiqiang Chuanyun did not choose to pursue, but directly set up a Gatling machine gun and fired at Damage Guyan. The fierce firepower directly swept him down from the tree. Han Wenqing, who originally wanted to entangle Samsara, now became the party entangled by Samsara. Without Damage Guyan, Tyranny frontal defense dropped a level. The most obvious one is a Yuxingchen dragon. No one can stop him. There is also Bai Liaowan and Wulong in the back to assist in the attack. And Shioga Zirua can heal him if he loses blood. Yuxingchen is so comfortable. Tyranny is a little overwhelmed now. It's true that they play defense. But the hardest shell is not on the front. Yu Wenzhou smiled. The reason why Tyranny was able to defend Wei Chao to death in the semifinals is that no one can put pressure on Han Wenqing except Wang Jieshi. But now it's different. Han Wenqing also wants to help share the pressure on the front. So he will pull Yuxingchen out to fight singles. As a result, it didn't take long for the game to be destroyed by Yiqiang Chuanyun. Yiqiang Chuanyun and Damagayan have completely different positions in the team. Yiqiang Chuanyun is now a free man in the reincarnation. A gold brick. And can be moved wherever needed. On the other hand, if Damagayan was not in the front, then the fighting power of Tyranny would be greatly reduced. Therefore, Han Wenqing now urgently wanted to return to the front, while Bai Liaowan in the front had unknowingly come to the flank of Yuxingchen, his hands flying, and the grenades were particularly dazzling under the light. Be careful of the grenades. The grenades flew out in the sky, and before they exploded, people almost imagined that when these grenades fell to the ground, the gorgeous fire was like 100 flowers blooming. Lao Zhang. Come to air explosion. Zhou Yichen was ready to operate Yuxingchen to directly penetrate the vital point of Tyranny, and he needed Bai Liaowan grenades for cover. Come and see the fireworks. Zhang Jiala took the initiative to shoot and exploded 2 grenades, and in an instant, the other grenades were swallowed by light and shadow. The fire of the grenade was engraved on the water of the 7-colored spring. Boom! The first grenade exploded when it touched the ground, and a ball of flame spread out instantly. It was an explosive grenade. Xinjie, be careful! Before Zhao Yang could remind him, a figure rushed out from the fire wave. It's Yuxingchen. Yuxingchen is close to Shibujuan. Can teammates save him? Li Bo was very anxious, facing Yuxingchen's sudden attack. Zhang Xinjie did not panic. He skillfully operated Shibujuan to start the angel wings to stay in the air. But there was a little gadget that reached Shibujuan faster than Yuxingchen. An electric shock grenade? Not good. Zhang Xinjie immediately wanted to wave the cross to knock down the grenade. But before he could make a move, the grenade exploded. This is the Gale Wave Sword. The cooperation of Samsara is too perfect. Xiao Shiqin sighed. First, Zhang Jiala 100 flowers dazzling throughout multiple grenades, with different effects to cover Yuxingchen. His grenades were not thrown randomly. The explosive flame style covered Yuxingchen figure, and the electrosensitive style cooperated with Wu Lang Wind Wave Sword to achieve the maximum paralysis effect. Shibujuan is paralyzed, and cannot open the angel wings. He must first use concentration on himself to remove his negative state. Help! Low 9 degrees and High Wuliang ran toward Shibujuan at the same time. But another grenade fell quietly, blocking their way. As soon as this grenade touched the ground, the compressed air was released at the moment of touching the ground, instantly condensed into a cyclone, and then expanded rapidly outward. Boom! Explosive grenade? Grenade damage. The grenade damage effect and value are not strong, but it has a strong control over the opponent's actions. The cyclone burst open, and the anxious -9 degree was blown away. Hai Wuliang used the trees as a cover to avoid being affected by the explosive shrinkage. The only one who can support Shibujuan now is Lung Onlei, who was just blown away by the falling flower palm and is now in the back. Focus! Just when Shibujuan was charging and chanting to release his state, a holy flame fell accurately at his feet. Instantly, Shibujuan charging was interrupted, while receiving non-attribute magic damage. Zhang Xinjie found that his skills were sealed. Holy fire! Xiao Guzirua had already opened the angel wings to stay in the air. It's over. This was the first thought that came to Zhang Xinjie's mind. A cold light flashed, and Shibujuan was already floating in the air. Sky strike. Shibujuan is floating in the air. Tyranny must save him. Otherwise, if Shibujuan is out, they will be in a situation without a healer and a commander. Once they fall into this situation, Tyranny team game will be very difficult to win. The commentator analyzed quickly. Zhang Xinjie is not just a priest in Tyranny position. He is also Tyranny main commander. So no matter what, Tyranny must save Zhang Xinjie. Zhang Xinjie is the first to be eliminated. Tyranny can directly click. Huang Xiaotian words are not exaggerated at all. It is difficult to win the team game if the priest is the first to be eliminated. And he is also the commander. Now the first ones, who can rush to Shibujuan should be Hai Wuliang and Ling Anlei. As soon as he said it, Ling Anlei rushed to the front, shook his hand quietly, and a needle flew out. Numbing needle. The needle arrives before the person arrives. This needle is very hidden. The flying props, which are as thin as cow hair, become even more difficult to detect under the light and shadow created by the explosion of the 100 flowers grenade and the refraction of the colorful spring. Not to mention Zhou Yichen, who is enjoying the combo. Even the director, with the most comprehensive perspective, did not notice this attack at the first time. The audience only saw Yi Yuxingchen stop the combo against Shibujuan. Stuck? Huh? Why am I stuck? Zhou Yichen was stunned for a moment, and he saw a negative status appear in the status bar above the health bar. Paralysis. It's the gangster's numb needle. I'm paralyzed. You are paralyzed? Chapter 428. Halong Pijuan with his back turned. Yi Yuxingchen was suddenly stabbed by the numbing needle and fell into a state of paralysis. Hai Wuliang and Ling Anlei arrived and successfully rescued Shibujuan. And Yi Yuxingchen also got rid of the paralysis effect. The moment he was rescued, Zhang Xinjie decisively issued an order to retreat. Just when Zhao Yang was wondering why he didn't take the opportunity to fight Yi Yuxingchen with more people, a wave array suddenly rose under his feet. Frost wave array. That was close. Zhao Yang took a deep breath. If he retreated a little later, he would be left behind by the wave array. What a pity. Jiang Buta shook his head. He thought that tyranny should choose to attack Yi Yuxingchen, who was in a paralyzed state, a second before attacking. So he released this frost wave array to prepare for the yellow bird behind. This is also the reason why Shiga Zerua did not remove Yi Yuxingchen negative state at the first time. They were preparing to catch a big fish. But the fish ran away without even being hooked. 121:65. At this time, Zhou Zikai suddenly reported a coordinate in the team voice. Don't worry about him. After years of getting along, Jiang Buitao has already known Zhou Zikai thoughts by heart. Every time Zhou Zikai is on a single line, he will report the other party's position. Therefore, this coordinate must be the desert smoke. But now there is no need for Samsara to care about the desert smoke. If it focuses on the desert smoke at this time, it is equivalent to giving Shibujuan a chance to breathe. Therefore, the primary goal of Samsara now is to crush Shibujuan, so that Zhang Xinjie can concentrate on the operation and have no intention of commanding. Strongly attack Shibujuan, Jiang Buitao commanded. After receiving the treatment of Shiga Zerua, Yi Yuxingchen rushed towards Shibujuan. At this time, Shibujuan had been illuminated by the light of Shiga Zerua holy commandment. He was bathed in the aura, and his vision would be exposed to Samsara for a period of time. More importantly, the damage Shibujuan received during this period will be increased by an additional 30%. Shibujuan, who had already taken a set of floating massage from Yi Yuxingchen, was already at a low health level. If he was caught at this time, with the bonus of 30% extra damage, Shibujuan might really be sent out by the reincarnation. Brick attack. While retreating, Ling Anlei suddenly turned back and flew a brick in his hand towards Yi Yuxingchen. Heh. A little trick. Yi Yuxingchen waved the dragon gull, and the tail of the spear was raised to knock the brick to the side. And then he turned around and stabbed Ling Anlei with the force upward. Technique, backstab. Lin Jingyan reaction was not slow either. While dodging Yi Yuxingchen backstab, he stepped forward quickly and pushed out with both hands. Is Tyrant trying to fight back? Ling Anlei did not hesitate at all and actually activated the ultimate move Tyrant combo punch to knock Yi Yuxingchen directly to the ground. Yi Yuxingchen leaned back, bent over, and waved the spear with one hand to sweep towards Ling Anlei. Technique Cloud Spear Ba Shatter. Ba Shatter unfolds. A golden light flashes. Although Yi Yuxingchen Dragon Gallbladder is silver in color, it looks like an ice attribute weapon. But in fact, the blessing of Dragon Gallbladder is a light attribute attack enhancement. And the attack speed blessing of Dragon Gallbladder is very high. Although the Rogue's Tyrant Fist is a big move, it does not have the super judgment of skills like Halong Pijuan in the rush. And this Tai Shatter is enough to cut off his attack. The speed is so fast that Lin Jingyan has no time to react. He quickly cancels the big move. Seeing that he can't dodge, he can only raise his arms to protect himself to resist the enemy's attack. Blocking the Mountain Tiger, Ling Anlei successfully blocked this Tai Shatter. But he couldn't fight back because the grenades of Baiwa Liao 1 had been thrown over. Impact Grenade. Damo Guyan on the other side finally arrived. Wu Lang wanted to intercept him, but Damo Guyan was too fast. After Eagle stepped on Wu Lang's shoulder, He passed through the Samsara people in the air and rushed straight to Yu Xingchen in the front. Crouching tiger soaring. Han Wenqing was extremely courageous. Damo Guyan raised his feet and stepped on Yu Xingchen. This skill can directly force the enemy to fall to the ground. Just when the Samsara fans were worried about Zhou Yichen, Yu Xingchen turned back and stabbed Damo Guyan foot. The next second, people found that Damo Guyan was actually knocked out directly. This is the back-to-back Halong Pijuan. Li Ju was stunned. This. Li Ba didn't know how to describe it. You know, the difficulty of back-to-back attack is already very high, and the back-to-back attack is still Halong Pijuan, which makes it even more difficult. Because Halong Pijuan is not an instant skill. It needs to be released by the battle mage. This means that the operator has a precise grasp of the opponent's attack timing. And this is not a one-on-one match. This is a team match. If Damo Guyan target is not a Yu Xingchen, then this Halong Pijuan is equivalent to being wasted. You should know that Halong Pijuan is the strongest physical high-level skill among the combat mage skills. And this is not a regular season, nor a playoff. This is the finals. To dare to do such a move in the finals is undoubtedly a big heart. How brave. Someone on the professional player side has already applauded. This one. Sun Xian was stunned. He admitted that he couldn't perform this move. Well done. Aiken. Fang Minghua praised. Basic operation. Strong attack on Shibujuan. Zhou Yichen did not show a happy face. His mind was now full of how to kill Shibujuan. Then to Mo Gu Yen. Leave it to me. Shozakai also arrived. And after a lot of twists and turns, Mo Gu Yen still faced a gun through the clouds. Continuous attack. Strong dragon pressure. Yu Xingchen successfully broke through Lang Onlay defense and attacked Shibujuan again. Just when the spear was about to pierce Shibujuan, Zhou Yichen's heart suddenly palpitated, and his sixth sense told him that there was danger. So he hurriedly stopped and turned behind a tree beside him. At the moment when Yu Xingchen rolled over, bang! A powerful bullet hit the tree in front of Yu Xingchen. Barrett sniper. This one missed. Zhang Xinjie was a little speechless. He used himself as bait to attract Yu Xingchen to kill him. And the 09 degrees, who had not appeared for a while, had already set up a Barrett behind him, waiting for Yu Xingchen to take the bait. As a result, Yu Xingchen bit off the hook directly. I'm going to die. Zhou Yichen's heart rate suddenly rose to 140. Too scary. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Zhou Yichen's head. If this shot hit his head, the advantage of Samsara would be gone in an instant. Because the 100 Flowers Dazzling who was closest to him now had no skills to assist him. He might be instantly killed by Tyranny concentrated fire. Ah! What a pity. This guy must have cheated. Bad Tyranny fans began to discuss. That's right. He started to hide before the bullet even left the gun. He must be full of talent. Right? He can predict the future. This Barrett missed, which chilled the atmosphere in the Tyranny team. You know, they thought of many ways to kill Yu Xingchen before the game. The most likely of which was to use the Barrett sniper at -9 degrees to cause high damage, and then rush up to focus fire on him and kill him in seconds. But now, let alone focus fire, the first step failed. This Barrett. What a pity. This kid Zhou Yichen can't really have a cheat. Professional players began to discuss. What cheat? Full of talent. You've watched too much anime. Full of talent? Why don't you say it's 1,000 hammers? Chapter 429 Wrong support. Barrett sniped me. Zhou Yichen reported this information in the team voice. You didn't lose blood. Zhang Jiala looked at Yu Xingchen's blood volume, which was still healthy. Nonsense. That's because I dodged it. Awesome. Don't be so awesome. I want to go up. Can you cover me? Zhou Yichen said. If you go up, I will follow. Zhang Jiala promised. I'm waiting for you to say this. Yu Xingchen rushed out from behind the tree, and the cold and dark thunder poison needle shot at Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen rotated the dragon gull with both hands to deflect the poison needle, and Bai Hua Liaowan rolled over, then pointed the gun at the Tyranny people. Bang! A strong white light flashed in the colorful spring, and the whole forest was illuminated. Oh my god! There is electric welding. The audience subconsciously closed their eyes, and the director also understood it very well, and directly cut to the perspective of Yiqiang Chuanyuan and Damo Guyan. People found that even here, they could clearly see the white light. The flash bomb of the ammunition expert is really outrageous. The official still doesn't reduce it. Some professional players complained that the white light flashed, and the fatal duration was 4 seconds. Of course, the official reason for not reducing it is also very simple. Because the flash bomb of the ammunition expert has a very poor immunity effect on the same team. And sometimes it may blind teammates. On the Tyranny side, Lung Onlay, who was closest to him, avoided blinding to a certain extent by turning his back. But when he turned around, Iyushingshin Dragon Gall had already pierced his chest. Boom! Angry Dragon piercing the heart. Lung Onlay was knocked out by Iyushingshin again. And Hai Wuliang activated the calmness to help the character and his teammates remove and be immune to various negative states such as fear and taunting. Then Hai Wuliang swung his body sideways. And at this time, his hands were used to drive the breath to run through his body. Boom! Chi Guan Chong Hong. A huge energy wave shot towards the rushing Iyushingshin. Iyushingshin jumped up and used his spear to pierce the tree. After avoiding Chi Guan Chong Hong, he kicked his back foot and hit Hai Wuliang, who had just released a skill in the air. Strong dragon pressure. Hai Wuliang waved his hands and opened his steel bones to resist the attack. Before he could rub the air mass, Iyushingshin's next move had already pierced his arm. Round dance stick. Hai Wuliang's hegemony effect was broken by the round dance stick. First, use the strong dragon pressure to force out the steel bones, and then use the round dance stick to break the hegemony. Details. Yu Wenzhou smiled and said that Zhou Yichen should be the most detailed battle mage he had seen, except Ishio. Maybe he was even more detailed than Ishio. A sliding tackle of -9 degrees was shoveled towards Iyushingshin. Iyushingshin jumped up to avoid the sliding tackle, and used a pole vault to chop at the fallen Hai Wuliang. Technique, split Mount Hua with force. Shibujuan charged a hypnotic attack and hit Iyushingshin. But before Iyushingshin fell asleep, he woke up. Focus. Xiao Guziru's attention was all on Iyushingshin. You focus on the operation, and leave the rest to me, Fong Minghua said. Thanks. Fong Ma. Wind and clouds. Fighting mountains and rivers. Iyushingshin used his favorite combo on the offensive end, and the cloud and mist formed -9 degrees, instantly losing Iyushingshin vision. Fortunately, Hai Wuliang, who fell to the ground, could barely see Iyushingshin figure. His target is not me, but Shibujuan, Zhao Yang shouted in the team voice. Iyushingshin's attack on him was just a cover, and his target from beginning to end was only Shibujuan. Zhao Yang reminder was still a step too late. Chaotic Thunder. The chaotic thunder of 100 flowers took the lead. Boom boom boom. The special effect of the grenade completely disrupted the defensive formation of Tyranny. Iyushingshin rushed out from the clouds and stabbed Shibujuan with a gun. Dragon Fang. Shibujuan was approached by Iyushingshin again. Commentator Li Ju said that he had seen the scene. But this time, it seems that the one who can support him is Lung Onlay, who is on the way after being knocked out. Why do I feel like I have seen a reincarnation? Ah, isn't the reincarnation on the opposite side? But this time Lung Onlay did not have the numbing needle. Iyushingshin jumped into the air, and the war spear was reversed after charging and released. Flying dragon in the sky. The powerful fighting spirit knocked Shibujuan out, and before Zhang Xinjie could respond, Wulong rolled and then cracked the wave to successfully catch him. Captain Han. Help! Lin Jingyan, who saw the scene, hurriedly called Han Wenqing. At the critical moment, Damo Guyan activated his inch power and steel bones to offset Ichiang Chuanyun the attack, while strengthening his power wave to repel him, and then went to support Shibujuan without looking back. Ichiang Chuanyun landed on the ground and let Damo Guyan go. Then, under the gaze of everyone, he set up a Barrett sniper. Zhou Zikai chose to set up a sniper with Ichiang Chuanyun. Who is his target? Han Wenqing Damo Guyan? While the cup was still thinking, Li Ba beside him was already a little panicked. He thought that Ichiang Chuanyun's target was not Damo Guyan, but Shibujuan, who was suspended in the air by Lai Bo Zhan. It's over. Yishio, Yu Wenzhou and Xiao Shiqin, 3 tactical masters, shook their heads at the same time. What's wrong? Now only Han Wenqing can support his own priest. Qingguo asked. Who do you think can support faster? Damo Guyan or Ichiang Chuanyun? It must be Damo Guyan. What if it's Damo Guyan and Ichiang Chuanyun Barrett sniper? Yes. When Ishio said this, Qingguo understood. Reincarnation was not worried about Damo Guyan's support. They only cared about Shibujuan's life and death. When Damo Guyan Yunshin was on his way to help Shibujuan put out the fire, A gunshot rang out in the woods. Bang! Blood flowers bloomed. And this shot successfully penetrated Shibujuan. Shibujuan health has reached the bottom. And Ling Shijiu and Hai Wuliang were blocked by Hua Liaoluan Chaotic Thunder. And they couldn't get there in the first time. The most desperate person now is Han Wenqing. When his iron fist arrived, Shibujuan was pierced through the body by Yu Xingchen Dragon Gull. Han Wenqing de Mo Guyan watched Shibujuan die in front of him. Retreat, and wait for Rhoda to arrive. These were Zhang Xinjia's last words. De Mo Guyan shouldn't move. Wang Jieshi shook his head. Although it was a bit of an afterthought to say so. De Mo Guyan's support was actually to release a shot through the clouds. He was just worried that he didn't have space to support the front with a sniper. But Han Wenqing just gave Zhou Zikai this opportunity. Of course, Han Wenqing couldn't be blamed in this situation. Shibujuan had been knocked down by Yu Xingchen. Ling Shijiu and Hai Wuliang were restricted by Hua Liaoluan. And Leng Lei was also blocked by Wu Lang Bing Chuang Wave's sword. Only De Mo Guyan could support Shibujuan in the first time. No more. With Zhang Xinjia out, the masters knew that Tyranny had a hard time winning this game. Samsara was already 2 kills ahead. And if it was more stable now, it could even retreat directly. With the priest, Tyranny had to ensure victory in the team game without losing more than 3 people. This condition was too harsh. Tyranny. It's going to be difficult. Chapter 430 Trade-offs. Retreat. Although Han Wenqing was very reluctant, he had to retreat in this situation. Fighting further would only accelerate his demise. Hai Wuliang and Ling Anlei health was running low. And their own health was also consumed by Yichang Chuan Yun. The ones with the healthiest health on Tyranny's side should be Ling Xiaojudu and Rhoda, who had not yet arrived at the battlefield. But Ling Xiaojudu was hit by Hua Liaoluan Thunder. On the other hand, the overall health of Samsara was very good, with only Yu Xingchen being seriously injured. But now it was difficult for Tyranny to focus fire and kill Yu Xingchen in seconds. Sure enough, a bright light flashed on Yu Xingchen the next second. The holy words were restored. Xiao Guziru gave all his milk to Yu Xingchen. What kind of treatment is this? The professional players were all numb. From beginning to end, Xiao Guziru's treatment was for Yu Xingchen alone. If you can rush in and defeat Lin Jingyan, knock down Zhao Yang, and kill Zhang Xinjia by yourself when facing Tyranny, come to void, and the priest will only serve you in the future. Li Xian said with a TSK sound. Many first-line professional players laughed when they heard that someone envied Zhou Yichen treatment. If their team could have a teammate like Zhou Yichen in the front, they would wake up laughing even in their dreams. Zhou Yichen's playing style and operation destined him to have a strong position in the front. Of course, there is also a disadvantage to playing like this. That is, once Zhou Yichen is in a bad state, it is easy for the opponent to seize the opportunity and focus fire to kill him in seconds. But so far, I have never seen Zhou Yichen make a major mistake. He is steady in his recklessness. In Samsara, Zhou Zikai is definitely the most comfortable player. He doesn't need to worry about the front at all. He only needs to harass from the side, and then harvest the endgame. Zhou Zikai life is Huang Xiaotian dream. Huang Xiaotian, this is my script. My script. This is also why Samsara is ready to renew the contract with Zhou Zikai and Zhou Yichen as soon as possible after the finals. Especially Zhou Yichen. If Zhou Zikai may not be suitable for some teams, then Zhou Yichen can be said to be a perfect teammate. His playing style is suitable for almost all teams, because the threat he poses in the front is too great, and one person cannot stop him. Chase or retreat? Zhang Jia asked. Chase. Jiang Guotao affirmed that he could not give Tyranny a chance to breathe at this time. The Tyranny team is too resilient. Since they have taken action, they will be beaten to death with one stick. Retreat. Han Wenqing issued a retreat order. Lack of treatment and unhealthy blood volume. Going head-on now is like an egg hitting a stone. It is beyond one's ability. But Samsara does not want to let Tyranny leave so easily. Tyranny retreat direction is the other end of the 7-color spring, which is the 3 o'clock direction. It seems that Rhoda will rush over from there. Then Samsara couldn't let Tyranny leave just like that. At least they had to leave something behind. For example, someone's life. Strongly attack -9 degrees. Samsara target was -9 degrees. If the healer died, the next step would be the output. As long as -9 degrees was dealt with in advance, Rhoda's damage alone would not be enough to counterattack Samsara. In this way, Samsara could completely suppress Tyranny counterattack in this team game. Let Tyranny only defend, not counterattack. Samsara allows you to defend, but doesn't agree with you to counterattack. Tyranny is like a turtle. It can only put its head into the turtle shell. Otherwise it will be killed in seconds. It seems that Samsara is not going to let Tyranny retreat. They chose to continue attacking. Judging from the attack routes of several people, Samsara attack target should be -9 degrees. Commentator Libo analyzed. Why not Hai Wuliang? Hai Wuliang has the lowest HP in Tyranny. Shouldn't focusing on Hai Wuliang be the best choice? The commentator asked. In his opinion, Hai Wuliang should be easier to deal with than 09 degrees. Maybe it's because Hai Wuliang has too many defensive skills. Li Ju guessed. After all, the Qigong Master also has the Qi Wave Shield. And the ultimate move of cutting the pulse can also be used as a backhand. The first to attack was not Yu Xingchen, but by Hua Liaoluan, who was closest to 09 degrees. Bang! Stiffening bullet. Their target is me. Qin Muyun reacted quickly and dodged by Hua Liaoluan's stiffening bullet with a slide. After replacing the magazine and preparing to shoot it by Hua Liaoluan. Bang bang bang. Yi Qian Chuanyun stood directly on the road with a Gatling machine gun and fired at 09 degrees. Wood chips flew everywhere, and many bullets shot through the wood and hit 09 degrees. Yi Qian Chuanyun shot and moved at the same time. And this scene was like the scene in the movie Terminator. Help! Hai Wuliang meted out a tangled wave of air and instantly attacked the enemy. Spiral air rush. Looking at the flying air mass, Yi Qian Chuanyun had to abandon the machine gun he had been thinking about and slid to avoid Hai Wuliang attack. Compared to the shot through the clouds, Yu Xingchen action was much simpler and more brutal. A sweep directly knocked down the tree where Ling Xiaojudu was hiding. Oh my god! There are still experts. Although it was just a game. Qin Muyun felt a chill on his head, seeing that the cover was knocked down. Ling Xiaojudu wanted to use the powerful recoil of the angry shot to use the flying gun to escape the encirclement of the reincarnation. But Zhou Yichen, who played the tactics and was also proficient in the sharpshooter, obviously saw through Qin Muyun's intention. He turned around and shot, sweeping Ling Xiaojudu to the ground before he fired. From Qin Muyun's perspective, he only saw a ripple-shaped dragon. The dragon went out to sea. Not good. Han Wenqing and Lin Jingyan, who had already evacuated, saw that Ling Xiaojudu was left behind by Yu Xingchen. So they had to return to support each other. Hai Wuliang opened the airwave shield to save his teammates. But Wulang appeared again and blocked his way, killing intention fluctuation. Wu Lang activates the Magic Swordsman job transfer skill. During the activation period, the Magic Swordsman general attack or skill fluctuation will cause the enemy to receive continuous magic damage and knockback effect that ignores defense. And during the killing intention fluctuation, the Magic Swordsman and teammates' physical and magic critical strike percentages will be increased. The happiest person about this is Yu Xingchen. At this time, 09 degrees has been floated in the air by Yu Xingchen's Sky Strike. If he is not supported, he will be killed. Hai Wuliang is also very uncomfortable facing Wu Lang killing intention fluctuation, because his steel bones are still on CD. So facing the wave sword swung by Wu Lang, he can only choose to dodge. Damo Guyan and Leng Onlei don't have this concern. The two of them shook their bodies and rushed directly towards Yu Xingchen. Bada did not choose to give up 09 degrees. When Yu Wenzhou saw Damo Guyan and Leng Onlei coming back, he shook his head, because the purpose of reincarnation was achieved. While focusing on 09 degrees, forced Bada back. Rhoda is coming soon. Does Tyranny still have a chance? A professional player asked. Didn't you notice that Samsara is missing someone? Chapter 431 Divine Punishment. Just when everyone's attention was on 09 degrees and Yu Xingchen, Xiao Shiqin suddenly raised this question. Didn't you notice that there was one less person in the Samsara team? One less person. Huang Xiaoyan looked over and stood up to look at the competition seats on the Samsara side. No. They are all inside. Xiao Shiqin was speechless. He had never been so speechless before. Xiaoyan. Captain Xiao is talking about roles. Oh. Roles? What's missing? Where is Xiao Guzi rule? You don't know until you see it. You be shocked when you see it. Huang Xiaoyan found that there was indeed one less person in the front of the Samsara team. And it was a priest. Did he get eliminated? Someone was replaced, Wang Jieshi said. Although Wang Jieshi had different eyes, he observed very carefully. As early as Xiao Guzi Ruo provided the last treatment for Yu Xingchen. He accelerated his retreat. When Tyranny saw the holy light on Yu Xingchen, they naturally wouldn't think that Xiao Guzi Ruo had actually left. Tyranny shouldn't have reacted yet, Li Xian said in disbelief. You know, this is not the first time that Samsara has used this trick. They like to replace Yunshan 1 in the substitution area without anyone noticing after defeating the opponent's priest, forming a double frontline offensive lineup. Whether it is the regular season or the playoffs, Samsara has played this way. Therefore, Li Xian believes that Tyranny should not have no action. Knowing that the opponent's priest is not there, there is no need to be timid. Just go up and do it directly. But from the actions of several Tyranny players, they don't know this information. 2 points. One is that because of the -9 degrees, they all focus on supporting teammates. And the second is that the holy light left on Yu Xingchen made them misjudge. Xiao Shiqin analyzed. But if Xiuge Zirua doesn't make a move later, Tyranny should have noticed it. Wang Jieshi said. This is based on the premise that 09 degree will not die. Yu Wanzhou added. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Except for the few masters in the discussion. All the other professional players widened their eyes. Especially Sun Xiang. His eyeballs were almost bulging out. Only a small part of the climax broke out at the scene, because most of them were silent. This is, from their perspective, they found that 09 degree was nailed to a tall tree by a spear. Through the sunlight, 09 degrees shadow was imprinted on the colorful spring. Just now, Damo Guyan and Ling Anlei rushed towards Yu Xingchen together, but were stopped by a gun through the clouds again halfway. And this time, there was an additional 100 flowers dazzling. After Yu Xingchen finished the combo, he slapped him away with a falling flower palm, and then began to charge Fu Long Xiangtian on the spot. Before 09 degrees landed, Hao Long flew towards him. Qin Mian was very calm. At the moment when Hao Long suddenly came, he jumped up and shot furiously. Under the influence of the strong recoil, 09 degrees flew towards the tree above Yu Xingchen head. Flying gun. This is a move that only gun-related professions can use. Qin Muyun is very smart. This can not only avoid Fu Long Xiangtian to the greatest extent, but also launch a counterattack against Yu Xingchen while he is stiff. But he still ignored why Zhou Yichin Fu Long Xiangtian can become the most terrifying big move among battle mages. When 09 degrees climbed up the tree, Hao Long suddenly turned around and rushed towards it. Qin Muyun wanted to operate 09 degrees to dodge, but it was too late. The blue Hao Long bid 09 degrees and knocked it into the tree. Then the magic wave exploded, causing the second stage of magic damage. Boom! The leaves fell one after another, flying all over the sky. At this time, people found that 09 degrees was nailed to a tall tree by Yu Xingchen Dragon Gull. Without the cover of green leaves, the sun hit him directly, creating the scene that the audience just saw. What is this? Li Bo's eyes were as big as copper bells, shooting out lightning like shrewdness. From the first season to now, he has never seen such a scene. Too cool. Although it was the finals, Li Ju couldn't help but burst out. There was still a muting online, and the audience watching the broadcast only heard the word cool. But the audience on the scene heard it clearly. Mai Shua, did you see that 09 degrees looked like Jesus before he died? 09 degrees was punished by God, the commentator said exaggeratedly. As the Dragon Gull returned to Yu Xingchen hands, 09 degrees figure also disappeared on the holographic projection with the wind. Yu Xingchen killed 09 degrees. 09 degrees. Out. Fuck. What's going on? Bai Yanfei, who had just arrived at the front battlefield, couldn't see anything clearly. He could only glimpse a giant dragon from a distance. Aiken, your operation is too awesome. I'm so angry. Lu Boyuan, who came from the back, could clearly see the 09 degrees nailed to the tree by Fu Long Xiangtian. So he started with the 3 consecutive quality moves. On the other side, Damo Guyan also noticed Yunshan Wan rushing over, and Han Wenqing then noticed that the priest Xiao Guzi Ruo of the Samsara had disappeared. They have changed players. Retreat, Han Wenqing commanded. But Lin Jingyan and Zhao Yang were still dizzy, and they had experienced this scene in person and were deeply touched. The most obvious feeling of the two was a sense of powerlessness. Too strong. Forced to kill Hai Wuyang. Although Jiang Buitao was also surprised by this scene as a teammate. The most important thing at the moment was to win the game. Got it. The calmest people on the Samsara side should be Zhou Zikai and Zhang Jiala. Zhang Jiala saw Zhou Yichen play the fancy Fu Long Xiang Tian when he was in the dormitory before. Although Zhang Jiala didn't feel anything now. At that time, he made everyone dumbfounded. Even sent out. If you debuted with me in Baiwa, what would that bastard Yichio have to do with it? Zhou Zikai said, isn't this ancient basic operation? Everyone sit down. After Samsara locked its target on Hai Wuyang, who had the lowest HP, Han Wenqing had no choice but to choose to fight back. They had already lost 2 people. And if they lost 1 more, this game would be GG. At this time, Samsara showed everyone what an unsolvable attack was. While Wulan was hit by Hai Wuyang pulse-cutting technique, he chanted the fiery wave array at the last second. Jiang Buitao thinking was too clear. At this time, he didn't think about how to win the team competition first, but about exchanging points. Because Samsara only needed to get 3 more head points, the game would be declared a victory. And he had more HP. So exchanging blood with Hai Wuyang was completely worthwhile. In this way, even if the 3 Tyranny players tried their best, the final result was a 1-for-1 exchange between Hai Wuyang and Wulong. This exchange seemed to be a win for Tyranny. But in fact, it was Samsara who really made a profit. The team competition is coming to an end. Jiang Buitao is no longer needed to command. He can die at the front of the team as a warrior. The current score is 8-4. Tyranny must counterattack. Otherwise it will be basically declared dead when Xiaodaziru arrives. Tyranny also wants to counterattack Samsara. But the disadvantage of the 9 degrees below zero being solved in advance came out. Tyranny damage is not enough. On the other hand, Samsara has Yiqiang Chuanyuan and Baiwa Liuwan. Although Yu Xingchen has red blood. But Tyranny can't kill him, which makes the 3 very anxious. Damn. Why is this guy not dead yet? Not only Tyranny is anxious, but also their fans. When Xiaodaziru arrived at the front battlefield, Han Wenqing closed his eyes. It's over. Chapter 432, First Victory. After Xiaodaziru arrived, Tyranny was completely extinguished. Yu Xingchen killed Leng Anlei, Damo Guyan killed Yu Xingchen, Yiqiang Chuanyuan killed Damo Guyan. Baiwa Liuwan killed Luota. Glory. Although Tyranny finally took away Yu Xingchen, whose health was at the bottom. Killing him was meaningless for the overall situation. Let us congratulate Samsara for winning this team match. At the same time, they defeated Tyranny 11-5 to win the first round of the finals. Looking back at history, in the finals, the team that won the first round won the final championship. Yes, is Samsara 3 consecutive championships a foregone conclusion? Or can Tyranny break history and let the first come back? Let us see Samsara at home again. Tyranny is in trouble. This is what Yu Wenzhou said when he left. If they couldn't beat Samsara in the first round at their home court, it would be too difficult to defeat them in the second round at Samsara home court. We still have 2 days to adjust. And we still have a chance. Zhang Xinjie wiped his glasses and said, what he feared most was not failure, but that his teammates were scared by Samsara. After stepping down, Qin Muyun went directly for psychological counseling. That scene was a huge blow to him. Han Wenqing clenched his fists. And it was raining cats and dogs. Let's review it after we go back. Compared with Tyranny, Samsara was much easier. If they won the first round, they would have a greater chance of winning the championship. If it was only 97% before, it would be directly expanded to 99%. And there would be 1% left for Tyranny. Everyone in Samsara was very confident that they would win Tyranny in 2 rounds and win the Glory Championship. After the game, the overall MVP of this round was also awarded to Zhou Yichen of the Samsara team. Whether it was output or injury, Zhou Yichen and Yu Xingchen was on the list. Of course, the most important thing was the picture. That Fu Long Xiang Tian was full of pictures. MVP is justified. Triple X Hadaleo. Do you think they will make adjustments in the next round? Zhou Yichen asked. What adjustments? Jiang Buitao asked after eating a piece of hot pot meat. Qin Muyun. When we shook hands after the game just now, I found that he was a little bit off. Zhou Yichen recalled that when he shook hands with Qin Muyun's eyes were erratic, and he didn't dare to look at him. Did you break his mentality? Du Ming said. No way. Qin Muyun has a good mentality. Zhou Yichen shrugged. Am I finally going to win the championship? Zhang Jiala was absent-minded when eating meat. He should be excited to hold the championship in half of his hand. But Zhang Jiala felt that all this was a bit unreal. Would he wake up tomorrow and find that it's fake? Han Wenqing? Zhang Jiala was shocked. Wasn't he in reincarnation? What's wrong with you? Zhang Xinjie asked on the side. Didn't you win the championship? Win the championship? We lost, Lin Jingyan said while turning the gaming chair. Who did we lose to? In the finals. We lost to the Samsara team led by Zhou Zikai. Are you stupid? Come on. The captain wants us to practice more. What about Zhou Yichen? Zhou Yichen? Who is Zhou Yichen? Is there such a person in the Glory Circle? The best newcomer of the 7th season. The most valuable player last year. Lao Zhang. Are you really stupid? The best newcomer of the 7th season is Sun Xiang. And wasn't the most valuable player last year Zhou Zikai? Sun Xiang? Isn't he an excellent era? Excellent era disbanded. And Sun Xiang went to Samsara. Lao Zhang. What are you thinking about? You're so absent-minded even when eating shabu-shabu. Zhou Yichen waved his hand in front of Zhang Jiala's eyes. Oh, it's okay. I might be a little excited. Zhang Jiala smiled awkwardly. What? The others looked at Zhang Jiala in disbelief. Excited? You have never eaten shabu-shabu? Baiwa is so stingy. You had a post-match dinner before. And the club didn't even reimburse you. Seeing that their analysis was getting more and more outrageous, Zhang Jiala hurriedly called a halt. Eat. 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 Go back and rest after eating. You have to catch a plane tomorrow morning. Hey. That's my meat. What's mine and yours? Why do you have to distinguish so clearly? Ah. You're still familiar with your own venue. After landing in S City, Zhou Yichen felt that the air had become better. In Q City, I don't know if it was because of tyranny, but Zhou Yichen felt that there was a sense of depression in the air. Go back and rest. And review the game in the afternoon. Okay. Okay. When Samsara just returned to the club, tyranny had already started an exciting review activity. Zhang Xinjie was still standing on the left side of the screen, reviewing the game frame by frame. Starting from the ring match, Zhou Yichen combat skills are already very advanced. In my opinion, he is the top version of Sun Xiang. Zhang Xinjie adjusted his glasses and said, Sun Xiang? Shouldn't it be Yiqiu? Lin Jingyan asked. In my opinion, although Yiqiu operation is also top-notch, his thinking and grasp of the situation are unique. Zhang Xinjie said that the gap between Zhou Yichen and Yiqiu, in Zhang Xinjie's opinion, is that Zhou Yichen does not have the rich tactics and clear mind like Yiqiu. Of course, this is also related to the style of the two. Here, Team Han, I was careless. I will arrange Xinjie to do what you want in the next game. Okay. Qin Muyu's performance in the ring match was still good, and Zhang Xinjie also praised him. After psychological counseling, Qin Muyu's mentality is much better than before. Especially the counselor's sentence that is the peak of the current tactics made Qin Muyu completely sober up. Yes. What's so shameful about losing to Zhou Yichen? He has 2 championships and a personal honor Grand Slam. Losing to him means that he still has a long way to go before the top of the mountain. We need to change the order of our ring matches. Zhang Xinjie concluded after reviewing the ring match. The ring match was actually quite good. The turning point was that although Qin Muyu accidentally killed Zhou Yichen, who was at red blood, his style of play was too fixed when facing Wu Qi. If you want to say which of the 20 teams in the alliance knows the sharpshooter best, it must be Samsara. Therefore, Samsara players have a certain advantage when playing against the sharpshooters of other teams. First of all, I want to apologize for the team match. There was a problem with my judgment here. Zhang Xinjie first pointed out his own problem. Due to the wrong judgment of the information, the Desert Gaian, who was originally restraining Yi Yuxingchen, became the party that counter-restrained. The chain effect caused was that Yi Yuxingchen returned to the front, and the Desert Gaian was gone, and tyranny could not handle it. We need to change our lineup. If we decide to play defense, then I can. Qin Muyu stood up. Zhang Xinjie's meaning was very clear. Okay. Then Bai Yanfei will start in the next game, and Muyu will be the 6th man. Yes. Does our ring match lineup need to be changed? Reincarnation was thinking about this question. No. Fang Minghua shook his head. No matter how he changes, I have Yichen King Bomb. Jiang Buotao laughed. Zhou Yichen then bumped fists with Jiang Buotao. No matter how their opponents changed their lineup, Reincarnation's first choice would always be Zhou Yichen, because Zhou Yichen would never let them down. Chapter 433 Devil's Home. 3 days later, Back at Samsara home in S City, when the pre-match voting channel was finally closed, Samsara's support rate reached an astonishing 98.1%. Only 1.9% of people were expecting a miracle. Except for Tyranny fans. Almost all players voted for Samsara. Samsara Galaxy Battleship put too much pressure on people. If they win the second game, they will become the first team in history to win the championship with a perfect season. This season, Samsara lineup will undoubtedly become the strongest lineup in the history of Honor. Samsara is only one game away from winning 3 consecutive championships and establishing the second dynasty in the history of Honor. The Samsara Dynasty. Slogans such as 3 consecutive championships, Samsara Dynasty, and similar slogans have been put up inside and outside the competition venue. As the team with the largest number of fans in the league, Samsara fans can't wait to welcome this day. There was a joyful atmosphere at the scene, and some people even came in formal attire to watch the birth of the second dynasty of Honor. All the Tyranny players who had come all this way had dark faces. They were treated as stepping stones for the dynasty. This was not a pleasant feeling, since they all thought we couldn't win. Then we win for them, Han Wenqing said loudly. Tyranny was best at breaking doubts, since they could personally organize the fall ceremony of the excellent Era dynasty in the 4th season. They could also destroy the birth of the Samsara dynasty for the second time. TSK. This atmosphere. Is it like opening champagne at halftime? The group of Glory Star players who watched the first round of the game at the Guixin Stadium rushed to a city again to play the second round of the match. But this time the happy team did not come. Yi Xiu's reply was, "It's better to stab yourself in the heart than to watch others win the trophy. It's more interesting if they crash. What do you think, Mr. Huang? Just sit and watch. We, Blue Rain, have already served as the background board for the second championship. What else can I say? Hey, what do you think we are doing all the way here? Aren't we just asking for trouble?" Void Captain Li Xian spread his hands and said that whether it was Samsara creating a dynasty or Tyranny winning a game, it had nothing to do with them. Just treat it as a witness. Then if Samsara wins the championship, can I go up and raise the cup together? Traitor. How much the professional players sitting here wished that they were not spectators of this game, but participants below. Bang! The sound was crisp. Ah! Refreshing. Wu Yu's beside Li Xian opened a bottle of Coke and drank it in big gulps. Do you want a drink? Wu Yu asked when he saw Li Xian staring at him. Forget it. Coke is only good after the first sip. Captain, what do you want to drink? I buy it for you. Lu Shubia of the Weichao team couldn't stand it. The game hadn't started yet, and the whole stadium was filled with the cheers of Samsara. The atmosphere was too depressing, and his legs kept shaking. Is this the rhythm master? Coke. Thank you. Shubia. Wang Jieshi said. Bring 2 bottles for me. Thank you. Huang Feng Tiansen said. Bring me a bottle of black tea. Love you. Liang Fong on the side elbowed Lu Shubia. Hey, come with me. Samsara lounge. Wow. I want milk tea. Chu Yunqiu picked up Zhou Yichen milk tea and drank it directly. Where is your little sister? Zhang Jiala asked. You mean Mucheng? She didn't come. It seems that Xingxin didn't come today. Chu Yunqiu replied. Oh, I understand. Yi Qiu, that bastard, will be very excited when he sees me holding the trophy. After all, he asked me to join Happy, but I didn't go. Zhang Jiala laughed. He must be jealous and envious. Puff. Hearing Zhang Jiala words, Zhou Yichen couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? Zhang Jiala asked in confusion. Except Zhou Yichen. The others were also laughing. Even Zhou Zikai, who always had a poker face. It's okay. I thought of something happy. What is it? I didn't get the runner-up. Damn. After the finals, I have to give you a match in the octagonal cage. After losing at home, Tyranny has no way out when they come to the away game. They must beat Samsara to drag the finals into the finals. But no team has ever defeated Samsara away from home this season. The Samsara Stadium has been mentioned many times. Of course, this is not a special venue for Samsara. Other large-scale events of esports have also been held here. Mercedes-Benz Arena. Its predecessor is the World Expo Cultural Center. This year, the venue of the Samsara has become a position that all 19 teams in the league cannot conquer. And it is truly a devil's home court. Whether it is Tyranny, Blue Rain or Tiny Herb, These championship-winning teams have all suffered defeats here, let alone victory. In the Devils' home court of the Samsara, getting 3 points is a success. After all, in 38 games, Samsara has only lost 3 points at most. In the second round, Samsara has the right to choose the map, whether they will choose the ancient Roman Colosseum ruins. The King map? A voting channel was specially opened on the official website. 78% of the players think that Samsara will choose the ancient Roman Colosseum ruins, and 22% of the players think that Samsara will come up with something new. As for hiding things, no one has mentioned it. What else can they hide when they have already won the championship? Samsara's first defeat will be today. The first person to make a declaration before the game was Han Winching of Tyranny. This was not only for Samsara to hear, but also for themselves. Senior, please continue, Zhou Yichen said to Han Winching with a smile. Tyranny then realized that the rest of Samsara had retreated to the stage, leaving only Zhou Yichen on the field. Zhou Yichen, Zhou Yichen, Zhou Yichen, MVP, MVP, MVP. The scene was filled with cheers, like a tsunami. Damn. Zhou Yichen's popularity is exaggerated. Yang Tsung's eyes were full of envy. Zhou Yichen won't go down. Are they telling Tyranny that they will play Zhou Yichen in the first match? Samsara is too confident. No matter how Tyranny changes its formation, they will always face Yu Xingchen first. Old Zhao. Lin Jingyan looked at Zhao Yang worriedly. They had already thought about Tyranny ring match yesterday. Zhao Yang is the first player in Tyranny ring match today. I'm fine. Although he is already a veteran, facing such an occasion, Zhao Yang couldn't help but sigh. I really don't want to leave the stage. Samsara, Zhou Yichen. ID, Yu Xingchen. Occupation, Battle Mage. Tyranny, Zhao Yang. ID, Hai Wuliang. Occupation, Qigong Master. Map, Ring Arena. I thought Samsara had something new. But after all this time it's still the Ring Arena. The Ring Arena is the best choice. No other. Wang Jieshi said. Simple and clear. These 4 words are enough. Yu Wanzhou continued. The overall strength of Samsara is the strongest in the league. And the players who win every 2 weeks are all great players. Jiang Guotao, Lu Boyuan, Wu Qi and Du Ming are also strong. So they only need to choose a simpler map for the ring match. If they use a complex map, it would be a bit of a reversal of priorities. After all, there is a tactical master on the opposite side. Chief Qigong Master? It seems that I will have another all-star ghost under my gun. Chapter 434 Chief Tactics vs Chief Qigong. Hello everyone. I am today's commentator Bebe. Hello everyone. I am today's commentator Li Ju. Hello everyone. I am today's guest Zhang Yiwei. Today, the commentary seat also invited the old captain of the Samsara team, Zhang Yiwei. Seeing that Samsara is so prosperous, Zhang Yiwei is also very happy. Especially today. He can witness the birth of the new Samsara dynasty. When the Alliance sent him an invitation to commentate, Zhang Yiwei agreed without thinking. Alliance, what do you think of the pay of the finals commentator being 2,000? Zhang Yiwei, sure. Give me the code and I scan it for you. Alliance, question mark. You are watching the finals of the 9th season of the Glory Professional League. The score is 1-0. And Samsara is temporarily leading. If Samsara can win this game directly at their home court, then they will win the 3rd championship in team history. And it will also be a three-peat. Yes, they will also create the 2nd dynasty of glory with their own hands. The Samsara dynasty. Captain Zhang should be called Coach Zhang now. What do you think? Beige tilted his head to look at Zhang Yiwei. I am definitely very excited to witness history with my own eyes. Ha ha. Zhang Yiwei also attended today in full dress. Okay. Both sides are ready. Let's take a look at the starting lineup of the 2 teams in the ring match. Samsara, Zhou Yichen. ID, Yu Xingchen, God of War. Occupation, Battle Mage. Battle Map, Zhao Yang. ID, Hai Wuliang. Occupation, Qigong Master. Map, Ring Field. Samsara still has Zhou Yichen as the team starter. He has been in this position since he came to the challenge match in the 8th season. Whether it is the regular season, the playoffs or the most crucial finals. This shows that the team has full trust in him. The commentator said. Yes. Tyranny has made adjustments and sent Zhao Yang as the starter for the first time. It seems that this is a duel between the chiefs. Zhang Yiwei laughed. Zhou Yichen is currently the undisputed active chief battle mage. And Zhao Yang has been the chief Qigong Master of Glory since his debut. I don't think I have ever competed with my predecessor in a single match. Zhou Yichen smiled and stretched out his hand to Zhao Yang. Why? Do you have a collection habit? Zhao Yang asked. Huh? It means defeating the masters and writing them down in your little notebook. That's not the case. I just like to compete with masters. After the two sides chatted for a few words, they each walked to the corresponding competition seats. 99%, 100% Yu Xingchen. Loaded. Boundless Sea. Loaded. Map, Arena. Loaded. Huh. Just do your best. Isn't it? Zhao Yang hinted. 3, 2, 1. Fight. Zhou Yichen loosened his fingers. And the moment the countdown ended, he immediately controlled Yu Xingchen to rush out. Zhao Yang's expression is quite relaxed. Yu Wenzhou observed. Your mentality is quite good. Facing Zhou Yichen. You must have a good mentality. Xiao Shiqin intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Sun Xiang, who was watching the game seriously. But unfortunately Xiang didn't notice Xiao Shiqin hint. His mind was all on Zhou Yichen operation. Sun Xiang has been watching Zhou Yichen POV frame by frame these days. Dai Yanqi was a little surprised before, so you could also calm down and watch other people's POV. After all, in Dai Yanqi opinion, someone as arrogant as Sun Xiang should not watch other people's first-person perspectives. After all, he holds the fighting god One Autumn Leaf in his hand. However, after getting along for a while, Dai Yanqi found that Sun Xiang seemed different from the one she met in the 7th season. He was arrogant at that time, but now he seems to be depressed. It seems that this experience of playing in the challenge has helped Sun Xiang a lot. When climbing the steps, Zhou Yichen once again used his unique skill to pole vault onto the ring. This move is really unrestrained. Whenever he sees it, Yu Wenzhou will sigh that the inventor of Zhou Yichen is really a genius. I can do it, but it will take some time to use it as freely as he does, Sun Xiang said. Yu Xingchen climbed onto the high stage in the center of the map before Hai Wuliang. Zhao Yang also knew that the opponent was faster than him, so he activated the mind shield in advance while rushing on the road, and then rubbed the air ball with both hands. This is the experience of the old players, Wang Jieshi analyzed for his team members. When it is known that the opponent is faster than oneself, take precautions in advance to avoid being caught off guard by the opponent. The moment he climbed onto the stage, he fired a gas wave bomb directly in front of him. The speed was extremely fast, but unfortunately Yu Xingchen was not in front of him. Boom! Dust rose. What's going on? The smoke revealed fragmented light and shadow effects, and everyone stood up. What's going on? As the smoke and dust dispersed, people found that Yu Xingchen had been fighting with Hai Wuliang. Seeing the golden barrier around Hai Wuliang, steel bones. It turned out that when Hai Wuliang stepped onto the stage, Yu Xingchen had retreated to the side. At the moment when Hai Wuliang fired the air wave bomb, Yu Xingchen stepped forward and waved his palm to try to use the falling flower palm to knock him off. But Zhao Yang's concentration was very high. At the moment when Yu Xingchen attacked, he activated the steel bones. The collision between the falling flower palm and the steel bones produced a huge impact force, which caused the smoke and dust to fill the sky. Zhao Yang's reaction was very fast. He activated the steel bones in time. Otherwise this palm should have sent Hai Wuliang off the stage. Push cloud palm. Split sky palm. Reverse flow. With the domineering effect of the steel bones, Hai Wuliang launched a fierce attack. But Zhou Yichen once again demonstrated what a top-level Z-shaped shake is. Hey. 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 Why is his Z-shaped shake different from mine? Your hand speed is also different from others. Oh my god. With this shaking frequency, the left and right direction keys will smoke for this kid. Huang Xiaoyan complained. Flash 100 fission. Seeing that Yu Xingchen couldn't catch him like a mouse, Hai Wuliang wanted to use Flash 100 fission, gather his luck and breath, and directly catch him. When he stretched out his hand to grab the other party, Yu Xingchen War Spear also stabbed Hai Wuliang. Bang! Yu Xingchen Dragon Gall and Hai Wuliang Mirror Moon collided with each other, and after an explosion, Hai Wuliang was knocked out. Halong Pejuan's judgment is higher than Flash 100 fission, and the time of the hegemony effect of steel and iron bones has expired. The commentator explained to everyone. The timing of Halong Pejuan is just right. Xiao Shiqin said that Zhou Yichen's skill timing was perfect, and he was also very familiar with the opponent's skill release. From Hai Wuliang actions, he judged that this was the middle-level Flash 100 splits. So he used Halong Pajuan at the time when Steel and Iron Bones disappeared. It seems that he has studied the opponent's POV a lot. Yu Xingchen waved his spear and accelerated towards Hai Wuliang landing point. Dragon Fang. Yu Xingchen stabbed with Dragon Fang before Hai Wuliang was attacked, making him stiff. But after using Dragon Fang, Yu Xingchen stopped. Chapter 435 Phantom Combo. Dragon Fang hits Hai Wuliang. Zhao Yang casts Calmness without any hesitation, removing and immunizing his own negative status. However, the next second, Yu Xingchen's spear thrusts up and successfully forces Hai Wuliang to float. Dragon Fang full level. Smart. Seeing Yu Xingchen float Hai Wuliang, Yu Wenzhou praised. Hai Wuliang calmness cannot remove floating, although floating will temporarily prevent the character from attacking or defending. The floating state is not a negative state. The reason why Zhou Yichen paused for 1 second after casting Dragon Fang was to force Hai Wuliang to cast Calmness. Whether Hai Wuliang casts Calmness or not, Yu Xingchen's Sky Strike will hit. But don't forget that the Qigong Master has a passive skill for job transfer. Body Protection Qi. This skill can provide different degrees of defense for the Qigong Master according to the character's mana percentage. Body Protection Qi can offset some damage, and the full level can even offset all damage. Although the skill of Calm and Calm can make you immune to all kinds of negative effects during the skill period. The side effect is that the mana consumed by the skill is very high. This also caused Hai Wuliang's surrounding Qi to be significantly smaller after he used Calm and Calm. As Hai Wuliang mana decreased, the current body Qi could no longer offset the high damage from Yu Xingchen. One thing leads to another. It really looks more and more like someone with no bottom line. Huang Xiaoyan directly complained about the two people in one sentence. Next, Yu Xingchen showed the audience what Zhou massage is. And everyone who has experienced it said, "Good. Continuous attack. Tyrant Crush. 100 Dragon Meteor hit." The last round dance stick knocked Hai Wuliang to the ground. After hitting the full dazzling pattern, Yu Xingchen decisively opened the fire attribute dazzling pattern. In the next 20 seconds, Yu Xingchen will receive a positive blessing of 125 points of strength. With the 20 consecutive hits, Yu Xingchen now has a blessing of 175 points of strength. This effect is far better than my Fire Dance Flowing Flame. Tang Rou saw this and said, "Your Fire Dance Flowing Flame mainly adds strength and fire attribute damage, while Zhou Yichen Dragon Gallbladder mainly adds attack speed and light attribute damage. You focus on normal attacks, and he focuses on combos." Yi Xiu explained that the player with the highest average hand speed this season is no longer Lu Xubia of the Tiny Herb team, but Zhou Yichen, because Lu Xubia has changed his previous habits. His ineffective speed up is much less than before. Lu Xubia's speed up is now more short-range burst, and Zhou Yichen hand speed is so fast that it is obviously for combos. It is no exaggeration to say that he can do several combos for every attack from others. This also caused the Yu Xingchen fighter will to stack much faster than ordinary battle mages. Due to the blessing of skill points, Zhou Yichen can max out the fire attribute dazzling pattern that focuses on strength. And when Dragon Gallbladder attacks, there is a 10% chance that the phantom generated will cause an additional combo after hitting the opponent. "My hand speed can be as fast as his," Tang Rou said. "Then can you guarantee that your hand speed will not be unbalanced?" Yi Xiu asked. Fast hand speed can easily lead to invalid hand speed. It means that the hand does not follow the brain. In simple terms, it is just a few random presses. Zhou Yichen has good control in this aspect, and his hand speed is not exaggerated to the extent that people can't believe it. Many people, such as Wang Jieshi and Huang Xiaoyan, can achieve it, but Zhou Yichen is better than them in that he can stay there. And on this basis, he guarantees the continuity of the attack. This is completely different from when he just debuted in the 7th season. "I will do it." Tang Rou didn't even watch the game and went to practice. This kid Yi Xiu sighed. Tang Rou is good in everything, but this damn desire to win is too strong. It is difficult to achieve Zhou Yichen's stable hand speed in a short period of time. At least Zhou Yichen was in transition throughout the 7th season. It was not until the playoffs of the 8th season that he made such adjustments after his skill points were greatly strengthened. A talented player like Zhou Yichen needs a season plus a summer off-season to adapt, not to mention others. And such a style of play can easily lead to hand injuries. Sun Jiping is a typical example. However, Samsara does very well in this regard. They have a single day off. Every Wednesday, Samsara players have to follow Fang Minghua to exercise. Therefore, Wednesday is also called Devil Wednesday by everyone in Samsara. Du Ming is most afraid of this day, because he can't get up in the morning. So every Wednesday, he has to accept Fong Ma Iron Fist caress. Boom! After interrupting Hai Wuliang luck, Yu Xingchen launched the fire attribute Dazzling Pattern. The Dazzling Pattern moves with the character, which is the basic operation of the Battle Mage. The Dazzling Pattern will be automatically launched, and Hai Wuliang has no choice but to cancel the luck and knock down the flying Dazzling Pattern. Unfortunately, after he knocked 3 of them away, Yu Xingchen fired a gun and sent him flying. Strong dragon pressure. Hai Wuliang succeeded in taking over, and with a push of his hands, he summoned a magic shield to cover himself. But this magic shield was about to be broken by Yu Xingchen. What kind of damage is this? Something is wrong. Lin Jingyan frowned. It has reached the 4th level fighter will. Zhang Xinjie said from the side. So fast. Bai Yanfei was surprised. With the blessing of the Dragon Gallbladder Phantom, plus Zhou Yichen hand speed, Li Xian, who was sitting in the spectator seat, didn't dare to think about it. He felt that this phantom was too buggy. Although it only had a 5% chance. If it hit, it would be a double combo. It can be said that Dragon Gallbladder is the silver weapon that all players who play Battle Mages dream of. With the blessing of the 4th level fighter will, the somewhat clumsy Hai Wuliang can no longer keep up with Yu Xingchen, who has an 8% speed blessing. 50 consecutive hits. Wang Jieshi frowned. The probability of this phantom was a bit high. At least just now. He had captured it 3 times. Angry dragon piercing the heart. Crack. Hai Wuliang magic shield was completely shattered. Zhao Yang operation was not slow either. He controlled Hai Wuliang to rub a blade of air with both hands and attack Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen took the air blade and waved his spear to attack Hai Wuliang. Although he was hit by the air blade, he was slightly repelled by the air force. But Yu Xingchen's spear tip still hit Hai Wuliang. The fighting spirit condensed in the spear was reversed and released. The fighting spirit enveloped Hai Wuliang and then knocked him out again. Boom! Flying dragon in the sky. Due to Yu Xingchen's force position, Hai Wuliang had retreated to the edge of the ring at this time. This flying dragon in the sky directly sent Hai Wuliang out of the ring. It's over. Before Hai Wuliang landed, Yu Xingchen rushed out of the ring, jumped into the air, and shot Hai Wuliang to the ground. Technique: split Huashan Mountain with force. Hai Wuliang health has reached the bottom. Is this the end of the game? Commentator Li Ju didn't want to see the first battle end so quickly, and Zhao Yang didn't want it to end either. Chapter 436 Temporary Substitution. Zhao Yang decided to fight to the death. Even though there was no hope of winning, he didn't want Zhou Yichen to take care of his teammates with such a big advantage. Ah! Zhao Yang roared, and controlled Hai Wuliang to kill Yu Xingchen. He used his hands to run the energy, and after the energy condensed into his fingers, Hai Wuliang stabbed Yu Xingchen. However, before Hai Wuliang stabbed, a spear pierced his heart. Hai Wuliang's finger stopped in midair, and did not fall. Boom! With a powerful breath burst, Hai Wuliang was blown away. Angry dragon pierces the heart break. Glory! Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for winning the first match of the ring match. The score is 1-0. And Samsara is temporarily in the lead. Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen. Samsara fans shouted the name of Zhou Yichen fiercely. This is the most offensive halberd in their Samsara trident. As long as it is the first, it will be able to win. Badu is in trouble. Wang Jieshi said that this match was different from the first one. After Zhou Yichen defeated Han Wenqing, his health was almost gone. So the first match was equivalent to a 1-for-1. But now, after Zhou Yichen defeated Zhao Yang, Yu Xingchen's remaining health was enough to fight another round. Unless Badu sent Han Wenqing. Of course with Zhang Xinjie. This was impossible. Should I go next? Qin Muyun asked. Zhang Xinjie was thinking. No. Lao Lin goes. After a brainstorming, Zhang Xinjie chose to change the pre-match personnel arrangement. Without moving Han Wenqing, the person who was most likely to defeat Yu Xingchen with 70% health was Lin Jingyan in Zhang Xinjie's opinion. Should I go ahead? Lin Jingyan pointed at himself. He was the 3rd player before the game. But now the plan can't keep up with the changes. Zhao Yang didn't cause much trouble to Zhou Yichen. And judging from Zhou Yichen's state in the first game, if Qin Muyun was on, he might be beaten to death. Qin Muyun was a little afraid of Zhou Yichen after the first big match. If he loses again in this match, Zhang Xinjie is afraid that Qin Muyun mentality will be really bad. He will develop the so-called Zhou phobia, the kind that dares not to play when seeing Zhou Yichen. Sorry, I didn't play well. Zhao Yang, who returned to the tyranny player seat, said, It's okay. The opponent played well. Zhang Xinjie comforted. Well, the pressure is too great. Zhao Yang took a sip of water and said that Zhao Yang pressure came from two aspects. One from Zhou Yichen and the other from himself. As an all-star who joined tyranny this season, Zhao Yang wanted to bring something to tyranny. He didn't want everyone to think that tyranny purchase of him and Hai Wuliang was a meaningless struggle. But the fact is that the waves behind push the waves in front. And the waves in front die on the beach. Zhou Yichen can't even be considered a wave. He is simply a tsunami. It's a pity that I didn't get to be teammates with Zhou Yichen. Guest Zhang Yiwei laughed and said that he didn't get to enjoy Zhou Yichen peak period, which was uncomfortable. Who do you think tyranny will send to play against Zhou Yichen as the second player? Commentary Cup asked. Lin Jingyan. Zhang Yiwei guessed. Oh, why not someone else? Li Ju asked. Because Zhou Yichen put too much pressure on tyranny in the first game. We can't send newcomers to play in this second game. We need veterans to take the pressure. To be honest, Zhang Yiwei is still capable. He knows that tyranny needs experienced old players to play at this time. Tyranny, Lin Jingyan. ID, Leng Anlei. Occupation, hooligan. Coach Zhang guessed correctly. Tyranny chose to send veteran Lin Jingyan to play as the second player. Do you think Lin Jingyan, who debuted at the same time as you, can win this game? I think Zhou Yichen will go 1-on-2. Zhang Yiwei laughed. Why? Because this player is too strong. Zhang Yiwei's words and expressions showed that he admired Zhou Yichen too much. Zhou Yichen and the group of people he coached in Xuanqi were like the difference between an elephant and an ant. Bada's move was a bit of a fight. Xiao Shiqin said. There's no way. Lin Jingyan is the most suitable candidate. Yu Wenzhou said. Bada's choice to send Lin Jingyan to the field was also a helpless move. In addition to Zhao Yang being eliminated, Han Wenqing needed to defend the bottom. If Qin Muyun mentality had not been affected in the first round, Zhang Xinjie should still send Qin Muyun to the field in this round. But he didn't dare to gamble. He was afraid that Zhou Yichen would directly beat Qin Muyun. 99%, 100% Leng Anlei. Loading completed. Map, Arena. Loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight! Welcome to the second round of the Arena of the Glory Professional League Season 9 Finals. Yu Xingchen in the north. Leng Anlei in the south. In a normal start, Yu Xingchen stepped onto the stage before Leng Anlei. Swoosh. 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 After Leng Anlei stepped onto the stage, he turned his palm outward and shot a numbing needle at Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen turned around to dodge and launched a strengthened straight stab. Dragon Fang. Clang. Mountain blocking tiger. Leng Anlei raised his arm to block Yu Xingchen attack. After hearing the sound of clang, Lin Jingyan knew that the block was successful, and then controlled Leng Anlei to launch a counterattack against Yu Xingchen. This attack has a knockback effect. Leng Anlei scratched Yu Xingchen with a claw, and just when Yu Xingchen dodged sideways, Leng Anlei attacked with a brick. A sneak attack. Lin Jingyan successfully hit Yu Xingchen with a sudden move, but it was a pity that Zhou Yichen's reaction was too fast, and the brick failed to hit Yu Xingchen's head, and naturally failed to cause a dizzy effect. Senior, are you here to sneak up? Zhou Yichen asked in a typing voice. If you don't attack me secretly, I can't hit you, Lin Jingyan responded. This brick attack was already perfect, but the opponent was a reaction monster. He controlled the character to lean back to avoid being hit on the head the moment the brick appeared. Swish. 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 Poison needle. Lin Jingyan shot out several poison needles again, but Zhou Yichen had expected it. He waved his spear to knock him down, and then launched another straight attack on Leng Anlei. Continuous attack. Yu Xingchen launched 2 consecutive straight attacks. Leng Anlei did not choose to retreat, but went straight up to try to strangle Yu Xingchen. But after Yu Xingchen finished his move, he pushed forward with his right palm. Before Leng Anlei could pinch Yu Xingchen's throat, his palm had already landed on his shoulder. Boom! Falling flower palm. The charged palm successfully knocked Leng Anlei away. Zhou Yichen falling flower palm is really good, Yu Wenzhou exclaimed. Every time the enemy's attack can be resolved by his falling flower palm. This guy is good at this move. This kid should be the best fighter I have ever seen with falling flower palm, Wang Xiaoyan said. What about Yichio? Yichio falling flower palm is a mess. Huang Xiaoyan said shamelessly. You have the guts to say this to his face. TSK. I say the same thing to his face. Lin Jingyan attack was resolved by this falling flower palm before it even started. Passive. Zhang Xinjie knew that to fight Zhou Yichen, he must take the initiative of the attack in his hands, and cannot choose passive defense. This guy is too good at taking advantage of others. Once he finds a breakthrough, he will tear open a big hole like a beast. Just like now. Chapter 437 No Chance. Up. Steel Bones. Yu Xingchen Ordinary Sky Strike successfully forced out Lung Onlai's steel bones. It's too early, Tang Hao said. In his opinion, Lin Jingyan's steel bones was too early. Zhou Yichen had enough space to move away, and didn't give him any chance to counterattack. Lung Onlai threw a gasoline bottle to force Yu Xingchen to move. But the space on the ring was too large. A gasoline bottle couldn't completely block Yu Xingchen retreat. Old Lin is a little anxious. Fang Rui saw Lin Jingyan operation, and knew that he was anxious. Just as Zhang Xinjie thought. Zhou Yichen put too much pressure on his opponent on the offensive end. And his defense was just a slow death. You know. Even the defense of grinding King Su Bin was opened by Zhou Yichen. Not to mention others. So if you want to defeat or weaken Zhou Yichen, you can only compete with him for the offensive rhythm. In the past, it was still possible because Zhou Yichen was only reckless. And even if he lost, he could still replace a lot of his health. But now it's not possible. This guy has become more and more clever. And his tactics are becoming more and more methodical. And the only thing that remains unchanged from beginning to end is his natural offensiveness. Double Crescent Moon. Lin Jingyan has thought it through. And he wants to consume Zhou Yichen to the greatest extent. Even if he can't win, he must make him lose a layer of skin. Intimidation. Lung Onlai launched a mental attack on Yu Xingchen. During the intimidation period, Yu Xingchen attack power was weakened by 50%. Headbutt. Lung Onlai hit Yu Xingchen with a big stick. Zhou Yichen did not choose to fight back, but controlled Yu Xingchen to dodge the opponent's attack. Lung Onlai has been attacking, and Yu Xingchen has been defeated. Li Ju was surprised. Why is this scene different from what he thought? However, in the eyes of professional players, the situation is still under Zhou Yichen control. Because although Lung Onlai attack is fierce, it has little effect. Except for the double crescent moon. His headbutt and sand throwing were all dodged by Yu Xingchen. They knew that Yu Xingchen was now like a hunter hiding in the dark, waiting for the prey to take the bait. Once Lung Onlai attack stopped, or Zhou Yichen found a flaw, the situation on the field would be reversed instantly. Lin Jingyan also knew this. So although he was attacking, his steps were 3 steps forward and then 1 step back. This action was also captured by Zhou Yichen. Not focused. Zhou Yichen thought. Why do I have a very strange feeling? Huang Xiaoyan looked at the game between the two and said, I also have a feeling that I can't describe. Lu Hongwen twisted his shoulders and said, this feeling is very strange. It was obviously Lung Onlai who was attacking. But they saw him retreating. Lin Jingyan's attack was not thorough. Yu Wenzhou said that he didn't play the ultimate offense in Howling. And he focused on defense during this period after coming to tyranny. This style has penetrated into Lin Jingyan's bones. That is, stability. Lin Jingyan is not a person who likes to gamble. So after the attack failed, his first thought was not to go for a second attack, but to choose to retreat to avoid being counterattacked. The advantage of doing this is that you won't lose too much. And the disadvantage is that you won't earn too much. When Zhou Yichen figured out Lin Jingyan's routine, his attack would become a big net to restrict himself. Poison. Elbow. Slap. All used up. The next move should be the Overlord Fist. Zhou Yichen smiled slightly. When Lung Onlai attacked, he was always paying attention to the release of the moves. The low-level and mid-level moves are basically used up. If Lin Jingyan doesn't want to give up the offensive rhythm now, then his next move must be the Overlord Fist. Because as long as the Overlord Fist can catch Yu Xingchen, then Lin Jingyan will have the opportunity to open the Street Storm to refresh the skill CD and play a double punch. After Yu Xingchen stepped back to avoid Lung Onlai hook, Lung Onlai jumped up and pounced on Yu Xingchen. That's what I've been waiting for. Yu Xingchen rotated his spear with both hands. At the moment when Lung Onlai rushed over, Yu Xingchen, with a longer attack distance, rushed forward with his spear before Lung Onlai's hands could grab him. Round Dance Stick. Yu Xingchen grabbed him and threw him to the ground. The judgment effect of the Round Dance Stick was too strong. So no matter how Lin Jingyan operated, Leng Onlei could not be attacked. The situation turned so fast that the commentators didn't react. They were still discussing whether Leng Onlei could continue the attack. Once Yu Xingchen started the attack, he would not stop. Sky Strike. Yu Xingchen successfully forced Leng Onlei to float in the air. Leng Onlei in the floating state could not start the street storm at all, and could only passively accept. Joe-style massage. Ba Sha. Continuous attack. 100 Dragon Meteor hit. After hitting the combo, Yu Xingchen did not hesitate to activate the fire attribute pattern to increase his own strength. Oh my god. It's 30 combos in an instant. So exaggerated. Wang Xiaotian eyes widened. What a bad luck Zhou had. The Phantom had a 10% chance of triggering. And he did it 5 times in a row. This is 10%. Or 90%. Not to mention the professional players watching from the audience. Lin Jingyan on the field was also stunned. The health bar dropped faster and faster. Lin Jingyan has to resist. If he continues to enjoy it like this, he will be carried off the field. Li Xian said. How long Pejuan? Yu Xingchen knocked away Leng Onlei, and then opened the shadow step again. This combo effect is exaggerated. Many professional players were so surprised that they couldn't speak. It was too fast. On the big screen above the stage, Zhou Yichen's hand speed peaked at 480 APM. But the next second it jumped to 440. And then slowly dropped. Declining is a very wise choice. Wang Jieshi commented. No one can always maintain a high hand speed in the battle, which is cruel to the hand. The reason for Zhou Yichen's speed is very simple. Yu Xingchen combo has been stacked up. It has dropped because there is no need to stack it up. At this time, Yu Xingchen fighter will has reached the 5th level, which means that during the time when Leng Onlei was knocked away, Zhou Yichen used the shadow step to hit 20 combos. Among them, phantoms were generated 6 times. It can only be said that the god of luck tonight has completely favored Zhou Yichen. It's over. The situation has been completely reversed. Tyranny couldn't sit still. Old Lin can't continue like this. We have to fight back. Bai Yanfei shouted. No. Zhang Xinjie shook his head. No chance. Zhou Yichen's attack was too tight. And Lin Jingyan didn't even have the opportunity to start the street storm, let alone counterattack his opponent. It's already the 5th level of fighter will. If he continues to fight like this and stacks it to the 6th level, isn't it self-destruction? Zhao Yang said. Yes. There is not much time left for Lin Jingyan. Chapter 438 Instant Explosion. Angry Dragon pierces the heart. Leng Onlei, who had landed, was knocked out again by Yu Xingchen before he could stand firm. Level 6 fighter will. 12% movement speed bonus. Too fast. To judge the level of a player's combat skills, you need to see how his fighter will stacks. Fighter will is not stacked randomly. The combo of the battle mage can be stopped, but you have to make sure that the next attack must hit the opponent. At this time, the combat player needs to learn a skill called hidden combo. This skill is generally used when the 9, 19, 29 combos are used. Yu Xingchen fighter will stack so quickly. In addition to the phantom effect and the blessing of the goddess of luck, during the time when Leng Onlei attacked, his combo did not actually disappear, but just stopped. At this time, people finally understood why Yu Xingchen chose to take the opponent's skills when Leng Onlei attacked and make up a hit. That is to continue the fighter will. Too detailed. Zhou Yichen. Lu Shubia shook his head and said that Zhou Yichen had thoroughly understood the profession of battle mage. After knocking Leng Onlei away, Yu Xingchen did not choose to attack again, but stopped to charge the big move. Fu Long Xiang Tian. Leng Onlei, who succeeded in receiving the body, immediately activated the rogue's level 75 state skill Street Storm. During the skill casting, the rogue's skills will be strengthened, and the skill cooldown will not be counted in the normal state. In short, it is to immediately refresh the skills that are still on cooldown. Leng Onlei flipped his hand, and a brick appeared in his hand. Then he didn't care about anything. And the brick, gasoline bottle, and poison needle were all smashed at Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen also finished charging, and the blue Halong took off and pounced on Leng Onlei. During the period, Halong smashed all the flying objects such as bricks and gasoline bottles. At this time, Leng Onlei did not choose to escape, and Lin Jingyan chose to fight to the death. Tit for tat. The most powerful skill of the rogue. When the rogue is attacked by the enemy, it will offset part of the enemy's damage. At this time, The rogue will remember the skill that the enemy just cast. Then the enemy's skill will appear in the rogue's skill list. However, when the rogue uses the enemy's skill, the mana consumed is twice the mana of casting this skill. Tit for tat. Lin Jingyan is crazy. This is Fu Long Xiang Tian. He stole it but didn't have mana to release it. Yang Song shouted. As the skill with the highest mixed damage of the battle mage, Fu Long Xiang Tian mana consumption is very high. After Yu Xingchen used this Fu Long Xiang Tian, his own mana was almost gone. Not to mention Lun Yanlei, who didn't have much mana to begin with. Lin Jingyan thought he couldn't avoid this Fu Long Xiang Tian. So he wanted to use tit for tat to offset part of the damage, so that he wouldn't be eliminated. This is his purpose, Yu Wanzhou explained. Now Ling Onlei mana is twice as much as Fu Long Xiang Tian. His own Tyrant Fist is not enough to consume mana. Street Storm consumes a lot of mana. Lung Onlei just stood there, waiting for Haolong to attack, feeling like he was dying. However, the next second, glory. Oh my god! Fu Long Xiangtian was killed by Lun Onlei. Now everyone was not calm. What kind of damage is this? Tooth for tooth should offset part of it. Wait, we seem to have overlooked something, Xiao Shiqin suddenly said. Xianwen. Others spoke at the same time. Zhou Yichen did not rush to launch the fire attribute Xianwen after opening it. So Yu Xingchen will have a positive effect lasting 20 seconds. The 130 strength brought by the 6th level fighter will, plus the 125 points of strength brought by the full level fire attribute Xianwen, and the strength provided by Longdan itself. The damage of this Fulong Xiangtian is explosive. Am I dead? Lin Jingyan was also dumbfounded. Is he gone? Fuck. I won directly. Zhou Yichen thought the damage would be so exaggerated. But he didn't expect Lin Jingyan to not dodge at all. Tit for tat can only block the impact damage of Fulong Xiangtian first stage. But it can't block the damage after Fulong Xiangtian's second stage of magic fighting spirit explosion. Ah! The whole audience was in an uproar. What kind of damage is this? Damn. If I had known that the battle mage was so awesome, I wouldn't play the swordsman, and just play the scraping profession. Oh my god. There's nothing left after being blown up. Wei Chen's face was already close to the big screen. The director's playback also let people see clearly that Fulong Xiangtian filled up the cold dark thunder. Exaggerated? What kind of shocking damage is this? This should be the most exaggerated damage that Beige has ever seen as a commentator. It seems that Lin Jingyan was stunned. He didn't expect it. Li Ju joked. Don't mention him. I didn't expect it either. Zhang Yue laughed. Zhou Yichen completed a 1-on-2 against Tyranny in the finals, taking on 2 All-Stars. However, the good news for Tyranny is that with the Yu Xingchen current state, he probably can't complete a 1-on-3 victory. Although Yu Xingchen still has 20% of his health, his mana has bottomed out. It only took 80% of his health to defeat 2 All-Star players, which is exaggerated. The commentator was unbelievable. Zhou Yichen's efficiency was too high. If he continued to perform like this, then Samsara would be almost invincible in the ring match, because he could knock out more than 200 HP by himself. With Zhou Yichen defeating Lin Jingyan, the score came to 2-0. Tyranny's situation is not good, Li Ju said. Zhou Yichen defeated 2 All-Star players of Tyranny by himself. Even if he lost the 3rd game, the remaining Samsara is enough for Tyranny to eat a pot. The score of the ring match is going to be widened, and Tyranny must make a choice, Yu Wanzhou said. What choice? Huang Xiaotian asked. Put Han Wenqing on the court to get points. Xiao Shiqin answered Huang Xiaotian's question. Now Han Wenqing can no longer stay in the position of defending the ring, because after Zhou Yichen is eliminated, Samsara may take advantage of your weakness and kill you directly, and directly use Zhang Jiala. In the eyes of a group of professional players, except Han Wenqing, no one else in Tyranny can stop Zhang Jiala. Tyranny is also discussing this issue. Next. I go! Han Wenqing stood up from his seat. Tyranny has reached a critical moment of survival, and he needs to stand up to stabilize the morale of the troops at this time. Yes. Zhang Xinjia nodded. They can't win this ring match, so it's better to fight for more points, so that at least the pressure of the team match later will not be too great. We see that Han Wenqing has stood up on the Tyranny side. There are 3 All-Stars in the Tyranny ring match, Bebe said. I think there is no way, because Han Wenqing doesn't need to defend the ring anymore. It's better to get more points through his strong personal strength. Guess Zhang Yue analyzed. I will win, Han Wenqing said domineeringly. This one? No, The next one. Batu, Han Wenqing. ID, Damo Guyan, King of Fighters. Occupation, Boxer. 99%, 100% Damo Guyan. Loading completed. Map, Arena. Loading completed. Entering the game. Zhou Yichen saw that except for Sky Strike and Dragon Fang, all other skills were banned. I beat you inside. Chapter 439 Hidden Dangers. Now Zhou Yichen is in a bad situation. Sky Strike and Dragon Fang can only be used once. If he can hit the Dazzling pattern, it will be fine. Then he has a chance to open the Dark Attribute Dazzling pattern. The Dark Attribute Dazzling pattern can increase the intelligence of the battle mage by 125 points. And intelligence can be divided into 3 categories: magic attack power, magic defense, and mana. Therefore, Yu Xingqian can increase his mana through the Dark Attribute Dazzling pattern. But unfortunately, Han Wenqing Desert Smoke did not give him this opportunity. Fu Hutungxiang stepped on Yu Xingqian and forced him to fall to the ground. Lightning Light Speed Punch. Han Wenqing did not skimp on high-level skills. For him, even if his mana was running low, Zhou Yichen was still worth his best efforts. As for Zhou Yichen, he was much more helpless. The moment he saw Desert Smoke Fu Hutungxiang, he pressed all the skill keys to stop him. Insufficient mana. Unable to use this skill. Insufficient mana. Unable to use this skill. Insufficient mana. Unable to use this skill. Chow. Finally, Yu Xingqian fell under the iron fist of Damo Guyan. Next game. I go. Zhang Jiala took a deep breath and said, I can go first. Du Ming said, I want to defeat him head-on. Zhang Jiala smiled slightly. Can you win? Zhang? Guan guaranteed. The final winner is Damo Guyan. Damo Guyan was not engulfed by the flames, and his iron fist still hit by Waliuan. Let's congratulate Han Wenqing for winning this game. Tyranny tied the score, and the two sides fought to 2-2. Hee hee. I won't set a flag again. Tyranny is in trouble. At this time, Yi Xiu, who was watching the finals in the Xingqian training match, suddenly became serious. Why? Didn't Han Wenqing win? Wei Chen asked. Han Wenqing played very fast at first, both in attack and defense, but he slowed down in the end, which gave Zhang Jiala an opportunity. Yi Xiu said. If it weren't for the huge advantage he built up in the early stage, Han Wenqing might have been defeated by Zhang Jiala. What does this have to do with tyranny being difficult? Han Wenqing is tired. Yi Xiu eyes narrowed. How did you tell? Wei Chen was surprised. Why didn't he notice that Han Wenqing was tired? The attack speed? And the reaction? Lao Wei. Your eyes are not as good as Wenqing. Zhou is good. No wonder he was abused by others. Get lost. How do you feel? Mr. Zhang? Zhou Yichen smiled and looked at Zhang Jiala, who came back. No way. Zhang Jiala drank a sip of water and said, it was too difficult to fight in the front. Once he was close, the ammunition expert was no match for the boxer. Aren't you talking nonsense? Which ammunition expert plays like you? But it was much better in the back. If I hadn't lost too much blood in the front, I should have won this game. Zhang Jiala said regretfully. We also found it. Jiang Buotao said with a smile. What did you find? Du Ming asked stupidly. Han Wenqing combo, and his reaction to dodge grenades has slowed down. Fang Minghua said. Yeah. Zhou Zikai nodded, indicating that he had seen it a long time ago. The side effects of aging are inevitable, even if he is Han Wenqing. Zhou Yichen said. What about the next game? Do you want to go up and grind him? Fang Minghua asked. No need. Tyranny momentum can just put it out. Du Ming. You can't do it? Zhou Yichen looked at Du Ming. Du Ming glanced and found that they were all looking at him. Damn. What are you looking at? He has only this little HP. If I can't take it down, I will eat the big screen above the stage on the spot. Awesome. Wu Qi applauded. Du Ming couldn't be overturned by 3%. The facts proved that it was indeed impossible. Even Han Wenqing. 3% HP. Just a few swords would be gone. Huh? Han Wenqing, who returned to the tyranny player seat, has been drinking water in big gulps. Captain Han, you need to slow down. Yeah. Zhang Xinjie is now very worried about Han Wenqing's condition. To be honest, when he saw him showing a slightly tired look for the first time, Zhang Xinjie regretted that he shouldn't have agreed to let Han Wenqing play in the third place. Zhang Xinjie is no longer thinking about the team competition. He is thinking about how to extend Han Wenqing's career life. Anyone who is under high pressure for a long time will be defeated. And Han Wenqing is no exception. Han Wenqing condition has become a hidden danger for Tyranny. On the other hand, Du Ming is in very good condition today. After taking away the almost dead Demo Guyan, he also defeated Tyranny newcomer Qin Miyun. Du Ming is in this state. He won't want to have sex with me. Lu Buiyuan joked. Maybe he wants to have sex with me. Zhou Yichen also joked. The atmosphere of Samsara is very relaxed and comfortable. The two teams are really worlds apart. Even though Bai Yanfei, who played as Tyranny defender, defeated Du Ming, Zhou Zikai appearance made him completely disappointed. Why do I always beat Zhou Zikai? Without a doubt, Bai Yanfei fell to Zhou Zikai revolver again. 5-3. Exactly the same as the first round of the finals. Let us congratulate Zhou Zikai for winning this game. The final score of the ring match was 5-3. Samsara is temporarily leading by 2 kills. This score will also be carried over to the team match. Tyranny will fight for its life. Commentator Bebe began to analyze the map pool that Samsara might choose. What does Coach Zhang think of what team match map Samsara will choose? Commentator Li Ju threw the question to Samsara old Captain Zhang Yiwei. I think the safest one should be the ruins of the ancient Roman Colosseum. Samsara should be unique in this map. Zhang Yiwei said. It should be the ruins of the ancient Roman Colosseum. The professional players were also discussing which team match map Samsara would choose. In their opinion, this map had an infinite probability of being chosen. After all, it was Samsara King map. If the champion didn't choose it, when would it be chosen? In fact, there is another map. Yu Wenzhou suddenly said. Which one? Wang Jieshi asked. The strong grass in the wind. Yu Wenzhou laughed. Wang Jieshi was silent. He shouldn't have asked. Wang Jieshi knew too well whether Samsara's strong grass in the wind was strong or not. In the semi-finals of the 8th season, Wei Chao was originally going to give Samsara a big move. But when they played, they found that the opponent was more familiar with this map than they were. In the finals, Samsara chose this map even though it was already exposed, and then was abused by Blue Rain. What about the War Grassland? Li Xian asked. No, Xiao Shiqin affirmed. When the enemy comes, the general will stop it. And when the water comes, the earth will cover it. Zhang Xinjie said, holding the tactical board. And the map on it was the ruins of the ancient Roman Colosseum. Obviously Tyranny also thought that Samsara would choose this map. Are we still the ruins of the ancient Roman Colosseum? Zhang Jiela asked. Samsara was not a fool. Other teams must have studied their king map. Of course, we will let them know that it is useless to study it. Chapter 440 All Roads Lead to Rome. After the ring match ended, the Samsara fans in the main stand began to sing excitedly. 2 kills are crucial. After all, it means that if the team wants to win the match, the loss of personnel must be 2 less than the opponent. After the lively halftime break, the exciting team match session came next. The 2 teams did not return to the lounge, but sat in the player's seat to discuss tactics. A moment later, the staff handed over the battle list, which was filled out and confirmed by both sides before being handed over to the official. Are you ready? Ready! The team lineups of both sides were announced on the electronic screen above the stage. Samsara, Zhou Zikai. ID, Yiqiang Chuanyan, Gun King. Occupation, Sharpshooter. Jiang Guotao. ID, Wulong. Occupation, Magic Swordsman. Zhou Yichen. ID, Yuxing Qinshan, War God. Occupation, Battle Mage. Zhang Jiala. ID, Bai Hua Liuan. Occupation, Ammunition Expert. Fang Minghua. ID, Xiao Ziru. Occupation, Priest. The 6th player. LV Buiyuan. ID, Yun Shanluan. Occupation, Judoka. Tyranny, Han Wenqing. ID, Damo Guyan, King of Fighters. Occupation, Boxer. Zhang Xinjie. ID, Shi Bujuan. Occupation, Priest. Zhao Yang. ID, Hai Wuliang. Occupation, Qigong Master. Lin Jingyan. ID, Leng Anlei. Occupation, Gangster. Bai Yanfei. ID, Luota. Occupation, Elemental Mage. The 6th player. Qin Miyun. ID, -9 degrees. Occupation, Sharpshooter. Map, Ancient Roman Colosseum Ruins. As expected before the game, Samsara still chose their king map, the Ancient Roman Colosseum Ruins. The only unexpected thing was that Tyranny's starting lineup changed from Qin Miyun to Bai Yanfei. Ah! Many professional players showed puzzled expressions. They could guess that Samsara would choose the ruins of the ancient Roman Colosseum. Not to mention Tyranny, which has a tactical master. The only explanation is that they still want to take the initiative to play defense. After the first round of the finals, many knowledgeable people on the internet interpreted Tyranny lineup. They think that if Tyranny wants to take the initiative to play defensive counterattacks, they should promote Bai Yanfei, the sixth man, to the starting lineup, and Zhao Yang should act as the left and right guards to protect Shi Buzhuan. And they think Tyranny lacks a real front row, such as a paladin. In fact, Tyranny has a knight professional player, Zheng Chunfeng. But in Tyranny plan, he is just a rotation player. However, there are rumors that Tyranny has the idea of acquiring 301 Degrees Tide next season and merging it with Shanfengdi Lai, which it has cultivated. But the rumors are not necessarily accurate. Some people also broke the news that Zhao Yang will retire next season. Tyranny did not respond to this news, but it seems to be true to many people, because when he was in Linhai, Zhao Yang had thought about this idea. If it weren't for Tyranny Olive Branch, he would have retired directly after playing in Linhai in the 9th season. After winning the championship, Zhao Yang might still insist on it. But from the current situation, it is too difficult for Tyranny to win the championship. The Galaxy battleship of Samsara has almost no weaknesses. They are unique in the offensive end, and they can also rank in the top 5 among the 20 teams of glory in the defensive end. Look at Tyranny expression. I'm worried. Lu Xiubia said that everyone knew that Samsara wanted to choose this map and play offense. But could Tyranny stop it? It can't be stopped. They have played twice in the regular season and didn't win once. They don't have the ability to do it. The two teams came on stage and bumped fists with each other. There was no trash talk, and it seemed unusually harmonious. But if you get closer, you will find that the atmosphere on the field is completely different. Samsara, relaxed and sunny. Tyranny, serious and depressed. 99%, 100% Yu Xingchen, God of War. Loaded. Yiqiang Chuanyun, Gun King. Loaded. Lonely Smoke in the Desert, King of Fighters. Loading completed. Smile and Sing. Loading completed. 100 Flowers. Loading completed. Map, Ancient Roman Colosseum Ruins. Loading completed. You are now watching the second round of the Glory Professional League Season 9 Finals. Both 3. The current big score is 1-0. The small score is 5-3. And Samsara is temporarily leading. If Samsara wins this team match, they will make history and become the second team in the history of Glory to win 3 consecutive championships. They will also create the second dynasty in the history of Glory. The Samsara dynasty. Samsara. 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 The game has not started yet, but the atmosphere in the venue has reached a climax, and many Samsara fans have already spread the banners of the 3 consecutive championships. It seems that Samsara is very confident about this game. 3, 2, 1. Fight. The countdown ends. The curtain disappears, and both sides enter the Colosseum from the entrance area at the same time. Samsara refreshes in the south, and Tyranny refreshes in the north. The only difference is that the Samsara team in the south has a small path leading to the audience area on the second floor, while the Tyranny team in the north can enter the arena faster. Both sides can accept such a refresh. Samsara needs Yiqiang Chuanyun to put pressure on the audience area, and Tyranny needs to enter the arena in advance to set up a defensive formation. Both sides have a bright future. What do you mean? Charge. Don't get our goal wrong. Okay. The internal communication of Samsara is very concise and clear. They are so familiar with this map that the 5 of them can find their positions with their eyes closed. Yiqiang Chuanyun jumped up and climbed the steps to the second floor. The other 4 lined up and rushed into the arena. The Tyranny team on the other side was a very classic 212 defensive position, with Damo Guyan and Ling Anlei at the front, Hai Wuliang in the middle, and Luo Ta and Shi Buzhuan hugging each other. The 4 members of the Samsara team rushed forward, then gradually slowed down and formed a 121 formation. Yu Xingchen rushed to the front. Wulong and Bai Waliaowan provided cover on the side, and Shiga Zirua watched from behind. Yiqiang Chuanyun had already reached the stands of the second floor audience area at this time, and then set up a Gatling machine gun and began to launch a fierce sweeping attack on the Tyranny team. Hai Wuliang activated the Qi shield as soon as he saw Yiqiang Chuanyun, and the magic shield he summoned covered himself and his teammates. The magic shield absorbed a lot of bullets from Yiqiang Chuanyun. Yu Xingchen held the spear with one hand, and rushed towards Tyranny after charging. Damo Guyan stepped forward to block. But when he found out that it was a strong dragon pressure, he decisively dodged and avoided the attack from Yu Xingchen. The boxer's barehanded attack could not block the battle mage's strong dragon pressure, because the strong dragon pressure has the effect of knocking back and blowing away. Han Wenqing was very calm and did not go up to take the attack head-on. Meng On lay on the side, flipped his hand, and shot poison needles at Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen rotated his spear to knock away the poison needles as thin as cow hair. Bai Liaowan did not hesitate to use his skills and started with a big move. Chaos Thunder. Various grenades fell into the formation of Tyranny. Before a few people could make a move, Bai Liaowan and Yiqiang Chuanyun in the distance blew them up. Air explosion. Under the cover of the Chaos Thunder special effect, Yu Xingchen got in. Chapter 441 Showing Weakness. Retreat a moment. The grenade special effects were too fancy, which affected Zhang Xinjia's judgment to a certain extent. Yu Xingchen is gone, Han Wenqing communicated in the team voice. Yu Xingchen? Just as Zhao Yang was speaking in doubt, a war spear came out of the firelight, accompanied by a dragon-shaped magic fighting spirit. Here I am. While Zhao Yang pointed out the position of Yu Xingchen, he tried to resist the war spear with both hands, but he quickly retreated. Strong dragon pressure. Here comes the signature style of Samsara. Yu Wenzhou sat up straight. The ruins of the ancient Roman Colosseum. All the teams were severely taught by Samsara on this map. Samsara's style of play is very simple to say. The rest of the people help Yu Xingchen in the front to provide firepower, and let him rush into the enemy alone to stir up trouble. After completely breaking up the opponent's formation, the dazzling grenades were used as a medium to completely divide the battlefield into two parts. A shot from the stands entered the audience and cut into the divided battlefield. Then, relying on the strong personal strength of the Samsara players, they defeated the opponent. The tactic used by Samsara in this map is the star tactic that most teams want. The so-called star tactic is to rely on the super strength of the all-star players to divide the battlefield and create a situation of more against fewer, thereby relieving the pressure on other teammates and creating opportunities for another local battlefield. The most popular player to use this tactic before was Jiashi, and the representative figure was Yi Qiu. Now the most popular player to use this tactic is Samsara, and the representative figures are Zhou Yichen and Zhou Zikai. Based on this, Samsara has developed the upper limit of the star tactic, the God tactic. Generally speaking, the God-level characters in the Alliance team are at the center of the team, stabilizing the morale of the troops while serving as tactical commanders. The most typical ones are Wang Jieshi, Yu Wenzhou, Chu Yunqiu, etc. But Samsara is different. The main commander of Samsara is Jiang Guotao, and Zhou Zikai and Zhou Yichen can only be regarded as deputy commanders. The pressure on the two of them is much less than that of the masters and other teams, so they can concentrate on the operation without worrying about the team's command. This is also the reason why the focus of Tyranny shifted from Han Wenqing to Zhang Xinjia. Although Zhang Xinjia is the main commander of Tyranny, sometimes he still has to take Han Wenqing feelings into consideration. This also led to some teams that needed to retreat. Seeing Han Wenqing on the scene, Zhang Xinjia had no choice but to take over. But it is different now. Han Wenqing also realized that with the increase of age, many aspects of himself are still not as good as before even after training. Therefore, with the tacit consent of Han Wenqing, Zhang Xinjia's voice in the team competition is getting higher and higher, almost to the point of having the final say. Is Tyranny worried that Zhang Xinjia will seize power? No. They know Zhang Xinjia too well. A person who sticks to his daily routine and doesn't spend a minute more would not disdain to do such a thing. Zhang Xinjia, the god of self-discipline. Team Han retreats. Samsara wants to divide the battlefield. Zhang Xinjia commanded. Okay. Han Wenqing did not hesitate at all, and used his cloud body to retreat. Jiang Guotao, who was fighting with him, was a little surprised. He did not expect Han Wenqing to retreat so decisively. Han Wenqing retreated? Is this Han Wenqing? Many professional players were also shocked. You know, when it comes to fighting madmen, people first think of Zhou Yichen and Han Wenqing. These two people like to attack the most. The styles of these two people are reckless. Zhou Yichen and Han Wenqing retreat? It is impossible to take a step back in this life. It seems that Tyranny is also reforming. Xiao Shiqin's eyes lit up. Next season will be interesting. I wonder if they, the Thunder, have a chance to get involved in the Glory Championship. On the court, Yu Xingchen, who was originally preparing to cut the formation, was surrounded by tyranny. 5-1? Zhou Yichen smiled. He had not enjoyed this kind of treatment for a long time. Last time was also the finals. Focus. Just when tyranny was preparing to focus on Yu Xingchen, Yiqiang Chuanyun had already rushed over from the audience. Sliding tackle. Stepping shot. Tornado kick. A set of silky small combos landed directly beside Yu Xingchen. Continue to split. Jiang Buitao commanded in the team voice. Understood. Yu Xingchen turned his head and stabbed at Damao Guyan. And Yiqiang Chuanyun target was Shibujuan. And in order to protect Shibujuan, Rhoda directly drew a wall of fire in front of him. Why does this wall of fire seem to perfectly split the formation? Beige said. Before Rhoda chanted the magic circle, Yiqiang Chuanyun and Baiwa Liaowan passed through the wall of fire at the same time and grabbed Shibujuan. Xiaoda Zirua behind Linhui activated the angel wings to stay in the air, then swung the cross forward, and threw a sacred fire in the direction of Hai Wuliang. It turns out that Hai Wuliang was gathering strength to counterflow, trying to float in the air and fight against Yu Xingchen, who was fighting against Demo Guyan and Ling Anlei. Do you have a chance to get rid of Yu Xingchen? Zhang Xinjie asked. There is a chance. Han Wenqing seized Zhou Yichen's weakness and knocked him out with a punch. Huh? Yi Xiu found the blind spot. Zhou Yichen could have avoided this punch with his reaction, but he didn't choose to dodge. But after seeing what Demo Guyan and Ling Anlei did next, Yi Xiu understood. Little fox. Zhou Yichen's weakness made Han Wenqing and Lin Jingyan think this was a good opportunity. If they could get rid of Yu Xingchen, then the hope of winning this team game would increase greatly. I took the bait. Zhou Yichen smiled slightly. 3 all-stars. If you can't stand it, I help you, Jiang Buitao said. No need. Fong Mother is watching me. You find a chance to deal with the other party. It's better to bring Shibujuan with you. Even if I'm out, it's a win. Zhou Yichen shook his head. After seeing Yiqian Chuanyun and Baihua Liaowan forcibly rushing through the firewall, Rhoda quickly cancelled the chanting of the fiery storm, raised his staff, and drew a line of ice in front of the 2 people. The magic barrier formed successfully blocked the 2 people. But it was not over yet. Rhoda chanted again and summoned an ice wall around himself to help Shibujuan resist the bullets from Yiqian Chuanyun and Baihua Liaowan. In another battlefield, Yu Xingchen had already fought with the 3 all-stars of tyranny. Now the goals of both sides are very clear. The goal of Samsara is Shibujuan, and the goal of tyranny is Xiaoda Zirua. Xiao Shiqin said. Captain Yu, which side do you think will fail first? Void Team Captain Li Xian asked a question. By 2. Yu Wenzhou said without any hesitation. Why not Samsara? After all, Batu has 3 all-stars. Someone retorted. Batu has 3 all-stars. But Samsara doesn't? Yu Wenzhou laughed. Yes. Everyone realized that you are not the only one with 3 all-stars. Zhou Zikai, Jiang Buitao, and Zhang Jiala on Samsara's side are stronger than those on Batu's side. And it depends on the opponent. Samsara is facing Zhang Xinjie and Bai Yanfei. And who is Batu facing? Yu Wenzhou grinned. Zhou Yichen. Chapter 442, 1 against 3. Clang clang clang. Iron fists and war spears intertwined, colliding with fierce sparks. At this moment, people seemed to have returned to the past. Poison needles, mind waves, high-flying kicks. Skills from 3 different professions were dodged one by Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen rotated the war spear with both hands, facing the attack of the desert smoke. He did not hesitate and went straight to meet it. Yi Xingchen faced the 3 all-stars of tyranny. Not only did he not passively defend, he even chose to take the initiative to attack. Yi Xingchen did not retreat. He rushed in directly. Zhou Yichen is planning to fight 3. Li Ju said. This young man has a bad temper. Brick attack. Ling Anlei slapped Yi Xingchen with a brick. Yi Xingchen dodged the brick sideways, and switched the dragon gall from his left hand to his right hand. Then his left hand moved forward, slightly accumulated power, and slapped Ling Anlei's chest with a palm. Boom! Falling flower palm. After knocking Ling Anlei away, Demo Guyan took the opportunity to intervene, raised his feet, and leaped towards Yi Xingchen. Fu Hu Tung Xiang. However, Zhou Yichen reacted quickly. At the moment when Demo Guyan attacked, he controlled Yi Xingchen to swing his right hand 180 degrees and smash. Seeing that he was about to be stabbed by the spear, Demo Guyan had to forcibly cancel the skill release of Fu Hu Tung Xiang in the air and changed to Eagle Step to avoid Yuxingchen Bajui. Fu Hu Tung Xiang of the boxer is the same as the gangster's Ba Wang Lianchuan. The knockdown judgment is not that strong. So the sweep of Bajui is enough to block these two high-level skills. In the ring match, Zhou Yichen wanted to use this move to be a tiger in the sky. After sweeping away Damo Guyan, Yuxingchen shot in and out of the dragon. Dragon Fang. Damo Guyan did not hesitate at all and activated the steel bones to offset the stiffness of Dragon Fang. Then Ling Anlei and Hai Wuliang shook their bodies at the same time. 3 steel bones. The 3 people from Tyranny activated the steel bones at the same time. Are they preparing to launch a general attack on Yuxingchen? The commentator shouted. They had no choice because Sherbujuan on the other side could not stop the attack of Samsara. Tyranny. You have to make a choice again. If you make the wrong choice, the price is to hand over the championship trophy to others. Wang Jieshi said that Han Wenqing now has 2 choices. One is to continue to be tough and find a way to get rid of Yuxingchen, even if it is a 1-for-1 fight. The second is to change direction and go to support Sherbujuan. This is the safest choice. But if they go back, everything they did against Yuxingchen will come to nothing. Now seeing that the 3 fighting characters have activated their iron bones, we know that Tyranny has chosen a plan to forcefully kill Yuxingchen. Wow! 3 iron bones. So scary. Zhou Yichen said this. But he was smiling. Will Zhou Yichen choose to retreat? The other side of Samsara has already gained an advantage. So we just need to retreat here. Commentator Li Ju analyzed. I think with his style, he won't retreat. Zhang Yue laughed. If he retreats, he won't be Zhou Yichen anymore. Although Zhou Yichen is reckless, he is not mindless. Damo Guyan, Lung Anlei and Hai Wuliang. He decisively chose Hai Wuliang as his target and jumped back. Yuxingchen avoided Damo Guyan's straight punch and jumped into the air. Puff! The dragon gall bladder pierced into Hai Wuliang's body. And Yuxingchen used the gravity when landing to fight back. Force Hai Wuliang to fall to the ground. Round dance stick. Swish. Yuxingchen dodges the numbing needle from Lung Anlei with a Z-shaped shake. So fast. In addition to fast, there is no other word to describe Yuxingchen's state. Hey. 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 Does he have eyes behind his head? 528 p.m. Still jumping. What shocked Xiao Shichin was Zhou Yichen's stable high hand speed. Although fast, it's very stable. As a hand speed expert, Lu Xiaobia sighed. Xiaobia, this is where you need to improve. If you can achieve stable control like him, then you will usher in a real qualitative change. Wang Jieshi said to Lu Xiaobia. I will work hard. Captain! On the court, the more Han Wenqing fought, the tighter his brows frowned. 3 against 1. The advantage was not on his side. Can you retreat? Captain Han. Zhang Xinjie really couldn't hold on. Rhoda had been caught by Wulan Wei breaking slash and forced to float in the air. Even if Zhang Xinjie activated the angel wings to stay in the air, he would become a live target for the shot through the clouds and the dazzling flowers. Retreat. Han Wenqing chose to retreat without any hesitation. Seeing that Damo Guyan went back to support, Yuxingchen did not stop him. As before, his target was Hai Wuliang. Hai Wuliang was the defensive gate of Tyranny, who could hurt people from a distance and defend people from close range. Of course, before retreating, Damo Guyan very forcefully used a flying kick to interrupt Yuxingchen combo. Han Wenqing was not a fool. An important purpose of Zhou Yichen attack on Hai Wuliang was to use him to stack the will of the fighter. If he guessed correctly, Yuxingchen fighter might have secretly stacked up to 30 combos just now. I'm really surprised. The strike that Zhou Yichen was supposed to stab at Hai Wuliang was interrupted by a flying kick from the side of the desert guy. Because the combo failed to hit the enemy, the positive bonus of Yuxingchen fighter will disappeared. Ha ha ha. He wanted to cheat and stack combos, but he was discovered and interrupted. I laughed to death. I saw his expression just now. He was still complacent. Huang Xiaotian was very happy to see his good brother suffer. He was afraid that his brother would suffer. And he was also afraid that his brother would drive a Land Rover. Seeing that his combo was interrupted, Zhou Yichen could not let Hai Wuliang leave. The Justice 3-on-1 on this side ended in the defeat of Tyranny. And the final result was that 2 people retreated and 1 was captured. On the other side, the battlefield finally had a result. The first one to be eliminated was not Sherbujuan, but Luo Ta beside him. In front of Bai Hua Liuan, Luo Ta released the Flamingo and successfully repelled the attack of Sherbujuan Gun Chuanyun and Wulong. The result was that he was directly lifted into the air by Baiwa Liao-1 close-fitting zombie, and was finally taken away by Baiwa Liao-1 explosive grenade. I tried my best. Bai Yinfei took off his headphones and said that he had to sacrifice himself to save Shibujuan life. If Shibujuan was eliminated first, then this team match would not be able to be played. Now Tyranny must race against time. They have to save Shibujuan before Samsara focuses its fire. Too difficult. Xiao Shirqin shook his head. Tyranny's support was too late. Even if 3 people returned to defend at this time, they might not be able to stop Samsara attack. And most importantly, Hai Wuliang did not come back. Tyranny defense was like paper in front of Samsara. If you can't beat it, you can't beat it. This sentence slapped coldly on the faces of everyone in Tyranny. Chapter 443 The Real Target. Damo Guyan and Lang Anlei had already protected Shibujuan, always on guard against the attack of Samsara. However, Yi Qian Chuanyun and Baihua Liao-1 didn't even look at Tyranny, and rushed directly to the direction of Yi Xingchen. No, their target is Hai Wuliang. Zhang Xinjie then realized who the real target of Samsara was. Zhaoyang Hai Wuliang. Zhang Xinjie came to his senses. On the surface, Samsara seemed to be chasing him relentlessly, but all the damage was done to Rhoda, who was protecting him. And Zhang Xinjie himself also believed that Samsara's target was himself. After all, he was not only the main commander of Tyranny, but also a healer. Although Damo Guyan solved Yu Xingchen, he was taken away by the opponent here. This result was acceptable to Samsara. After all, their 6-man Yun Shan Luan was also a front row. Because of this, whether it was Tyranny on the field or the audience off the field, they all believed that Samsara's target was Zhang Xinjie Shibujuan. But the fact is, Samsara's target is actually the already eliminated Rhoda and the desperate Hai Wuliang. Li Xian said in surprise. Yeah. Yu Wenzhou nodded. Samsara's intention is well hidden. But as Samsara changes its target, Tyranny should have reacted. Captain Yu, how did you know in advance? Yang Song asked. Just now, when he saw Yi Xingchen leaving Hai Wuliang. Yu Wenzhou smiled with sudden realization. In fact, when Samsara attacked Shibujuan, I noticed something was wrong. Yu Wenzhou said. I felt something was wrong at the time. And in hindsight, it turned out to be a blood volume problem. Xiao Shirqin pinched his chin and said, Blood volume? Sun Xiang still didn't quite understand. Think back. Samsara's target is Shibujuan. But with the output of these 3 people, how could Shibujuan still have so much blood? Xiao Shirqin said with a smile. Oh, so that's how it is. Bai Yinfei thought he helped Zhang Xinjie block the damage. But in fact, the other party's target was him. Huang Xiaotian also understood. Bai Yinfei doesn't think he's good at blocking bullets now. Wu Yuz laughed. Bai Yinfei, I blocked the attack of 3 people from Samsara alone. In fact, Tyranny was led into a misunderstanding. That is, the opponent's first target must be Zhang Xinjie. After all, the main target of team competition has always been the healer. But they overlooked a problem. Tyranny defensive counterattack. Although it is inseparable from Zhang Xinjie's clear command. But the most critical thing is Hai Wuliang. Hai Wuliang is Tyranny defensive gate. And Damo Guyan and Lang Anlei are just the sharp blades of counterattack. After reviewing the semifinals between Tyranny and Tiny Herb, Samsara discovered this. The biggest reason why Tiny Herb lost to Tyranny is that their target was always on Zhang Xinjie. And they completely ignored the role of Hai Wuliang. Whether it was Wang Jieshi, Lu Shubia, or Dao Yingjie in the sky, they all wanted to cut off Shibujuan. Even Su Bin, who was at the front, was thinking about Shibujuan. But as a bystander, Samsara saw the clue at once. That is, Zhaoyang defense was too good. Whether it was the mine gas shield or the counterattack, his timing was very good. Therefore, long before the start of the finals, Samsara had already decided on their team match map when they returned to their home court in the second game. By the time Tyranny knew Samsara's purpose, it was too late. When Zhaoyang saw Yi Qian Chuanyun and Baihua Liao-1 running towards him. Oh! It turns out that their real target is actually me. Zhaoyang gritted his teeth. He had to hold on until his teammates arrived. Almost at the moment when Yi Qian Chuanyun and Baihua Liao-1 retreated. Han Wenqing was the first to react and wanted to intercept the two. But a smoke bomb from Baihua Liao-1 blocked his sight. Facing the rising smoke, Han Wenqing did not dare to rush in, for he was afraid that the other party would change their mind and switch the target of fire. Old Zhao. Can you hold on? Tyranny had already set out from the other side of the smoke and was rushing towards Hai Wuliang. The sixth player, Qin Muyun, came to the audience seats on the second floor, jumped from the north to the west, and remotely supported Hai Wuliang in the second floor area. I can't. Zhao Yang wanted to say yes, but was picked up by Yu Xingchen the next second. Zhao Yang now hated himself for not being in the state he was in back then. Facing the strongest person in the new era, Zhao Yang could only choose passive defense. Zhou Yich's offensive rhythm was too tight, and he could not find any chance to counterattack. Hai Wuliang landed and released Qi Xuan Liyun. During the skill, the aura around the Qigong master will continue to circulate. At this time, the character's movement speed, attack speed, and skill luck speed will all become faster. Then Hai Wuliang locked his sight on Yu Xingchen, condensed his luck and breath, and reached out to grab it. However, before the breath could hit Yu Xingchen, a shovel came from Yi Chang Chuan Yun. Hai Wuliang had to cancel the release of the skill of Flash 100 Splits. Fortunately, with a speed bonus, Hai Wuliang easily dodged the shovel from Yi Chang Chuan Yun. But the next second, a grenade came and blew Hai Wuliang to the ground. Impact grenade. Zhao Yang's head was buzzing. Before he could control the character to stand up, another grenade exploded in front of him. The same impact grenade, but it came from Yi Chang Chuan Yun. So miserable. Where are the teammates? Help them. Zhao Yang teammates were still on their way. Bang bang bang. Yi Chang Chuan Yun and Bai Hua Liao Luan bullets kept pouring on Hai Wuliang. Wu Lang behind him opened the frost wave array. Hai Wuliang, who was hit by Bai Hua Liao Luan's stiff bullet, was frozen in place by several small icicles rising from the wave array before he could resume his movement. Bang bang bang. The same gunshot, but this time it came from Tyranny. Qin Muyun 09° jumped down from the second floor stand and shot. Shooting randomly, 2 consecutive skills were used in an attempt to force back the people of Samsara. But Xiaoda Ziru, who was suspended in the air, did not give him this opportunity. Hypnotizing, just when 09° was about to enter a sleeping state, the holy light on his body lit up. Focus! From Sherbujuan, Xiaoda Ziru swung the cross forward and threw the sacred fire at the people of Tyranny. The 3 people immediately dispersed to avoid being affected by the holy flame. Yu Xingchen did not hesitate at all, and began to charge up and down Long Xiantian on the spot. 09° wanted to interrupt Yu Xingchen's big move charging, but Yi Chang Chuan Yun suddenly rushed in, shooting randomly. Accompanying Yi Chang Chuan Yun entry into the field was Bai Hua Liaowan flash bomb. Be careful of the flash, the commentator Cup shouted. And he didn't say this to the players of Tyranny on the field, but to the audience off the field. Under the realistic effect of the holographic projection, Bai Hua Liaowan flash bomb was undoubtedly the most terrifying. The next second, people saw what the top cooperation was. Chapter 444 Countdown to the Championship. Bai Hua Liaowan flash bombs and Yi Chang Chuan Yun random shooting entered the field, and the frontline Ling Xiaojudu and Hai Wuliang were hit completely, which lasted for 4 seconds. The 3 people who came from the back were also affected by the flash bombs. Following Yi Chang Chuan Yun into the field was Yu Xingchen Haolong. At this moment, people seemed to see what the top cooperation was. Bai Hua Liaowan successfully knocked down the blinded 2 people with a shrinking grenade. Bang bang bang. Yi Chang Chuan Yun random shooting hit Ling Xiaojudu and Hai Wuliang densely, and then stepped on the shooting and jumped up. And the blue Haolong passed under Yi Chang Chuan Yun feet. A whoop! Accompanied by a dragon roar, Haolong knocked the 2 people into the air. Boom! The second stage of the magic fighting spirit damage exploded, and then everyone found that only Ling Xiaojudu fell to the ground. As for Hai Wuliang, he had disappeared completely. Yu Xingchen killed Hai Wuliang. Hai Wuliang out. Fu Long Xiantian took Hai Wuliang away. As of now, Samsara has scored 7 points, and they are only 3 head points away from winning the championship. The commentator Bei Bei was a little excited. After all, if Samsara won the championship, he would witness the birth of the second dynasty in the history of glory. Yes, for Tyranny, they must not only control the loss of personnel to less than 3, but also win this team game to drag the score into the final round. Li Ju said. Too difficult. Zhang Yiwei shook his head and said that this condition was too harsh. 4-6. Not only must win, but the loss must be less than 3. The most important thing is that Tyranny is now forced by Samsara to choose to play against each other. For the attack, personnel exchange is indispensable. And now, personnel exchange is something Samsara is willing to accept. But Tyranny is absolutely unacceptable. The goal has been achieved. And we just do it next, Zhou Yichen said excitedly. After getting rid of Rhoda and Hai Wuliang, Tyranny defensive quality obviously declined a lot. Let's fight, Zhang Xinjie communicated in the team voice. Tyranny is now at a critical moment of survival. Being a turtle is tantamount to self-destruction. It's better to fight and live towards death. Go! Demo Guyan rushed to the front, punched the way with both fists, and hit Yi Yuxingshan. Yi Yuxingshan dodges Demo Guyan punch with a Z-shaped shake. Boom! The falling flower palm slapped. But fortunately Han Wenqing reacted quickly and controlled Demo Guyan to block with both hands, so as to avoid being blown away. This falling flower palm only caused a knockback effect. Lung Anlei threw sand to blind Bai Hua Liaowan, who was covering the output on the side. Bai Hua Liaowan flipped her little hand and threw 2 grenades at Lung Anlei. Electric shock grenade, poisonous gas grenade. The green poisonous gas spread. Lung Anlei accidentally inhaled the gas and was poisoned while receiving magic damage. Shirbuzhuan in the back activated the angel wings to stay in the air and confronted Xiaoda Zero in the air. The holy light radiating from the two of them was like 2 new suns. But it was obvious that Xiaoda Zeru's light was stronger than Shirbuzhuan, the light of the holy commandment. Shirbuzhuan and Xiaoda Zeru activated it almost at the same time. Shirbuzhuan target was Yi Yuxingshan, and Xiaoda Zeru target was Damo Guyan. Both of them were bathed in the holy halo, and the damage they received during the period would be increased by an additional 30%. In this way, the 2 characters with halos fought together, neither of them giving in. You punch, I shoot. Zheng! Damo Guyan clenched his fists, shook his body, and activated the 75th level boxer's ultimate move, Inch Power. During this period, the distance of boxing can be shortened, and the speed of boxing can be increased. The next boxing or general attack can produce a strengthened power wave. Yi Yuxingshan was not to be outdone, and he maxed out the dazzling pattern on his back. And then, the magic wave behind him turned blue. Ice Attribute Dazzling Pattern. Zhou Yichen chose to activate the Ice Attribute Dazzling Pattern, and Yi Yuxingshan defense was greatly improved. 40% physical defense bonus. It seems to be maxed out, Xiao Shiqin said. The tip of Longdon's spear emitted blue magic waves, and after hitting the enemy, the Ice Dazzling Pattern would also create a stiff ice effect like the Dragon's Tooth effect, with a 50% chance of slowing the enemy down for up to 3 seconds. Facing Damo Guyan Inch Power, Zhou Yichen thoroughly demonstrated the charm of pulling. Although Inch Power can help boxers increase the speed of their punches, the attack distance of fighting methods is much longer than that of boxers. Before Damo Guyan fist hit Yi Yuxingshan, the war spear successfully stabbed his arm. Zhou Yichen was also very smart. He did not choose to chop or sweep, but just chose to poke. Every time a spear stabbed Damo Guyan, Han Wenqing frowned tightly, because the stiffness of the ice attribute made him very uncomfortable. The enhanced power wave had not hit Yi Yuxingshan yet, and he was stiffened and stopped moving. Zhou Yichen fighting style is too smart. Xiao Yun, you should learn more, Wang Jieshi said to his team members. Yes, Captain. Zhou Yichen understanding of battle mages is indeed too high. For example, the poke after opening the ice attribute dazzling pattern is worth learning for many combat methods. Zhou Yichen Yi Yuxingshan is not randomly poking. He has a rhythm. Every time he gets stuck at the time of the attack of the Desert Guy Smoke. The advantage of this is that it can not only stop the attack of the Desert Guy Smoke, but also will not be interrupted by the opponent when snatching. We can't be pulled like this anymore. Although the ice attribute dazzling pattern has no damage blessing, don't forget that the Desert Guy Smoke is now bathed in the light of the Holy Commandment, so the damage of each shot of Yi Yuxingshan is not low. Han Wenqing manipulated the Desert Guy Smoke to take a step back to avoid the poke of Yi Yuxingshan, then swung his left hand forward, clenched his right fist, and began to accumulate power. Zhou Yichen also saw the moves of Damo Guyan and retreated decisively. Seeing that Yi Yuxingshan wanted to retreat, Damo Guyan had to charge up in advance and punched him fiercely. The light and shadow effect of the roaring tiger was particularly dazzling in the ruins of the ancient Roman Colosseum. The 70-level ultimate move of the boxer, Tiger Dance. It was a pity that Yi Yuxingshan retreated too quickly, resulting in the Tiger Dance being just a phantom hitting the opponent. But even so, it still caused physical damage and a blow-away effect. However, when Damo Guyan was finishing his move, Wulong took action, and the Magic Swordsman 75 level ultimate move, Starlight Wave Sword, 5 Magic Wave Sword Chi attacked Damo Guyan in an irregular manner, causing non-attribute magic damage to him, and each sword would also have a knockback effect. Fortunately, Damo Guyan opened his cloud body in time and dodged 3 of the swords. If all 5 swords hit, combined with the priest's holy commandment light, Damo Guyan health might have reached the bottom directly. What a hidden and calm player, Yishio said when he saw the scene. From assisting Josukai to play a single core when he first joined Samsara, to assisting 2 people to play a dual core when Zhou Yichen came out, to assisting 3 people to play a triple core with the addition of Zhang Jiala this season. Compared with LV Buiyuan and others, Jiang Buitao has no discomfort at all. His adaptability is too strong, and he can fight calmly and smoothly with any style. If the Trident is the most unsolvable part of Samsara offense, then Jiang Buitao is the part that makes everyone feel most comfortable in the team. Jiang Buitao terrifying power is the calm terrifying power. Just like now, Damo Guyan gave all his high-level skills to Yu Xingchen, and only then did he have some effect. But this effect was instantly intercepted by Jiang Buitao. Tyranny decline can't be stopped. Chapter 445. Defeat is inevitable. The battle between the same professions on the other side is also coming to an end. The newcomer Qin Muyun is facing the great Josukai, and it is simply one-sided. Qin Muyun can't resist Josukai gun and body skills at all. His 3-gun and body skills are too stable, and can move forward and backward freely. On the other hand, Qin Muyun 3.5 steps only lasted for a while, before he retreated to 4.5 steps. Qin Muyun was numb. He faced Zhou Yichen in the first round of the team competition, and Josukai in the second round. The newcomer is still nervous. Yuan Zhou said that although Qin Muyun has performed very stably this season, whether in the regular season or the playoffs, he is not as stable as a newcomer. But now in the finals, the instability of the newcomer has finally been exposed. Qin Muyun rookie wall appeared in the finals, and he ran into the 2 mountains of Zhou Yichen and Josukai. Facing Josukai, who is also a sharpshooter, Qin Muyun was crushed in all aspects. As for Zhang Jiala, who was facing Lin Jingyan, he was not in a hurry at all. He even had the leisure to tease Lin Jingyan cold and dark thunder with the spiral wings of the tracking grenade. Of the 2 new suns in the sky, it was the sun of reincarnation that lasted to the end. Zhang Xinjie Shibujuan was forced to land because Wulong Wave's sword was already aimed at him. At this time, everyone on the field was fighting for themselves. However, the first to decide the winner were Zhou Yichen and Han Wenqing. Halong Pijuan. Yuxingchen took advantage of the fact that Damo Guyan attention was on Shibujuan and shot in and out of the dragon. Angry Dragon piercing the heart. Yuxingchen used 2 consecutive high-level moves to directly knock Damo Guyan out. At the same time, Shibujuan behind him was also exposed to Yuxingchen vision. Zhou Yichen did not hesitate at all, and controlled Yuxingchen to raise his gun and kill Shibujuan. This time it was no longer a cover. Yuxingchen target is Shibujuan. Can anyone from Tyranny rescue him? But looking at the current situation, Ling Xiaojudu and Lang Onlei are both overwhelmed. Beige was explaining passionately. Attacking with Yuxingchen was Wu Lang, who was beside him, with the Fiery Wave Sword, Ice Creation Wave Sword. Wu Lang continuously released the Wave Sword to block Shibujuan movement while interrupting his skill chanting. Yuxingchen attacked in front, and Zhang Xinjie wanted to use his movement to avoid Yuxingchen's Sky Strike to avoid being suspended in the air. But what he didn't expect was that Yuxingchen started with a level 75 ultimate move Wind and Clouds. The fighting spirit and airflow were mixed together, which seriously blocked Shibujuan vision. At this time, the Sky Strike attacked again, and Zhang Xinjie had no time to dodge the Sky Strike from the fighting spirit. Shibujuan is lifted up in the air. It's over. The Tyranny fans who saw this scene were shocked. If we were to say which professional player's floating combo is the most frightening, it must be Zhou Yichen of the Samsara team. With high hand speed, plus the phantom effect of Dragon Fang, and the fighter will of the Battle Mage, Yuxingchen combo will only become more and more painful. Damo Guyan, who landed and received the body, activated Eagle Step to forcibly save Shibujuan. But this time, it was still Jiang Buitao Wulong who stopped him. Jiang Buitao is really a brick of the team. Xiao Shiqin commented that everyone in this Samsara game had their own clear purpose, and it was actually Jiang Buitao who took the free man position in this game. But Jiang Buitao on-the-spot response was very good. Whether it was following Yi Qian Chuan Yun and by Hua Liaoluan to kill Luo Ta, or turning around and cooperating with Yu Xingchen to stop Hai Wuliang, he can always appear in the position where the team needs him most. This kind of dedication means that his data will not be particularly good, but it will not be particularly ugly either. And every successful team needs a few people who are willing to be supporting roles. Whether it is Jiang Buitao, Lu Boyuan, or Wu Qi and Du Ming who have not yet played, they are capable and qualified to get a starting spot in other teams. But they are all willing to stay in Samsara and are willing to be supporting roles for their own twin stars. Killing intention fluctuations. Wulong activates his professional skills, during which he strengthens his general attacks to cause continuous magic damage and knockback effects that ignore defense. The murderous aura of the magic swordsman is attached to Yu Xingchen, increasing his physical crit and magic crit percentages. Continuous thrusts. Longdon's two enhanced thrusts successfully pierced the same part of Shirbuzhuan. Shirbuzhuan triggered the bleeding effect. With the increase of Wulong killing intention fluctuations, Yu Xingchen attack is higher. Li Ju said. The dragon goes out to sea. Yu Xingchen shook off the magic fighting spirit like water splashes. And when Shirbuzhuan landed, boom! The magic fighting spirit in the shape of a dragon hit Shirbuzhuan. And to make matters worse, this move was a critical hit. The Dragon Gall itself has a critical hit blessing, plus the physical critical hit ratio provided by the killing intention wave. This attack directly brought Shirbuzhuan bloodline to the dangerous edge of 8%. Now he is in a hurry to lose to Han Wenqing. He is stuck by Jiang Buitao. Jiang Buitao played too smart. Wang Jieshi said that in the battle between Wulong and Dama Gaian, it seemed that Wulong lost a lot of blood. But in fact Jiang Buitao took it on purpose because he wanted to use his life to keep Han Wenqing. Zhang Xinjie, who did not wait for the team's support, was finally taken away by Yu Xingchen mercilessly. Yu Xingchen killed Shirbuzhuan. Shirbuzhuan. Out. Gone. Tang Hao shook his head. When the priest of tyranny was sent out, tyranny was defeated. We are going to witness history. Yu Wenzhou shrugged. After solving Shirbuzhuan, Zhou Yichen pointed the spearhead at Leng Anlei. After Zhou Yichen solved Shirbuzhuan, the small score of Samsara came to 8 points. And Samsara was only 2 points away from Dynasty. The commentator felt that his voice was trembling slightly when Yu Xingchen and Baiwa Liaowan joined forces to deal with Leng Anlei. The same professional duel finally came to an end. Yi Qian Chuanyan killed Ling Xiajudu. Ling Xiajudu. Out. Ling Xiajudu was also eliminated. Samsara only needs one kill to make history. Li Ju roared. Zhang Yiwei on the side was so excited that he couldn't speak. Ling Xiajudu looked at the gray screen and was completely stunned. He was killed alone. Zhang Xinjie, who was sitting next to him, didn't say anything. He lowered his head and didn't know what he was thinking. Only Damo Gaian and Ling Anlei were left on the field. And they didn't give up. Before Yiqiang Chuanyan arrived, Damo Gaian killed Wulong by force. Damo Gaian killed Wulong. Wulong. Out. Leave it to you. Jiang Buitao took off his headphones and showed a smile on his face. Compared with Han Wenqing, Lin Jingyan was already sweating profusely. The attacks of Yu Xingchen and Baiwa Liaowan made him feel suffocated, and the pressure doubled. Finally, after the two crescents missed, Yu Xingchen thrust out his spear. Dragon Fang. It's over. Lin Jingyan's hands holding the keyboard and mouse trembled, and he felt his heart beating. Thump. Thump. At this moment, electric shock. The grenade exploded in front of Leng Anlei's eyes, causing light magic damage and triggering a paralysis effect. Boom! Fighting the mountains and rivers. The last blow. The flying dragon in the sky. Chapter 446, the second dynasty in the history of glory. The Samsara dynasty. Only one last blow remains. This blow comes from Yu Xingchen flying dragon in the sky. It's over. Yu Xingchen kills Leng Anlei. Leng Anlei. Out. Nice. All the Samsara fans at the scene stood up, hugged each other, shouted at each other, and screamed in carnival. The eyes of the tyranny fans in the away area were already red, and it had been 4 years since they last entered the finals. After all this time, they were ready to return to the stage of the finals this year. But what awaited them was the strongest team in history. Samsara, although they didn't have much hope for their team before the game started, when this moment really came, they still couldn't help it. Failure always runs through life. They became the stepping stone for the coronation of Samsara, and the establishment of the dynasty. Although the result of the game was already doomed, Han Wenqing on the field had not given up. He did not type GG in the public channel. He was still working hard. Change another one. Change another one. Seeing Han Wenqing look, Qin Miyun cried. He was a drag in this final. How many newcomers can enter the finals in their debut season? It's rare. But he didn't grasp this opportunity, which may be the only one in his life. It's okay. Failure is also a new growth. Zhang Xinjie stood up and patted Qin Miyun, who was lying on the table with his head down in pain. Hey. Zhao Yang and Lin Jingyan looked at each other. Lin Jingyan saw fatigue in Zhao Yang's eyes. Lin Jingyan clenched his fists and stopped talking. As for Bai Yanfei, he just wanted to feel the stage of the finals more. The curtain fell. Han Wenqing, you tried your best. Yi Xiu stood up and touched his pocket. Old Wei. Go one. Go. Damo Guyan, who tried his best to kill Yu Xingchen, finally fell under the siege of Samsara. Yu Xingchen kills Damo Guyan. Damo Guyan. Out. Han Wenqing hands, which were still operating, stopped. It was over. This was his 9th year in the Glory Professional League. Han Wenqing didn't say anything, packed up his peripherals, and left the competition seat with his teammates. This stage no longer belonged to them. Han Wenqing must have mixed feelings in his heart. But he was not as uncomfortable as others. After all, he had tasted the taste of runner-up in the 2nd season. More sour than bitter. Another battle method. Zhou Yichen and Zhou Zikai reminded Han Wenqing of when the Glory Online game was just launched. Yi Qiu also had a sharpshooter by his side. But it was a pity that he didn't see him in the professional arena. Otherwise, Han Wenqing would be quite interested in which of these two pairs of sharpshooters and battle mages would be better. The stage was left to Samsara. At the moment when the fireworks exploded in the audience, the atmosphere of the venue reached its climax. Let us congratulate the Samsara team for winning the 9th season championship of the Glory Professional League with a small score of 11-4 and a big score of 2-0 against the Tyranny team. The wind suddenly rose, breaking the red clouds of 800 miles. The Qianquan Formation. The 5 mountains are like knives connecting the ground. Looking up, today we dare to pursue the ambition of the clouds. Looking back, the 9 heavens and the universe are all invincible. Under the fireworks, for big words came into people's eyes on the big screen above the stage. Samsara Dynasty, while the whole audience cheered for them. The players, staff, and family members of the Samsara team had already rushed into their competition seats. For Zhou Yichen and others who had already won 2 championships, 3 consecutive championships added a strong and colorful stroke to their resumes. As early as last year, after Samsara won 2 consecutive championships, several people rushed into the top 10 of the honor rankings of Glory professional players compiled by netizens. Yi Xiu is the undisputed first person in history. 3 championships and 1 runner-up. 3 FMVPs. 3 most valuable players of the year, and 2 regular season MVPs. There was no regular season MVP award in the first season. It was given to Yi Qiu after the 2nd season was opened. Below him are Zhou Zikai and Zhou Yichen, both of whom have 2 championships. 1 FMVP, 1 regular season MVP, 1 most valuable player of the year, and both are best newcomers. Gemini. Even the honors are exactly the same. But this year it has changed. Zhou Yichen pushed away the crowd and found Zhang Jiala crying in the group. Why are you crying? Be happy. Zhang, we won the championship. Zhou Yichen hugged Zhang Jiala. And the rest of the Samsara team also surrounded Zhang Jiala. This is the 7th year of Zhang Jiala's professional career, and he finally got the championship he had been thinking about. The 2 failures in the 3rd and 5th seasons made Zhang Jiala give up at one point. But fortunately Samsara chose him, and he did not disappoint Samsara. In the 9th season, he won his first championship trophy. Did I really win the championship? Zhang Jiala thought it was just a dream. Seeing Zhang Jiala like this, Zhou Yichen pinched his shoulder hard. I'm Zhua. See, it's not a dream, Zhou Yichen said. Zhua, you pinched me until I got red. Damn. I must give you a match in the octagonal cage after the finals. Don't worry. Zhou Yichen waved his hand. Let's go and welcome the era that belongs to you, the boss of the Samsara said happily, and then opened the door of the competition seat for several people. Everyone ran to the center of the stage together, and when the people were in place, they held up the trophy. Boom! The golden fireworks bloomed again. and the words from the Samsara players were engraved on the debris. One day, I will become the #1 battle mage in glory. I always believe that Samsara can win. No matter who the opponent is. I will become the champion. Just do your best. Zhang Jiala stretched out his arms and closed his eyes. He felt that the air was fragrant now. We have established a dynasty. Jiang Buitao said to Jozakai beside him. Yes. Tell me, who is the champion tonight? The host roared. Samsara? Who is the second dynasty in the history of glory? Samsara dynasty? Hearing the shouts from the audience, Zhou Yichen felt that his blood was boiling a lot. He could still play another BO3. No wonder Yichio said that no one would have too many championships. This feeling is really wonderful. Zhang Jiala smiled. The last time he laughed so happily on the stage was when they entered the finals in the 3rd season. Then, they lost to Excellent Era led by Yichio. Crying? This time, the reincarnation he joined was unstoppable, creating a record of undefeated seasons. A record that has never been repeated. In the history of glory, there is a chapter written for me, and that is enough. Chapter 447 second link. Let me ask Zhang Jiala, who just joined our Samsara family this season, how he feels now. Very good. I have never felt so good in all these years of playing professionally. Zhang Jiala said loudly. What does this championship mean to you? The host asked. In order not to lose my original intention of playing professionally, I have been fighting for it since I joined the big family of the alliance with Baiwa in the 2nd season. But unfortunately, I failed to lead Baiwa to the end. When Zhang Jiala said this, the tears that had stopped flowing out again. I really want to say thank you to my fans, who have been silently supporting me since the beginning of Baiwa. You have worked hard. I also want to say sorry to Baiwa, who has nurtured me for many years. We are not hardworking. In fact, my wish has been fulfilled by winning this championship. I have never thought that I will surpass others and become the #1 in glory. I just hope that there will be a stroke written for me in the history of glory. That's enough. One day in the future, when they play the profession of ammunition expert, they will think of my name in their minds. Zhang Jiala said with a smile. Tell me loudly, what is the name of the chief ammunition expert of glory? The host pointed the microphone at the audience. Zhang Jiala. After asking Zhang Jiala, the host interviewed Wu Qi and others in succession, and then handed the microphone to Jiang Buitao. Now that you are also the commander of the 3-time champion, how does Jiang Buitao feel? The host asked. It feels good. Jiang Buitao smiled. Then, may I ask Jiang Buitao, do you think he is still far from being a tactical master? I think I am still far away. I still have a long way to go to reach the 4 of them, especially in terms of tactics. In fact, I think we are more like a tactical team than becoming a tactical master, Jiang Buitao said. Oh, can you talk about it in detail? During the training match, we encouraged everyone to speak freely. I basically said very little, and was always concentrating on the operation, Jiang Buitao said. Is this the truth about the scam in the training match of the reincarnation? The host also laughed. No, we are still very strong in the training match. Jiang Buitao laughed. Captain Jiang is still so humble. Now let's ask our Yichen. Unknowingly, Yichen is already a 3rd-year student of glory. How do you feel now after winning 3 championships? The host handed the microphone to Zhou Yichen. Feeling pretty good? Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen. Yichen defeated 2 all-star seniors as soon as he came on the court today. Do you have anything to say? Now, it's the era of reincarnation. Zhou Yichen raised the microphone and shouted loudly. The whole audience applauded. Wow, this kid is young and shouts as soon as he looks up. Yixiao pushed open the door of the training room and saw Zhou Yichen's famous scene. Where's Lao Wei? Qingguo asked. I don't know who he called, Yixiao said. The last question is about our little Zhou. He led the team to win 3 consecutive championships and created a new reincarnation dynasty. As the captain, what do you want to say to the fans? The host asked. Well, thank you. We will continue to work hard, Jozakai said after thinking for a moment. Does continuing to work hard mean breaking records and winning 4 consecutive championships? Continuing to work hard means continuing and working hard. Jozakai tilted his head, not understanding why the host misinterpreted his meaning. Hee hee. The host's CPU burned out. Did he misunderstand? After talking about each player's feelings, Feng Xianjun, the chairman of the Honor Professional League, presented awards to the champion members. Unlike in the past, this time the champion peripherals not only had the logo of Samsara, but also had 3 golden stars printed on them. It means Samsara 3 consecutive championships. And the championship ring will be presented by the general manager of Samsara to his own players later. After all, the ring is made by the club. Legendary captain Feng Xianjun handed the peripherals to Josukai. Thank you. Josukai nodded. Awesome. I see the shadow of Yichio in you. Feng Xianjun patted Zhou on the shoulder and said, in the future, I will be stronger than him. Zhou said confidently. I believe it. Feng Xianjun smiled. After presenting the championship peripherals, Feng Xianjun took over the microphone from the host and announced the FMVP of the 9th season finals of the Honor Professional League. I announce that the final MVP of the 9th Honor Professional League finals is. The flash bombs on the stage kept shaking on several characters on the field. Zhou Yichen. As Feng Xianjun announced that Zhou Yichen was the winner of the finals MVP, all the lights in the venue were on him. The stage focused on Zhou Yichen. The big screen above the stage also showed Zhou Yichen data in the finals. He was still the data expert. In addition to the data, Zhou Yichen also had many highlights. He defeated the King of Fighters in the first round of the title battle and blinded the audience with Fu Longxiang Tianxiu in the team competition. In the second round, he killed 2 all-stars with a gun and dragged 3 in the team competition. TSK. You have more FMVP trophies than me. Zhang Jiala was really envious on the court. And then elbowed Zhou Yichen. It's okay. I don't have as many trophies as you. The runner-up. Zhou Yichen said with a heartache. Ha ha ha. I am proud of my 2 runner-ups. Zhua. Zhou Yichen hugged his teammates one by one. And when he came to Zhang Jiala, he punched him in the shoulder. There will be news tomorrow that Zhou Yichen, the FMVP winner of the Samsara team, and Zhang Jiala had a conflict. And the 2 fought on the stage. Then, there was a rumor that Zhang Jiala liked 80 teammates. And Zhou Yichen couldn't stand it, and chose to resist. Anyway, how can it be so outrageous? After Samsara won the championship, the traffic of Patian dropped. No matter whether it is red traffic or black traffic, the traffic that can be eaten is good traffic. Re-winning FMVP. This honor has only been achieved by Yichio of Jiashi for 9 years. Now Yichen has become the second player to win the FMVP of the finals after Yichio. Do you have anything to say to those who have always supported you? The host handed the microphone to Zhou Yichen again. First of all, I want to thank my club. It is they who led me on the road of becoming a professional player of honor. I also want to thank my parents for their openness, which allowed me to get in touch with esports, which was previously called a cancer by people. I also want to thank my teammates. It is their help that has allowed me to grow to where I am now. Of course, there are my favorite fans. Are you there? We are always here. A big brother in the front row roared. And the girl next to him was so scared that she didn't dare to speak loudly. Thank you for being with me since my debut. I love you. Wow. Finally, I have to thank someone. Chapter 448, A Man's Official Announcement. After thanking the club, family, teammates, and fans, Zhou Yichen paused. Zhang Jiala's eyes widened. No way. Aiken. You're serious. The other teammates began to whisper to each other. And even Josukai whispered something to Jiang Butao. Only Fang Minghua looked relieved. Finally, I have to thank someone. My girlfriend. Chu Yunxiu. Zhou Yichen's official announcement set off an uproar. All the flashlights were crazy towards Zhou Yichen's face. Swish. Before the host came back to his senses, Fang Minghua took the lead in applauding. Now is the peak time for Zhou Yichen traffic, and his career will usher in the peak. But at this time, he chose to officially announce his love. This is his promise to Chu Yunxiu, and also his promise to himself. After Zhou Yichen's official announcement, the barrage exploded directly. Genius, I'm so hot. My little puppy was stolen away. Sob. Tonight I taken Zhou Yichen frustrated female fans, deliberately deducting me. Yu Xingchen is the best in the world, man. What's wrong with dating? Damn. He won 3 consecutive championships. I have no problem with him dating Josukai. Josukai is the most handsome, upstairs. It's amazing. Although I also support him. Hey! The director was also very understanding at this time, and directly gave the camera to Chu Yunxiu, who had not left the professional player seat. Chu Yunxiu made a Zhou Yichen-style signature heart gesture to the camera in response. It's so sweet. Zhou Yichen and Chu Yunxiu love rushed to the second place in the hot search in an instant. Second only to Samsara winning 3 championships. There are many fans of both sides leaving messages below. Some are blessing. Some are attacking. Some are jealous. And some are advertising. There is no negative voice from Samsara fans. They have begun to look forward to whether Zhou Yichen can seduce Chu Yunxiu. Chu Yunxiu, both in terms of looks and strength, is too tempting. Some of Chu Yunxiu fans have already left Yanyu Tower. But most people are asking, can the son-in-law come over? Both sides are trying to pry each other's corners. For Yanyu, Zhou Yichen is too tempting. In the top 10 hot searches, there is another advertisement. That is King Kunkun's advertisement. And they officially announced that Zhou Yichen and Chu Yunxiu are the brand spokespersons. Obviously, this advertisement was prepared to be officially announced long ago. But neither the brand, nor Samsara and Yanyu released the news. The top management of Yanyu has no objection to the relationship between Chu Yunxiu and Zhou Yichen. First, the intervention of the Chu family has given Chu Yunxiu a real backstage. Second, Yanyu has been following Samsara for the past 2 years and has gained a lot of benefits. Whether it is the youth training challenge jointly organized by the 2 clubs or endorsements, Yanyu has tasted a lot of sweetness. After the championship speech, the Samsara team held up the championship trophy again and took a group photo. The club staff and the family members of the players came on stage one by one to celebrate this historic moment. The photo of Chu Yunxiu and Zhou Yichen was also posted online by the 2. Zhou Yichen, Your Majesty, your most loyal knight is in place. Chu Yunxiu, Mr. Knight, please give me more advice for the rest of my life. Comment area, Su Mucheng, so romantic. Xiao, Huang Xiaoyan, I'm so angry. You actually abandoned me and ran away with someone else. You don't love me anymore. Woohoo. Ha. Zhou Yichen and Huang Xiaoyan 6-0. Li Xian at Zhou Yichen is a real man. Wang Jieshi at Zhou Yichen at Chu Yunxiu. Congratulations on your marriage. You won, Zhou. Congratulations. Comment 99+. What the hell is Huang Xiaoyan? At the Samsara celebration banquet, Zhou Yichen looked at the things Huang Xiaoyan sent and was speechless. Just when he was about to turn off his phone. Ding ding ding. The message flashed wildly. Zhou Yichen opened his phone. Yixiu at Zhou Yichen at Chu Yunxiu. Congratulations. It's finally official. When this message popped up, others thought it was fake. But they clicked in and found out that it was the real one. Yixiu Weibo account has been established for a long time and has been authenticated. After several years of accumulation, his fans have reached tens of millions. However, Weibo followers, 0, Weibo posts, 0. Yixiu Weibo has never been used since he applied for it. He has never appeared in public for several years in his professional career. Until this season's challenge, people found that he began to not be taboo about this. Whether it was an interview or a press conference, he had participated. Now, even the Weibo that has not been used for a long time has begun to be used. Oh my god. Who is this? Let me see. The charm of the #1 fan is so great. Void Team Captain Li Xian grabbed the first kill of Tutsao. Master Yi is paying too much attention to my kid. Fong Minghua left a message. Always be alert to prevent bad guys from stealing Fong House. TSK. Old Yi first time was given to Zhou Yichen. Sister Chu won't be unhappy. Huang Xiaoyan said shamelessly. Will you be happy? At this time, a stranger at Huang Xiaoyan below. Huang Xiaoyan sent a question mark. How can there still be fools these days? Thank you for Yishan blessing. See you in the 10th season? Zhou Yichen at Yixiu. See you in the 10th season? The professional players only then realized that Yixiu was really back. Although he announced this after the challenge match, it also caused an uproar at the time. But after a brutal playoff, many people forgot that one of the 2 teams joining the league in the 10th season was called Happy, the 3-time champion of the old era against the twin stars of the new era. This topic is very exciting to think about. Yixiu is a representative of single core, and his single core has no one surpassing him. The previous one Autumn Leaf, and the current Lord Grimm, and Zhou Zakai and Zhou Yichen are the undisputed twin stars of dual core and even the era. And the combination of the 2 has become the strongest duo in history. Double Zhou combination. It has become the most prestigious combination in glory. Even the two ghosts of the void cannot surpass it. Next season will be fun, Jiang Guotao said. 2 seasons have passed, and many people want to pull us down. But what? The boss of Samsara raised his red wine glass and said, "It is always us Samsara who stand to the end. Samsara will surpass Excellent Era and become the strongest dynasty in the history of glory." Boss. Well said. Jialu. What are your plans next? The boss of Samsara walked to Zhang Jiala's side. Zhang Jiala didn't know how to answer. You don't have to worry about the salary cap. I know the official will crack down on us to introduce a new salary cap rule. But so what? As long as you still want to play in Samsara, I can afford any amount of money. The boss of Samsara said generously. Yes, Zhang. If you want to play, just keep playing, Zhou Yichen said, supporting Zhang Jiala's shoulders. In fact, Samsara was originally planning to sign a 2-year contract with Zhang Jiala. But Zhang Jiala said that he just came to Samsara to fulfill his dream of winning the championship. After winning the championship, his wish will be fulfilled, and he may withdraw from the historical stage of glory. But after spending this season with everyone, Zhang Jiala seemed to have found his original intention of playing professionally. He also didn't know what choice to make. Chapter 449, Bustling Transfer Period. In the days after Samsara won the championship, the heat remained high. Just taking advantage of this heat, Thunder fired the first shot of the 9th season summer transfer period. Thunder Club reached an agreement with Excellent Era Club. From now on, the former captain of Excellent Era Team Sun Xiang and Fighting God, One Leaf Autumn will transfer to Thunder Club at a price of 28 million. The former vice captain of Excellent Era Team, Xiao Shiqin, and Sheng Lingmi returned to Thunder Club with a repurchase contract. Let us welcome the new players to join. And of course there is that sentence, Captain Xiao. Welcome back. With the official announcement of the team, Thunder fans are completely boiling. Not only did the captain come back, but he also brought back a big baby. And the club finally made a move this time. Thunder had never taken the initiative to buy players before. This time it can be said that it is not a move, but a blockbuster. In addition to Su Maicheng, who had already officially announced that Excellent Era Team joined Happy as a free agent, Sun Xiang also found a new home. Shen Jian and Wang Zhe, along with their account cards, joined the newly joined Magic Team for a total price of 1.725 million. Of course, He Ming, who was kicked out of the club by Thunder, also joined Magic. In addition to these transfer news, Tyranny also announced a major news on the second day. Tyranny Club, from now on, Song Yingqi, a former Tyranny Youth Training Camp player, officially joins the first team, using the character Changhe Luori. Occupation, boxer. Oh! Has Tyranny found Han Wenqing's successor? Many media speculated. Just when Tyranny fans were still excited and looking forward to the future, the official website poured cold water on them. Tyranny Club. After our intense communication and retention with player Zhao Yang, player Zhao Yang finally decided to retire. Then, there was a speech by Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang, I have been a professional player for 7 years without realizing it. In these 7 years, I have done nothing except being an all-star. It is ridiculous. This year, I finally joined Tyranny. But I failed to win the championship that I had been expecting for many years. I did not perform well in the finals. Perhaps, I should retire. Goodbye, friends. I hope that Hai Wuliang can find his true master. I failed him. Not only Tyranny fans feel bad about Zhao Yang retirement, but also Lin Hai fans feel very bad. As for Hai Wuliang, Tyranny has asked Lin Hai for his opinion, but the reply received is only 4 words: go with the wind. Lin Hai has listed all the players who have performed well in the team in the past few days. It seems that Lin Hai has already planned to disband the club. Just when Tyranny fans were still immersed in the sadness of Zhao Yang retirement, Tyranny Club posted another message on the official website. Tide, the former 301 Night character, will be transferred to Tyranny team at a price of 5 million starting today. Everyone was stunned by this official announcement. Why did Tyranny buy a Night account card? Tyranny already has one, Mountain and Earth Fisher, and Tyranny has a Night player, Zheng Chunfeng, Tyranny singles and ring competition player. Does Tyranny have to provide Zheng Chunfeng with a new account card? But with Zheng Chunfeng's strength, it is not enough to make up for the gap left by Zhao Yang departure. Unless Tyranny has unearthed a new Night player. But among the active Knights, except for Su Bin, Zheng Chengfeng's strength is pretty good. Just when everyone was thinking about the purpose of the transaction between Tyranny and 301 Degrees. 301 Degrees officially released new news. 301 Degrees Club, from now on. Zheng Chengfeng, a former Tyranny player, will be transferred to 301 Degrees together with the Knight account card Mountain and Earth Fisher at a price of 3 million. At this moment, Tyranny fans who are still building a lineup for their own team saw the new news released by 301 Degrees and were directly numb. Zheng Chengfeng was sold? Tide bought? Funny? Fans don't understand. But it doesn't mean other teams don't understand. Bought too. Have you found a new Knight player? Blue Rain team captain Yu Wenzhou thought. He kept turning the ballpoint pen in his hand. Blue Rain did not make any big moves during this transfer period. Yu Wenzhou thought that their lineup did not need to be changed. Lin Feng, on the other hand, always wanted to go out and make a living. So he tried out for many teams, such as Thunder, Void, etc. But the effect of the trial was not particularly significant. Both Xiao Shiqin and Li Xian marked Lin Feng as not very stable. The main problem was that Lin Feng's on-the-spot response was too poor. In simple terms, he was a good player when the wind was favorable, but not a good player when the wind was unfavorable. When facing the third-tier professional players, Lin Feng played very smoothly. But once the intensity increased, Lin Feng could not stand it. So if Lin Feng came to Thunder, Xiao Shiqin might position him the same as Yu Wenzhou, a player in singles and ring competitions. But if Lin Feng wanted to be the starter in the team competition, Xiao Shiqin could only say that he was powerless. Xiao Shiqin has already considered the starting lineup of Thunder in the new season. Void's reply was also very tactful. While the major teams were transferring in full swing, Samsara was negotiating with the official. The official still raised the overall salary cap of Samsara. But the boss of Samsara said that he didn't care about it. And at most, he would pay more money. Samsara leading stars Zhou Zikai and Zhou Yichen both said that they could reduce their salaries. In Zhou Yichen's view, he wanted results and brothers. As for salary, in fact, at that stage, Zhou Yichen would not care too much about a little more or less. Chu Yunxiu would not put too much pressure on himself. And his father-in-law even said that he would look for him if he needed money. His family was healthy, and there were no extra worries. These days, after Zhou Yichen accompanied Chu Yunxiu, he has been doing ideological work for Zhang Jiala. Old Zhang, it feels great to win the championship. Right? Zhou Yichen asked. It's really cool. Just think about it. If we win one more championship, our Samsara team will have won 4 consecutive championships, which is truly creating history. Zhou Yichen's eyes glowed with gold. 4 consecutive championships. Zhang Jiala pondered. Even Yishou hasn't achieved it. But you have. Zhou Yichen brought up Yishou. His. Now that you mention it. Zhang Jiala shrugged and began to imagine this scene. And if Yishou can lead Happy to the finals, we will personally defeat him and hold the championship trophy. I'm so excited. Zhou Yichen got excited as he spoke. There's nothing more cool than defeating your idol in the finals. Okay. I'm not going to quit the game. I'm going to kill the guy who has no bottom line. Zhang Jiala clenched his fists. Zhang Jiala team is done. Zhou Yichen, done. Jiang Watao, awesome. Zhou Zikai, made an awesome emoticon. Du Ming, awesome. After Zhang Jiala found the manager of Samsara and told him his intention to stay with the team, the manager's face was almost crooked with laughter. Although they have the double weak combination, the first combination in history, the trident is also unique in the history of glory. These 3 together are 1 plus 1 plus 1 greater than 3. Chapter 450 Samsara letting go. After knowing Zhang Jiala's intention to stay with the team, Samsara decisively announced the news on the official website. As thrilled as they were, the fans of Samsara also did not want any of their partners to leave Samsara. Samsara Club, we have signed new contracts with Zhou Zikai, Zhou Yichen and Zhang Jiala. Samsara Trident has not become history. They will continue to shine on the stage of glory. As soon as the news was released, the fan base was boiling. Zhang Jiala did not leave Samsara, nor did he choose to retire. Everyone was happy. Next, it was everyone's turn to make dumplings together. Of course, the Samsara lineup could not remain unchanged. For example, Du Ming wanted to go out and make a living. This was also inevitable. After Zhang Jiala joined, the starting 5 was formed. He could not compare with Wu Qi and Lu Buiyuan. After all, he was in the front row. And Wu Qi could still give his opponent a sudden blow because of his profession. Du Ming will have to sit on the bench for the team competition. Du Ming also talked to his manager. But the problem is that Du Ming's contract will not expire until next year. So if any team wants him, they will have to pay a penalty. After thoroughly understanding Du Ming's intentions, Samsara decided to rent Du Ming out on loan this season. As for Du Ming's next team, Blue Rain already has 2 swordsmen, and Tiny Herb has Lu Shubia. So the most suitable team for him is Yanyu. Moreover, according to the agreement signed by Chu Yunxiu and Yanyu in the 10th season, the team will be responsible for the training of the 10th season, and the top management will not interfere. Therefore, Du Ming will definitely have a chance to play in Yanyu. And at the same time, Du Ming can help Yanyu make up for the problem of insufficient burst. As for the Shu sisters, Chu Yunxiu has already arranged that they will not only appear in the singles competition in the 10th season, but also endorse many luxury goods. The original intention of the Shu sisters to play professionally was to have a chance to become famous. Now this opportunity is in front of them. Why not do it? After the news of Samsara contract renewal was officially announced, the official top management of Honor came to the door the next day. There is no way, according to the current lineup of Samsara, even if Du Ming is lost, it will not cause any serious damage, because their core lineup has not changed. The official came to talk to Samsara about the skill book. You should know that Samsara is not only highly staffed, but also has very high character configuration, especially in terms of skill points. Samsara is a unique existence among the 20 teams in the league. The average skill points of the characters of the Samsara team have exceeded 5,000, which is higher than the skill points of some core characters of other teams. After the salary cuts of the Samsara twins, the official must do something. The situation of one dominant team is not what they want to see. The next script must be the fall of the dynasty. Just like the 4th season of Tyranny overthrowing the rule of the Jiashur dynasty, people must want to see the warrior slaughter the evil dragon, rather than the evil dragon eating all the warriors in turn. One flower blooming alone is not spring. 100 flowers blooming together is spring. This is the scene the league wants to see. The skill book strategy can be made public. But after all, we bought it from someone else. And it cost a lot of money. The boss of Samsara said after taking a sip of tea. The senior executives of the alliance in front of him smiled. And Samsara's intention was already clear. If you want me to make it public, you can spend money. Name a price. Straightforward. 40 million. Can't 2 championships make up for the 10 million gap? The senior executive laughed. The boss of Samsara was not surprised at all. A big order of 30 million would reach their ears with a little wind. Who would complain about it being too much? Besides, I believe that even without the strategy, we can still win the championship. The boss of Samsara raised his head and said, the boss is still very clear about the strength of his own team. After all, the boss of Samsara also plays Honor of Kings. He plays the sharpshooter. But after discovering Zhou-Chen, the boss has become fascinated by the profession of battle mage. 35 million. The senior executive said a number after the call. Deal. The boss of Samsara agreed without any hesitation. Ha ha ha. It seems that you have made more money again. 5 million. The senior management saw that Samsara was obviously cheating. As a result, he really cheated 5 million. What's there to be sad about? Doesn't the league also take a lot of our children's endorsement fees? Not as much as you. Hey, who made my children excellent? Let's eat first. Seeing that the senior management of the league was about to leave, the boss of Samsara said politely, no, I have to go back and report. We workers are not as comfortable as you as a boss. Soon after, the league convened this team for a meeting, at which the selfless dedication of the Samsara team was praised. After getting the detailed strategy, the major teams launched fierce analysis and experiments. Some were happy and some were sad, because the skill books of some skill points in the strategy were triggered by tasks. Some characters, who had already completed the tasks naturally could not get the skill points from those skill books, while the major logistics departments were sprinting to refresh the skill books. The main forces of the major teams also invested in the battle for the wild map boss. All the major teams attach great importance to the wild map boss. As for the Thunder, it has attracted much attention before the 10th season has begun. People originally thought that Xiao Shurqin had no helpers around him. But now, Thunder has Sun Xiang and the fighting god One Autumn Leaf. But except for his own life and death and Sun Xiang one autumn leaf. The equipment of others is not particularly good. At least it is a step behind the strong teams. It happened to be the winter vacation now, and Xiao Shiqin felt that this was a good opportunity to strengthen the team. Captain Xiao, we are ready here. Okay. Tell them to be careful and keep hidden. And be careful of people from other guilds. Chung Tai, you take a team to the right wing. Sun Xiang, you take a team to the left wing. Yanqi, you go with Chung Tai. Ah, the captain has just been back for a few days, and you want to drive him away. He is very strong now. Dai Yanqi said coquettishly. Don't make trouble. Hurry up and catch up. Xiao Shiqin touched the hot sweat on his head. After not seeing him for a year, this child has become more and more lawless, just like the female devil of their thunder. As for Sun Xiang, Xiao Shiqin saw that he had become much more stable compared to when he first joined Excellent Era. It seems that in the 1 year in Excellent Era, it is not only himself who has grown. Captain Xiao. Captain Xiao. At this time, another guild character ran back and called him. What's wrong? Another guild has arrived. The person came. Which one? It's Happy. Xiao Shiqin felt a stomachache when he heard these two words Happy. Because of that man and Happy. How many people? How far are they? Xiao Shiqin asked. It's probably the same group. They should be there in 5 minutes. The man said. Do we want to fight? Sun Xiang asked. No. It's not the time to contact Happy yet. After all, Happy is here. And people from other guilds are not far away. Xiao Shiqin commanded. Okay. Sun Xiang nodded. After coming to Thunder, Sun Xiang didn't put on any airs. He also thought clearly that he was not suitable for playing with his brain. And just being a qualified fighter was enough. Our target is the wild map boss. Chapter 451 Explain Your Dream. Lei Ting still ran into Xingxin. The called support had arrived from all directions and started a firefight with Xingxin. But Xiao Shiqin didn't think about competing with Xingxin here. He clearly remembered that their purpose was to grab the boss, not to compete with any guild. After all, it was a loss whether they won or lost. After all, some characters died, and their weapons and other equipment were lost. After they were resurrected, they might be picked up by scavengers. The command of both sides was very tacit, and the personnel slowly retreated. After a while, the battle stopped. Wow! You are working hard. Captain Xiao, leading the team in person. A battle mage in the Xingxin team came out with a spear. It turned out to be you. You still remember the battle method? Xiao Shiqin said. Then I must remember it clearly. Yishio responded. Let us take this wild map boss. Although Yishio said this on the public channel, in the Happy Team channel, Yishio typed, let's fight again later. Keep an eye on that mechanic. And take him down in one wave. I have to tell you this. You are the ancestor. Xiao Shiqin responded on the public channel. And then typed in the Thunder Team channel, let's fight again later. Keep an eye on that battle mage. And take him down in one wave. You keep giving way to each other. Why don't you give it to us? At this time, when the two groups of people were confronting each other, a group of people suddenly rushed out from the other side. Yishio clicked on the character, and saw that it was the Samsara Guild. The leader was a battle mage player named Tiankai. And Xiao Shiqin and Yishio knew without thinking that it was Zhou Yichen, Dragon Swordsman, on Long Highland. Level 75 Wild Map Boss. Was exactly the target that everyone wanted to encircle and suppress this time. Dragon Swordsman. From the name, you know it is a swordsman. Samsara Guild actually already has the boss materials for Dragon Swordsman. But who would complain about too much materials? Why are you here to make trouble instead of accompanying Yunxio? Xiao Shiqin asked. I accompany you for a day. Don't worry. I just watch from the side. I won't take action. Come on, Zhou Yichen said. What do you mean? Sun Xiang asked. They were about to fight. But when the people from Samsara Guild came out, both Thunder and Happy stopped. Sure enough, the triangle is the most stable shape. Just when both sides were hesitating whether to take action, more and more people were around. Blue Rain, Tiny Herb, and 100 Flowers have already arrived. According to the spies' reports, the Void team is also approaching here. The Dragon Swordsman of the Swordsman Department. Blue Rain team naturally needs no more. Both swordsmen are needed. Tiny Herb team has Lu Shubia. 100 Flowers has Yu Feng Mad Swordsman. And the Void is coming soon. And the Double Ghosts are also sword professions. In addition, Du Ming of Samsara is also a swordsman. The news of Du Ming loaning out has not been revealed yet. After all, he is still in the Yinyu trial. Whether he succeeds or not depends on how Du Ming trial goes. Xingxin is all that Qiao Yifan Go's sword and Yishio need. Thunder is more of a soy sauce. The swordsman in their team is Zhang Qi character. But this newcomer has not yet become the main force in Thunder. It is estimated that after Thunder got the materials, it sold them to the guilds in need at a high price. Samsara is not short of materials. Xiao Shiqin remembered clearly that Samsara was the first person to eat crabs in the 75-level wild map boss. Yes. Now all the guilds have gathered. And everyone surrounded the dragon swordsman. But no one took the initiative to attack at this time. Everyone was watching and waiting for the opportunity to break the situation. Quick! Go and start a fire first. Let them fight. Yishio flicked Xiao Shiqin on QQ. You go up first. I will follow. Xiao Shiqin replied. Come on. What are you waiting for? Do you see the battle mage on the right? Go and kill him. Yishio sent another message to Huang Xiaotian. Where are you? You shameless man? Where are you? Do you really think I'm stupid? You asked me to fight but I won't. I'm so mad at you. Huang Xiaotian replied very quickly, followed by a series of emoticons. This kid. Did you see it was me? Yishio laughed. The battle mage on the right side of Blue Rain Guild was actually Yishio. Blue Rain Club. Old Yi. You are too clever for your own good. The battle mage is from Happy Guild. And it's you after all this time. Huang Xiaotian laughed. He must give the other side a big surprise when the battle starts. Yishio's movement was obviously in the opposite direction of the Blue Rain people. Once the fight started, he could hide in the crowd. As for who Huang Xiaotian was, it was too easy to guess. The swordsman, who was sneaking around and looking into the distance crazily and fidgeting on the side, was undoubtedly Huang Xiaotian. Master Jieshi. Hurry up. Now it's your Weichao army's turn to clean up. Yishio went to harass Wang Jieshi again. Are you in a hurry? I'm not in a hurry. If you are not anxious, why should I be anxious? Seeing that these people were not ready to take the initiative to attack, Yishio could only greet Zhou-Yichen. Go! Yishio said briefly. Okay. Zhou-Yichen responded decisively. Just when Yishio was sighing that the young man was teachable, he saw a battle mage from the Samsara Guild rushing towards him. The swordsman from the Blue Rain Guild rushed over with him. The swordsman in white clothes is Huang Xiaotian. Hurry. Don't hesitate. Take him away in one wave. He wants to grab the boss. Yishio opened the full channel voice and shouted. Boom boom boom. The major guilds did not hesitate at all and really launched a fierce long-range attack on Huang Xiaotian's swordsman. Old Yi. I will explain your dream. Huang Xiaotian gave up the attack and fled in panic like a rat crossing the street. Grenades, gasoline bottles, flasks, etc. All kinds of damage exploded in the Blue Rain formation for a while, shining like fireworks. The blue-clothed man's tactics are Zhou-Yichen. Focus your fire on him and kill him in 1 second. Yishio added fuel to the fire again. Damn! Seeing countless skills flying towards him, Zhou-Yichen had to temporarily hide in the crowd. The sad shot is Yishio. Don't hesitate. Focus your fire on him and kill him in 1 second. A shout broke out in the thunder formation. The mechanic is Xiao Shiqin. Everyone, kill him quickly! For a moment, the situation was out of control, and a big melee broke out. As the perpetrators, Yishio and Xiao Shiqin did not choose to attack, but hid in the crowd in tacit understanding, and made a mouthful of words. It's useless to kill me. I have opened 8 computers and logged in 8 vests. I can't be killed. Killing me is a waste of time. Focus your fire on Thunder's mechanic. You just open your mouth and come. Right. Huang Xiaotian, who was previously targeted, didn't know where he had gone. Isn't Xingxin an internet cafe? Maybe it's true. Someone said. Ah? Isn't that person online? Don't be fooled. While you were talking, I have already opened 10 computers to log into my account. Xiao Shiqin shouted. You are kidding. How can you have 10 computers to open your account? Yishio exposed Xiao Shiqin lie. Don't be fooled. My ass. Just when Yishio was about to use his mouth to trick, a battle mage character suddenly attacked from the side and interrupted Yishio's chant.